riding in a long time, so, I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say, really.
So are there going to be a lot of adjustments you need to make, or do you think it's going to be something that you can just straight away get back into the swing of things on? After the practice today, are you feeling quite comfortable?
Yeah.
So what are you going to aim for here at Ellough Park? Are you going to go for podiums, wins, top fives? What's the aim?
I'd try and aim for 7th or something. 7th.
And what about Ellough Park makes it so special? I mean, is it the long straights, how fast it is? Is it quite a demanding circuit to ride on?
Yeah, it's quite fun.
Well, thank you very much for speaking to us. Best of luck, of course, for this weekend. Hopefully, we'll see you on the top step.
All right, then.
One of the potential championship contenders here for 2024 of FAB-Racing. It is, of course, the Mini GP 70 rider of Archie O'Brien. Archie, I suppose just start, I suppose with the comparison from Lid a few weeks ago into Ellough Park today, what sort of challenges do you reckon you're going to face? What are sort of the similarities and the differences between the two circuits?
There's quite a few fast corners at Lid, which I particularly enjoy, but around here there's quite a few heavy braking zones in comparison, so it's going to be quite a difficult weekend, especially with rain on the forecast.
And what sort of adjustments do you have to make? Of course, is rain a sort of a riding style that you're quite comfortable with? Is it one that you, I suppose, feel a bit less comfortable with? How do you reckon the pace is going to fare if it starts to rain tomorrow?
I used to struggle quite a lot because I used to be quite a smaller rider on the Metro kit, but now that I've grown a bit, I'm feeling quite confident. Last year at Three Sisters we had a wet session and I was right up the sharp end, so I think Wilson's going to be really strong no matter the conditions, so we're just going to have to fight it out and see what happens.
Looking at the practice times as well over the course of today, granted you've not been able to push on some slightly fresh rubber, but you have just been able to do the quickest lap time of the day. Does that fill you with confidence going into both qualifying then into the 3 races, or do you suppose maybe that the race is going to be a little bit more tricky to defend even if you do put it on pole?
Well, we're just looking forward to it. We're going to see what the weather does first of all, but obviously we've got 4 races this weekend, so we're trying to keep as little tyre wear on the bike as possible. We're trying to save our fresh rubber for as late as we can in the weekend.
Of course, you only got 1 race, of course, last weekend at Lid, but you did manage to put in a good result. I mean, we are only a round in, but how do you feel about the championship? Do you feel like it's something you can go for?
Yeah, it is our aspiration to win it this year, but there's no point in thinking about it just yet. We kind of have to start getting some race wins under our belt, then looking at it.
Awesome. Well, best of luck for you, of course, this weekend and, of course, for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
One of the rising stars of the future then, Freddy Taylor here racing in the Moto Rookies here at Ellough Park. Freddy, what are you expecting out of this weekend? Do you think you're going to get some good results here at Ellough Park?
Hopefully a top 5.
Aiming for that then, and of course off the back of Lid, of course to dust off the cobwebs of a new season, do you feel like you're a little bit more comfortable on the bike heading into this weekend?
Yeah. And also, I've tried on a pro bike, so it makes me feel more confident.
Definitely feeling that you're coming in, of course you said about a top 5. Do you think there are going to be any big challenges here at Ellough Park? It's quite a fast circuit. Speaking with Archie O'Brien a little bit earlier on as well, he said there's a lot of heavy braking zones. Are you confident you can maybe make some good moves in the race?
Yeah. And I'm trying to beat Joey because he's beaten me in the championship, so I'm trying to get ahead of more people.
Going to be pushing for points then. Is that the aim then for this year, the championship?
Kind of, really, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck to you. Thanks for having a chat with us, and well, hopefully we'll see you on the top step of the podium.
Thank you.
Plethora of talent in the paddock. Another one of our Mini GP 70 riders here with Harrison Day. Harrison, fielding some new colours this weekend. Does that fill you with some confidence heading into the weekend?
Well, to be fair, it's I'm pretty happy with my dad because he painted it. And I think we've got a few sets just in case I crash, but I don't think it will affect me. I'm going quick anyway.
And of course, off the back of Friday practice, obviously all done and dusted. How's the pace feeling? You're feeling confident on the bike, ready for a long weekend ahead, actually, 4 races over the course of 2 days?
Well, I've been pretty strong today, which I'm pretty surprised about because at Lid I think I was running maybe 6th, 7th, and then today, first couple of sessions I was 4th, and I was latching onto 3rd, and then I've managed to gap 3rd now, and then I'm trying to stay with Archie O'Brien and Wilson Dils.
So what's the aim going into qualifying then? Do you reckon you can settle for 3rd, or do you reckon the pace is there to go and catch Wilson and Archie?
Well, they're only I would say half a second or maybe a little bit more faster than me. But we don't have a warm-up tomorrow. We go straight to qualifying, which isn't my strong point because I'm always pretty quick, like at the end of the day and at the end of a session.
So when it comes to Ellough Park, obviously you say you're not too confident in terms of qualifying. Do you think that you can make up that ground in the race? Does Ellough Park have enough overtaking opportunities you can start racing the top guys?
Well, Ellough Park has like a lot of late braking, and you can overtake a lot of people down the inside, and then there's a lot of sweeping corners which you might be able to go around the outside. But I got 3 wins here last year, so I am feeling pretty confident.
The threat of rain as well on the horizon, potentially on the forecast, is that something you're concerned about, or is it something that you're actually looking forward to?
Well, I'm not concerned about it, but I want to say I would prefer sun. But I'm a pretty good wet weather rider, like especially like I'm not sure about it on the Metro kit, but on the Mini I've topped a lot of like sessions in the wet.
Filled with confidence ahead of this weekend then, Harrison. Thank you very much for talking to us, and well, hopefully the new colours will bring you some good luck.
Thank you.
Marco Hull, a name for the future, racing in the Extreme 200s this weekend at Ellough Park. Marco, I suppose just give us sort of your thoughts and feelings ahead of the weekend.
Yeah, at the moment it's going great, having a great weekend so far. Hoping for it to be dry tomorrow, obviously, for lap records, but obviously it'd be great to have a good little practice in the wet. But yeah, so far it's been great.
Awesome stuff. And do you feel like you've accomplished a lot? Do you feel comfortable on the bike ahead of what is going to be a fairly intense weekend?
Yeah, I feel really comfortable on the bike. It's mega.
Off the back, of course, of Lids, only managed to, of course, get 2 races over that weekend. When it comes to championship and points and stuff, yeah, fair enough, we're only 1 round in. But do you think you can go for the 200 championship?
Well, obviously, this isn't the championship that I'm properly racing this year, but I think depends really how many rounds we miss or like where I finish in the rounds, to be honest, because there's like people like Sullivan Mounsey, he often comes to FAB-Racing and then he joins in the the Extremes, so he'll be a tough challenge, and then people like Wilson Dils as well.
Talk to us a little bit about Ellough Park as well. You noted some of your rivals out on track as tough competition. Is there anything specific about Ellough that poses a challenge?
I think it's just a really technical track, and there's a lot of overtaking places, and yeah, it's just really fast and flowing, so you can set up moves really easily.
Qualifying tomorrow then, is that going to be something that's incredibly important, or are you confident that even if you sort of goes and miss a little bit in qualifying, you can make up the ground in the race?
Yeah, I feel like it'll be important to get pole in the qualifying, but if we don't, we just got to build in the race.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks for having a chat with us. Best of luck for this weekend.
No problem. Thank you.
One of the riders racing in 2 classes this weekend at Ellough Park. We have got with us Isaac Greenstreet, finally, here to have a chat with us this weekend. Talk to us, I suppose, coming into Ellough Park, how are you feeling about obviously both of your endeavours this weekend?
I'm feeling good, apart from heard it's meant to rain, so I don't really do good in rain, so hopefully I don't crash too much, but try my best though not to.
Always the aim, does help as to not crash, of course. When it comes to your mini moto racing, how are you feeling specifically about that? And then, of course, your transition into the sidecars. Is there sort of much difference that you have to adapt to as you go between class to class?
Not really too much. I just kind of try and chill off in between each session, so I don't ache too much. But on the sidecar, you ache your legs more, I reckon. Well, actually, ache your hands more. On the bike, you ache your legs more. So it splits your aching between the two.
Getting a full body workout then this weekend, especially at Ellough Park. Is it a particularly demanding track for both bikes?
Not really. It's a fast track though. I like it a lot, but I had a crash earlier, so hopefully that doesn't happen again.
Is that something that's going to knock your confidence, or do you sort of know where you went wrong and you can adapt and sort it out for the rest of the weekend ahead?
I think I know what went wrong. I kind of just went a bit too wide and went over the rough patches, but I think I'll be alright with confidence.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck, of course, for all of your races this weekend, and hopefully we'll see you take to some decent positions.
All right, thank you.
Working our way through the Green Street heritage, then it must be said. These two are going to be on the bike together here at Ellough Park. What are you thinking coming into this weekend? Do you have some trust in each other to not crash?
Yeah, always. Really, really happy with Leo. He's best passenger out there as far as I'm concerned. So, got the right person on the bike. It's me that tends to make the mistakes rather than him. So, you know, that's our weakest link is the person on the bars.
So, obviously, you as the supposed not limiting factor, how are you feeling coming into this weekend? You ready to be thrown about?
Yeah, it's all good. Don't have any worries, to be fair. Just see how it goes.
Rain on the forecast, potentially. What sort of feelings do you have about that going into the weekend? Is it something that knocks your confidence, or are you going to be going for it?
I think we're pretty happy with the wet. We've not got any experience of this track in the wet, so that could be interesting. Obviously, it's where we don't get practice on the Friday. Our first session on track for the weekend is a qualifying session, so that's never good. But yeah, we've got plenty of wets. We're more concerned about our awning leaking than actually being on the track. So,
of course, a little bit of an issue a couple of weeks ago, just a small one, minor issues. But of course, Ellough Park, are there any specific challenges about this circuit compared to maybe Lid? Any similarities that you're happy about?
No, I don't think so, really. It's don't know. It's all good to me.
It's fast and flowing. That's the nice thing about this place. Again, don't know what it's like in the wet. I seem to remember getting a sore neck in the past here because the corner's quite high speed. Yeah, it's nothing too out of the ordinary, I don't think. It's a pretty average surface in the wet.
While the bike was holding the oil last time out at Lid, you were actually running really, really quick. I think it was in race 2. You were like 30 seconds ahead after 9 laps. Do you hope to carry similar pace into Ellough?
Yeah, we should be sort of equally as competitive. I think we've got Mick back, so we'll have someone to have a race with. To put the record straight, seeing as I got you on, we didn't drop any oil at Lid. We were sent out to clear the oil up, and where we picked up the dust over the oil, they thought we were putting more down, but we did prove ourselves to be the innocent party. Just so that's out there on the record, because we're probably paddock enemy number 1 at the moment, but we proved we didn't drop any oil.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck for this weekend. Hopefully it stays dry both underneath and, of course, up in the skies as well. Best of luck to you both.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cheers.
One of the contenders then for this weekend, one of the big names in the paddock as some of the quickest riders. We've got with us Wilson Dils, of course, racing this weekend in the 70s and, of course, in the Extreme 200s. Wilson, start off with your thoughts and feelings ahead of this weekend and what sort of challenges Ellough Park might pose.
I'm feeling quite excited because Lid we got 1 race and I'm hoping to get this 4.
So Ellough Park, of course, a little bit different. We are going to be running with 4 races for you guys on the 70s. That means you're going to be doing a total of 7 over the weekend. Does that get quite physical? You're going to be exhausted come Sunday evening?
Maybe. See how I go.
And what sort of aspirations are you going to be going for? I mean, off the back of Lid only getting that 1 race, do you feel like you can come back punching for 4 races this weekend?
Hopefully.
And the championship, of course, when it comes between you and Archie O'Brien and the likes of those guys out on track, bit of a rivalry spurring up. Do you reckon you can come out on top come the season's end?
Hopefully.
Rain on the forecast as well. We've been talking to a couple of riders about that. Is that something that you're a little bit worried about, or do you reckon you'll go out there and smash it in some wet weather?
I think I might do okay, but we'll see how it goes.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck for the rest of the weekend, Wilson Dils, and well, we'll catch up with you hopefully on the top step.
Yeah, thank you.
Moving on then to Frankie Watson racing in the Mini GP 50s this weekend. Same to you, I suppose, Frankie. How are you feeling coming into this weekend? Ellough Park, off the back of Lid, do you feel a bit more comfortable on the bike after getting that first round under your belt?
Yeah, I feel confident here after the last 2 races. Well, I got 2 wins, so I'm feeling confident for this round, and last year I got podium, so yeah, I'm confident for this weekend.
Happy to come in and smash it then. What are the biggest challenges about Ellough Park then? Is it about getting onto the raw pace, or is it about trying to maintain that consistency?
I think it's just hard. Once you're on the pace, it's quite easy to contain it, but it's hard to get on the pace.
And what makes it so difficult about Ellough Park to sort of find the limit? Is it the fast and flowy nature, the heavy braking zones? What makes it so tricky?
I think just if you make one tiny mistake going into the corner, that's like 4 corners messed up, so that's your lap gone.
Margin for error is very, very slim then, and momentum, of course, quite high. For you in your respective class, do you reckon there are going to be any names that you're going to be looking out for out on track as big contenders?
Yeah, I think Travis Shaw,
Byron Johnson and Bradley Curtis will all be fighting for the podium and the win.
And how do you feel about the racing this weekend? Is Ellough Park a circuit you feel confident you can overtake at?
Yeah, it's probably one of my favourite circuits, so yeah, I like it.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck for this weekend. We'll catch up with you and, well, fingers crossed for some good results.
Thank you.
Joey Athasich here, who rides in the Mini Moto Rookie class. Joey, Ellough Park off the back of Lids. Any similarities that you're happy about coming into this weekend? How do you feel?
I feel really good about this track. After Friday practice, feeling pretty confident in the top 6 in practice. Just making me feel loads of confidence first season. My mum and dad are saying at the exact same time I'm really quick round this circuit. For the second round I've been racing in FAB-Racing. It's going really good.
Is there anything in particular that you're looking to come into Ellough Park to sort of learn, or do you feel like you're instantly on the pace? What do you think is the next step in improving?
Maybe just corner speeds, maybe getting on the gas earlier, maybe just not holding the brakes as much as I'm normally, but except from that, really good.
Confident maybe you're going to be aiming for podiums, wins, top 5s? What's the aim?
Aim for a podium, because in practice I got 3rd and fastest, so try just to aim for a podium.
Who are going to be your biggest rivals out on track then? Who are you sort of aiming to stay on the pace with?
Maybe Emilio Pereira, Tommy Williams, and the people who are at the round top 3 stuff pace.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you for having a chat with us, Joey. Best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Lewis Hull in the Extreme 200 class. Lewis, into Ellough Park, how are you feeling?
Confident. The track's grippy and I'm really enjoying it here. I'm finding the bike, obviously I'm new to the 190 Bucci, so I'm really enjoying it though so far.
What sort of adjustments have you had to make then, coming in onto a new bike, of course? Is there different riding style, different sort of mechanical setup that you've had to do?
Yeah, obviously I did a little bit of testing last year on a 50 and then I ended up having an accident that knocked all my confidence on riding a geared bike, so I stayed on a Elite liquid cooled, and then we recently sold my 50 and bought a Bucci, and I'm just getting used to it and I'm really enjoying it and taking a little bit of adjusting. You have to use a different riding style, but apart from that I'm happy.
Of course, off the back of Friday practice today, what is your biggest takeaway? What are the pros, what are the cons? What do you need to work on over the weekend?
Just looking for a bit more corner speed, obviously on a newer bike, bigger bike, so I just need to find my corner speed, become more comfortable on the bike, but I'm happy with how my lines are currently. Obviously need to improve, but happy where I am considering I've only rode it a couple of times.
Looking beyond this round then, of course, for the rest of the season and beyond potentially, what are your aspirations for the future?
Hopefully we're just going to practice this year and get good on the Bucci, and then maybe next year we're going to contend for the championship.
Look out for you next year then, of course, as one of the front runners potentially. Thank you for having a chat with us and fingers crossed for some good results.
Thank you very much.
FAB-Racing then, the grassroots entry into motorbike racing and the embodiment of it right here. Kai Hawkin racing in the Mini Moto Pro class this weekend at Ellough Park. Kai, what are you thinking coming into this weekend?
To get a good podium and get some better results than my last round.
Off the back of Lid then, of course, was it a tough one for you?
Yeah, I didn't do as well as I wanted to do. So yeah, it was quite tough.
What were the takeaways from that then? Was it just an issue with pace, consistency, how you were riding the bike, and how have you managed to improve that coming into round 2?
We had the wrong gearing on, and I don't think I was riding as well as I am here now.
So do you feel a bit more confident coming into Ellough Park?
Yeah, I feel more confident. Yeah.
Ready to smash it for some good results. Have been sort of with the news that there is some rain on the forecast as well. Is that something that you've got experience in? Is that something that you feel like you can go out and do well in?
Yeah, I think I might be able to get some quite good results here in the wet, as I haven't rid here in the wet before.
What sort of changes to your riding style do you have to make when it starts getting wet then? Do you sort of have to change your lines, change sort of how you brake, how you get back on the throttle? What sort of differences are there between dry and wet running?
Sometimes some normal lines in the wet, they're more slippy in the wet. So sometimes you've got to change, and then in the wet you've got to try not to lean the bike over so much because it's more grippy on the bike when it's more upright in the wet.
One of the riders that have been getting some accolades recently, an award-nominated rider here, very, very young upstart, of course, Max Jensen. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about that award?
Yeah, I was nominated at the Bradford Sports Awards and I came second out of 600.
Awesome stuff, and that is an incredible feat, of course, for you. Does that fill you with happiness and confidence coming into another round of FAB Racing?
Yeah, a lot of happiness and confidence in FAB Racing.
About Ellough Park as well, is it a circuit as well that you can sort of use that confidence to go and get some good results?
Well, it's my favourite track and I love all the corners and how fast it is and that.
A fast circuit then, particularly of course for you guys on the mini motos, you are going to be getting towards your higher speeds. Do you think that then the racing is going to be good? Of course, qualifying tomorrow, track position versus how you can do in the race. Are you confident you can go for those overtakes?
Yeah, definitely, really confident, and hopefully we can get some good battles and some good results coming into this weekend.
Should be very, very good to watch indeed. Well, thank you very much, Max, for having a chat with us, and best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Racing on the Mini Moto Pro class this weekend for round 2 of FAB Racing 2024. Kaylin, how confident are you coming into this weekend? A very, very tough circuit in Ellough.
Yeah, it's a really good circuit, nice and smooth this year, and last year I got triple win, so I think I might do really good this year.
Feeling confident then? Are you hoping to replicate that success?
Yeah, I'm hoping to, but if I don't, then I think it might be a third or nearly.
Aiming for podiums then, and what is a very, very competitive class at that for the mini motos. I mean, do you feel like even if you sort of don't aim for the top or even the podium, that it's sort of a tough round for you? How are you going to feel for the rest of the championship?
So if I don't really get first, then it's still going to get me some points if it's fourth or third. And yeah, I don't really think it'll knock me down that much in the championship.
Are you aiming for that then this year for the Pro Mini Moto Championship?
Yeah.
Going to be the aspiration. Of course, the thing on everyone's mind over this weekend, of course, last year completely dry running for all 3 races. This year the possibility of rain. Is that something that you is something in your thought process? Is that something you're going to have to adapt to maybe over Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, I don't really like the rain, but we've never been on the track when it's raining at Ellough. But yeah, I'm really good at the rain, so I think I might be able to do quite good.
Well, fingers crossed. Best of luck for, of course, this weekend and for the rest of the season, Kaylin.
Thanks.
MotoGP Mini GP 50 rider here of Brad Curtis. Welcome to Ellough Park. How are you feeling coming into this weekend?
Yeah, feeling quite good. I haven't really rode on the MotoGP, but yeah. And if it's raining tomorrow, I'm quite happy if it rains, but I've never rode on my 50 in the wet, so I'm not forward to it. So
looking forward to a new challenge then. Not too scared as such, so still filled with confidence. Do you see it as just a learning experience?
Well, everything's learning really. Well, I was good on the wet and the mini, but yeah, just see what happens.
And what sort of differences are there going from a mini moto into the MotoGP Mini GP 50s? What adjustments have you had to make for this season?
It's definitely more technical, and like I said, I never get my gears right.
Is that something that's quite tricky to get a hand of then, especially at Ellough Park, of course, quite long with some heavy braking zones as well? Must be a lot of gear changes.
Well, this track is more of every corner's different, and it's it's a good track, but the gears, I'm alright going down the box, I just never remember what gear I'm in.
Got to make sure to keep count then as you're going around and try and stay on top of things. When it comes to results, of course, you say that you're aiming to sort of learn as much as you can about the bike, but do you reckon there's still some good results on the cards?
Yeah, I think I could still get good in the year, but I think I can get better. But my aim this round is to start pole on the grid and finish pole.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck for this weekend, and hopefully we'll see you on the top step.
Okay, thank you for my skill for helping us out, Bernard Gilbert, and then good luck for Seth Bomber Haywood to get better soon.
Awesome stuff. And straight into some of our very talented female riders here for FAB-Racing, the future, of course. And, well, introduce yourself and how you're going to get on today.
I'm Bethany and I'm riding in the 70s and extremes.
Of course, off the back of Friday practice, are there positive signs to take from today?
Yeah, definitely.
What sort of adjustments have you had to make for this weekend? Of course, for you guys on the 70s, short running last time out at Lid. Coming into Ellough Park, what sort of learning adjustments have you made to the bike?
We've just adjusted like the carburetor, but there's not really a lot of a learning adjustment to do. I just gotta learn to run it better than I normally do.
And what are the bigger challenges here at Ellough Park? Quite a fast, demanding circuit to get to grips with. Is it one that you feel confident on you can get up to the pace with?
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, over the weekend as well, the threat of rain is looming quite large. Is it going to be something that you're quite scared of? Is it something you're experienced in? Is it, well, maybe something can shake up the order? I'm
pretty experienced with the rain, so I think I'll do okay.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck to you for this weekend, and, well, hopefully it stays nice and dry.
Thank you. Keep going.
And straight into another one. She's trying to run away. Who are we going with? Go straight to Harry Payne next up. How you doing, and, well, how are you feeling about this weekend?
Good.
And what are you riding this weekend?
Mini GP 70s and maybe the extremes.
So going for two classes, does it get quite demanding on a race weekend to have, two lots of racing and two lots of qualifying?
Today it was especially hard because it was a 70 session first, and straight after we had the extremes, so I had no time to sort of sit down before I could get out again. But I think tomorrow it'll be different and the 70s are out first.
How are you feeling? Of course, with the 70s last time out at Leeds, you only managed to get one race in, which means you're going to be doing 4 this weekend at Ellough Park. That does mean if you're on the pace at Ellough Park, great, you've got more chance for points. If you're not so much on the pace at Ellough Park, of course, it's more races for you to lose points. How are you feeling about your pace, and do you reckon the 4 races is a good thing or a bad thing for you?
I think the 4 races could be good, as I think it might be raining, and I'm quite quick in the rain as well. But this morning I was with the front 3, and then I dropped back and they all improved and I stayed the same. So then I was struggling for the rest of the day, but when it's wet I should be doing better.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck for this weekend. Hopefully you can bring them some good results. The stars of tomorrow here at FAB-Racing. Another one of our very talented female riders of Annabelle McCarthy. Annabelle, tell us your thoughts and feelings coming into Ellough Park.
At first, it was a bit trying to get used to the track because I haven't been here for nearly a year. But then, now that I've got used to it, I'm getting into some of the times that I wanted.
And we spoke to you, of course, last time out at Lid, and you're sort of trying to adjust to a new bike. Do you feel a little bit more confident after having a few races last time out?
Yeah, I feel a lot more confident because now that I feel like I've bonded with the bike a lot more now.
So you're going to be looking to get some good results. I mean, the Extreme 200 class, incredibly competitive, some huge names. Do you reckon you can bring home some good results?
Yeah, I'm hoping to get in the top 5.
Big aspirations, of course, and, well, pretty much every rider has brought up the fact that it could well be raining over the course of Saturday, maybe Sunday as well. How do you feel about that coming into a weekend?
I'm a bit nervous because I haven't really ridden in the wet on my new bike, but hopefully I'll do good.
And what sort of adjustments do you have to make sort of when it starts raining to your riding style? I mean, of course, it is a different bike for you, but generally, how do you adjust when it starts spitting?
I try and keep the bike up as much as I can. I try and avoid some of the white lines because I know they can be slippy at some points.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck for this weekend, and hopefully you can go get them top 5s like you said.
Thank you.
Well, the weather may be dismal, but it is certainly not dampening our spirits. Hello and welcome to the second round of the 2024 FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championships. It is a pleasure to be bringing you all of the action here from Beccles and the Ellough Park Raceway. My name is Ross McIntyre. Alongside me in the commentary box is Zach Sweeney, and we are very, very excited. We are just getting to the end of our final few qualifying sessions here, and then we will be getting ready to go racing for 11 races today. We'll explain a bit more about that a little bit later on with what's going on instead of our normal 10. But Zach, pleasure to have you back alongside me. Pleasure to be here at Ellough Park as well. It's looking like it's going to be a very exciting weekend of racing.
Yeah, I mean, coming into today, I was already very, very excited. Ellough Park itself is a circuit that lends itself to racing really, really nicely. The fast-flowing nature of it, of course, one of the longest circuits here in East Anglia, and a rider's favourite. We were talking to them in the paddock. The general consensus is that it's a fun circuit. Very slim margin for error, though, here at Ellough Park. Couple that with some wet weather, and you've got a recipe for some great racing.
You absolutely do. We've seen some fantastic races here in the past at Ellough in FAB, and it is, as you said, Zach, a real rider favourite, a real fan favourite as well. And we are sure to expect some fantastic action. Of course, if you're just joining us, you are not missing any of the action just yet. We are just in the final few qualifying sessions to decide all the orders for our race 1s, 2s and 3s. And of course, that with 11th race that we've got today. Yes, we are running 11 races today instead of our typical 10 on a Saturday. That race extra that we are running is the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 Race 2 from the previous round at Lid, of course. We missed all of the race 3s and the second race at Lid after an issue on the track, and unfortunately we had to call an end to the weekend's racing early. Those races that we missed, that were being run over the remainder of the season. So the second Mini GP 70 race that we've got to look forward to today, that is race 2 from round 1. It's just that we're holding it here at the second round. Try and wrap your head around that one, but it should all make sense once everything is done and dusted. So, as I said, 11 races to look forward to today, but only 10 round 2 races, 1 round 1 race. And as you can see on your picture, weather's falling a little bit. We had a little bit of rain last time coming towards the end of Sunday at Lid before it all went a little bit wrong, and we had to bring everything to a close as the AC40 pros head out for their second qualifying session. Here, I think it's safe to say the heavens have well and truly opened.
It's been a little bit tentative. The weather's not been overly sure as to what it wants to do. Obviously, woke up this morning, looked outside the window and was like, yeah, well, it's raining. Brilliant. Fun. Awesome. The predictions were right. The forecast was correct. But now we're here. We had the initial downpour, and ever since it's sort of been on again, off again, differing levels of intensity as well over the course of the morning. Of course, they had their quick warm-ups into qualifying, and it's a quick adjustment to make. They've had to jump straight into it, onto the bike, and be up to pace, because these qualifying sessions dictate the starting order for all 3 races, and in the case of the GP70s, all 4 races they've got this weekend. So you've got to adapt to the wet and be quick. There's a lot to wrap your head around.
It absolutely is a lot to wrap your head around, but as they say, rain is the great equaliser. It brings everything that you know about racing, brings everything that you've learned, especially if you're not that confident in the wet, and it changes things up. You have to be so careful on the bike. You have to trust in the bike and trust in your own ability as well. But you just got to be brave a lot of the time, but there is a fine line between being brave and being a bit stupid. We've seen already in some of the practice sessions this morning, riders just pushing it a little bit too far, a little bit too hard, and nearly losing it, in some cases very much losing. You saw Harry Payne have a huge moment earlier, and then a Marc Marquez-esque save from him. It's a shame we weren't able to capture it because we weren't live at that moment, but my oh my, it was brilliant to watch from the commentary box window. But as you said, the rain, it's on and off. It's not as heavy as it was this morning when it is on, and as we can see on the circuit, there are dry lines forming in some parts of the racetrack, but in other parts of the racetrack it's very, very wet, especially off the racing line. So that's something you've got to watch out for as well. And of course, this is a circuit where there's lots of white lines, lots of curbs. One slight little touch of those and it could be a real error, and you could find yourself on the floor very, very quickly. Obviously, we're hoping that no one encounters that, but it's something that these riders do have to bear in mind. And especially some of the younger riders that we've got out here, of course, is the AC40 Pros. It's the first real step up from the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup that these riders have. It's the first real competitive racing that these riders will be doing outside of the rookies. So a lot of these guys maybe not that experienced, haven't had too much time on the bike. Again, some of them as young as 7 years old. So maybe not as much time racing in the wet as much as it does like to rain in these fine isles that we call home. But hopefully it should be some great racing nonetheless.
It's got to be done. At some point they're going to have to learn how to ride in the wet. They're going to have to face with it. It's something that you really cannot avoid. As you say, we live in the UK. Rain is inevitable at some point in your career. But that's what makes British riders so strong. Of course, there we can see how slim the margin of error is. That is, of course, Rex Austin that's had a bit of an off there in qualifying. Well, obviously a very, very competent rider, it must be said. Qualified P4 last time out when we head to Lid. So the pace is there, but again, just goes to show that experience and building yourself up, finding the confidence, and particularly in the rain as well, it's more about finding a rhythm to get good lap time, and a knock like that could very easily knock your confidence.
Yeah, it certainly can. Like you said, rhythm is everything. Bravery is everything in the wet. It's just about trusting in your own abilities, getting out onto the racetrack and just trying to run your own race, really. And even when you're fighting with other bikes, as I'm sure we'll be seeing lots of that later on with our racing action that we are not too far away from, it is much more about just keeping going around and just sitting on your own bike and checking on your own race. We have got a rider down there. That is the number 96 who's gone down, of Kaylin Ratliff. That's down at the opening turn. Looks like he's going to be able to get going again, hopefully. Again, the one good thing about these mini moto bikes, if you do have an accident, it's not a long way to fall. And of course, they're not the fastest machines that we have here this weekend, even though we do have, some pretty fast riders on there. So it's not necessarily the worst thing in the cap if you go down. A lot of the times on the mini motos you will see the riders just getting straight back up, straight back onto the bike and getting going once again, although not necessarily in the qualifying sessions where you're much more likely to just take a moment and reset and maybe just keep going around.
Yeah, and again, falling off, it's one of those things that is going to happen. Similar to racing in the wet, you're going to come off. You're going to make a mistake. No one's perfect. It's good to sort of get used to making that mistake, getting confident with falling off, because if you're constantly scared of falling off, you're not going to be able to push. As goodness me, well, that is going to be a huge hit. That's down at T1. One small mistake with the brakes, and, well, thankfully, there's a decent chunk of runoff.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Again, braking in the wet, it is tricky. And that turn one, we've seen riders come off there a lot before. Cast your minds back to a few years ago, 2022, I want to say. Mark Holt from the lead of the race too in the Mini GP50s. Huge off down at turn one, just getting it wrong on the brakes. And that was in the dry as well, maybe a little bit greasy if anything. This in comparison is an absolute waterfall. We've got another rider down at the final turn as well. These mini moto guys are struggling. The rain has started to come down a bit heavier, so maybe, again, you've got to think about the rain on the visor as well and things like that. It all comes into play, it all comes into effect. So many different aspects that these young riders will be having to think about. But of course, it's not just young riders, it's the older guys out there as well on our senior classes and the pit bikes and the mini F1 sidecars, for example. It's going to be a challenge for every single rider out there on the circuit, and it will be very interesting to see how the racing unfolds. The weather app says tomorrow it's looking to be a little bit drier, but still raining in the morning as we're expecting. And, well, time will tell, but it could be very interesting to see how it all unfolds. We're not too far away from the end of this second qualifying for the AC40 Pros. Just 5 minutes left to run, and then we'll have one more qualifying with the Pit Bike 140s, and then it's time to go racing. Right now, Zach, it's got to be said, in this class, Mason Frederick looking absolutely untouchable at the moment. 1.5 seconds ahead of Preston Baker in P2.
Yeah, sensational stuff. Again, is continuing that form that we saw from Frederick over in Lid. Took a double victory from pole position, of course, last time out of round one, and is looking to continue that momentum. And that, again, is another big thing for a rider as their mentality. It's not just about getting on the bike and going quick. It's also about feeling confident, having that sort of sense of belief in yourself, in your ability, and that trust in the bike that you can go out there and go quick. And Frederick is absolutely smashing it. A 1.7 second gap between best times back to Preston Baker. That is a pretty sizable jump, in considering there's only 10 corners here at Ellough.
Yeah, it is quite a long circuit actually, to be fair, but there's not many corners, quite a lot of straights. Of course, you've got to remember the rain as well, that will change things up, but Mason Frederick right now, the only rider into the 59s in this session, of 59.874. Absolutely flying out there at the moment is Frederick on that number 5. Let's see, as Zach said, if he can continue that form from Lid. Hello and welcome if you are just joining us to the second round of the 2024 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Zach Sweeney alongside me in the commentary box. And although the rain is coming down, the spirits are not dampened. It is a great weekend of sport. Of course, got the FA Cup final kicking off later on. British touring cars over at Snetterton. We've got MotoGP at Catalonia this weekend. We've got 2 of the Triple Crown over on 4 wheels. You've got the Indy 500 and the Monaco Grand Prix tomorrow. But of course, that's all irrelevant because FAB-Racing's on this weekend. And this is what it's all about for us. It's about watching the best of young British riders getting out there and showing us what they can do and getting up onto the world stage.
All those other guys, Indy 500, F1, whatever, they've already proven themselves. They've already,
MotoGP, who needs that?
They've already gotten to the top. This is where you want to be because these are the stars of the future, all right? We've got the stars of tomorrow here today for FAB-Racing. They are absolutely sensational young riders and, you know, few years' time, when you are watching MotoGP and things like that, you're going to be seeing these names, and you want to be one of those people that can get your ticket early. You don't want to be riding the hype train later on in their career when they start getting good. You want to be right here, right now, able to follow that progression, because some of these guys are going on to some very, very huge things. Some FAB graduates already are doing some pretty good things.
Yeah, absolutely. The likes of Scott Ogden, Scott Redding, of course, made it up into MotoGP. You know, FAB's been around since 2004. If this is your first time watching FAB, it's well, as old as I am, which is rather depressing to put it in that context.
Older than me.
But it is really the best place for young British riders to get that start in motorsport and in motorcycle racing. Of course, we are the gateway into the R&G British Talent Cup as well. The next step for young riders as they start to really show what they can do. Since 2019, over 60% of the British Talent Cup field has been filled by graduates from FAB-Racing, and the top 2 in every championship year since then have all come from FAB. We do have a British Talent Cup rider here with us this weekend, Lucas Brown. He's back once again after a good showing at Lid, so great to see Lucas back here getting some track time, but catching up with some old faces as well, and you know, really inspiring the generation below him and showing what they can do if they keep putting in the time, keep putting in the effort, and keep putting in the work. Not long to go in this session, 1 minute 30, then one more qualifying session, then it's time to go racing. And again, the rain is coming down. It is very much wet tyres at the moment. We were discussing earlier, coming into the lunch break, maybe at the end of the day, you might be gambling on slicks. We're not quite sure at the moment. As it stands, very much full wet conditions.
It very much is. So, yeah, of course, they do have the grooved, treaded tyres, not just the completely slick surface. So, of course, the tyres on these bikes going to be fairly similar to what you'd see sort of on your road car, looking to displace as much water as possible to maximise that contact patch on the tarmac, because when it starts raining, of course, you have that natural layer, and that's not grippy. You can't grip water. It's a little bit slippery, right? Tarmac, though, nice and grippy. That's what the bike wants. That's what you need to go and get, and that's what the tyres are trying to get the water out of the way so the bike can hold on to that, which is why, in slicks, you are absolutely hopeless. But maybe if the rain stops soon-ish, thankfully, because there are loads of bikes displacing that water, it can get into slick conditions fairly quickly. The question is, are you going to be one of those that are willing to gamble?
Yeah, not entirely sure. I mean, we did see some dry lines forming in the practice sessions before lunch. They've now largely disappeared. Again, the rain is starting to hammer down again, but it's on and off. It's on and off. Right now, it's very much on. Some very heavy clouds as far as the eye can see here at Beccles. But for the time being, the rider's going out there and putting on a show nonetheless. Frederick still on top, although the gap has come down a little bit. Rex Austin only 7/10 away now. His best lap time, a 1 minute dead .582. Kaylin Ratliff not far behind him either, a 1 minute dead .849, as we've got another rider down there. Of course, you can see the rain on your screen. The wetsuits are on. And yeah, so very, very interesting to see that one. But time will tell what's going to happen. Checkered flag is out in this session. Of course, we'll have to get all the grids confirmed for you later. They do take the best lap time from both qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. And we think conditions are slightly better in this qualifying session, so it could very much be just the end of this session. We'll have to wait and see.
That's the thing, though, particularly in changeable conditions like this. You can't be off for even one lap because of the fact that it's constantly changing, and sometimes the track might be half a second quicker, half a second slower between sessions from Q1 to Q2, even just in the session itself, lap by lap. You need to be on it, because if you don't maximise that one lap that you're on when the track's quick, you could very easily be half a second off, purely because the track's slower. Not necessarily because you're off the pace, but because the track itself is slower. And when the qualifying grid decides all 3 races, that's a big penalty to take if you mess up qualifying.
It's the problem with changeable conditions and the problem with wet weather running. Again, as I said earlier, it is the great equaliser, but sometimes it can just cause havoc, and if you make a mistake or get it wrong, it can really, really punish you. Still, there is one more qualifying session to come. The Pit Bike 140s will be heading out in just a moment's time. Can see them forming up on the dummy grid. You might just be able to see them coming into the back of your shot in a moment. Actually, no, there's a pit building in the way, so you'll see them flying around in a moment. But there will be one more session to go. The Pit Bike 140s, the AC40 Pros, just coming to an end. And then, as we see some of the riders getting escorted back to the pit lanes by our roving marshals. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals this weekend. The circuit side marshals in the orange, and then the roving marshals, often the parents of FAB-Racing, who have to help out. We couldn't go racing without them, so a big thanks to them, and of course to all the medical team and the race directors, Rob and Roger Keys. A big thank you to all of them. As there we see the happiest man on the planet right now, the Fab photographer, Dale Baldwin, stood there in the rain. He's doing a great job regardless of the conditions.
Not quite to the same extent of the sunny coasts of Kent that we had a couple of weeks ago, where it was lovely and warm and nice and toasty for the whole weekend. Very, very different, but we're racing. We've got to go in conditions. Rain is no excuse to not go racing, obviously when it's manageable and things like that, but we've got to be there. And of course, for the guys on the bikes, that's one thing. They're obviously getting the nice adrenaline kick, keeping them nice and warm. All the marshals out there just, sometimes they're stood for hours on end, just waiting to wave a flag or go and retrieve someone from the track. It gets a bit cold, of course, especially in your fingers and your toes. So, of course, they are all doing a fantastic job. But heading their way out onto circuit, then Q2 of the Pit Bike 140s. This was one of the best categories of last round. The racing that we got between Lucas Brown and Chris Wells was nothing short of fantastic. Of course, we don't have the reigning champion of Wales, so Lucas Brown, let's see what he can do.
Time will tell. The man you see on your screen right now, though, Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic, as he has. That was a little mistake there from Lucas Brown coming into the hairpin. So hopefully Lucas Brown on his outlap, just getting it a bit wrong, maybe took a bit too much into the hairpin there. Jamie King, though, Ellough Park, this is his home track. He knows it better than everybody else. Though it's not a track that's always been kind to him. Had a really, really big accident a few years ago. Had to spend a few nights in hospital as a result. But he does absolutely love it round here. He knows it like the back of his hand, even in the wet. So that is a man who, we'd say time and time again, looking to step onto the top step of the podium for the first time since 2022. Maybe with no Chris Wells, maybe this is the chance for him. This is the chance to start his real championship challenge and really step up and get up there. He is just about to start his first lap. You can see the riders at the moment just crawling round. Again, with wet weather qualifying, it's not like normal qualifying we have at FAB, where the riders just go out there and just start hounding in the laps straight away. It's going to take time for the riders to build up that confidence, build up that speed, as Lucas Brown hits a puddle and goes down on the middle of the circuit. I said half a lap previously, maybe he was pushing a little bit too hard. That time wasn't pushing too hard. That was a silly little mistake from Lucas Brown, clipped a puddle. Hopefully the bike is okay. He will get going on that AMR machine, hopefully. But Lucas Brown, early drama in this qualifying session.
Yeah, he's got to hope that's not going to knock his confidence too much, because like we said, in the wet weather, obviously in the dry and things, you know where the grip is. Lap after lap, it's going to be consistent in the dry, so you can go out there, you can do a sight lap, you can do a push lap, you can do a cool down lap, and then do another push lap. In the rain, there's another rider down. That's is down as well. He's going to be trying to get back up nice and quickly, but you've got to be in the rhythm. You've got to flow into things, know where the grip is, feel at one with the bike. It's very difficult to just get on and go. Another thing when it comes to disrupting rhythm, all these yellow flags out on circuit, you're going to need to slow down to avoid an incident. It's not just the riders that go down that are affected.
Yeah, absolutely. One person goes down and it can mess up everybody's qualifying session. 8 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. And already two rather big incidents. Lucas Brown was able to keep going. Can Alfie Garrett get it going once again? Looks like he's got it started, and indeed he will pull up the front wheel and head back out onto the track. So great to see him back out on there. Again, hopefully confidence hasn't taken a knock, although he may be a little bit battered and bruised from that one, I'm sure. Jamie King currently sits at the top of the table, but he's the only one who's really put in a competitive lap time at the moment. He was the first one out onto track, so he was the only one who didn't experience any yellow flags on that opening lap. He just crosses the line now, as we see lap time at 1 minute 0.829. So they're actually running slower than the AC40 pros at the moment, but it is very early in the session. King backing off a little bit there into the head. You can see visor goes up. He's just taking a moment to rest, recuperate, probably looking behind and wondering where everybody else is, but he'll manage to keep going. Will, the four-time FAB-Racing champion. So far, though, again, no one else has got a competitive lap, and he's got the provisional fastest time by almost 5 seconds.
Yeah, but say the session was to get red flagged and called right now, it'd be Jamie King that goes and gets pole position. So it is very important to go out and get a lap down. Doesn't need to be the lap by any means. Doesn't need to go and shatter a lap record or anything like that, which would be quite difficult because obviously it's quite wet. But it doesn't need to be anything spectacular. Just a lap that you can have as a benchmark. You've already done Q1, so that of course is something you can fall back on quite nicely. Coming into Q2, just put a lap time down. Something that, should things go wrong, a yellow flag on your flying lap or a red flag that calls off the session or you making a big mistake, there is something, there's a backup, and that fills you with confidence to then go and push. So Jamie King, with a decent lap time already down in the books, can now spend the rest of this session refining his craft and finding that lap time.
Lucas Brown, meanwhile, he has now set a competitive lap, only half a second off of Jamie King, clocking in a 101.328. Again, we are expecting the laps to get faster and faster of the session as the confidence builds. Maybe dry lines start forming. Certainly a lot of the big puddles start to get displaced. And I'm sure all of the riders out in our first race after this will be watching the track vehemently, hoping and trying to see where people are making mistakes, where, you know, riders are pushing hard and not. As Jamie King getting the knee down, really committed through that back section. Lots of undulation through there, a lot of fun in the dry, super slippy in the wet. And again, Ellough Park, it's one of those tracks where it's very, very slippy in the wet, due to all the kart rubber that gets put down here by, you know, not just kart racing, but punter karts going round as well, similar to Rower in an essence. 5 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. King comes to the line once again. Into the 59s he goes, at 59.788. Jamie King starting to push.
Yeah, very, very good lap time put in just around a halfway point in the session. So yeah, just 5 minutes 20 to go, which is probably looking at a decent 4 laps a push. I mean, maybe you can squeeze in a fifth if you're lucky. Depends how much leniency you're going to have. Are you going to be pushing for the entirety of the session, or are you going to lift off a little bit? There is Lucas Brown, the number 7 machine. Now the question is, does this bit of traffic, does it help him or does it hinder him when it comes to pushing for lap time?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously good to be able to follow someone in the wet. It's, you know, you can kind of see what they're doing, maybe pick something up for yourself, go, oh, I've not done that, maybe I should give that one a go, something along those lines. But as it stands, I think Lucas Brown would rather be out in front chasing on his own, because he has just set a 59.419 on that previous attempt. That puts him to the top of the session by 3.5 tenths of a second as he continues to follow round. That is the 22 of Thomas Dudson in front of him as they head down into the back, or the final few corners, should I say. Obviously, if it was sunny, all of that outstretch of that corner would be filled to the brim with spectators. Maybe not quite today. A lot of the paddock deciding to hide away in their awnings and just try and stay dry as they cross the line once again. Another fastest lap there for Lucas Brown at 59.419, ever so slightly faster. So yeah, it has been a very strong session there for Lucas Brown. Can Jamie King respond though? Can Charlie Eagling maybe get any closer, as we've got yellow flags out on the circuit? We'll wait and see if everyone is okay, but the ride is still going round as it stands. Maybe the wet weather, as there we see that is the 20 of Alfie Garrard. We saw her have an issue earlier, another issue there. Again, it's tricky in the rain.
It is, yeah, and you know, there's no two ways about it, particularly when it is so changeable. Walking his bike through the puddle, goodness me, that does look fairly miserable. I'm sure he's more focused on whether or not he can get the bike back going again, because there is still 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this session. Doesn't seem to be the case, unfortunately, for him. But good thing is he put in a fairly competitive lap time. Competitive with the midfield at the moment, P6. in the standings, just behind Thomas Dudson by about a second or so. So there is time on the board, but maybe either it's a bike issue or a rider issue. Not entirely sure as to which side of things that it's going to be, but hopefully he's going to be able to go out there and be all right when it comes to the races.
Absolutely, as there we see, pushing a bit hard is Lucas Brown, just trying to negotiate. You can see there through that corner, on the corner entry, it's actually quite dry, and then coming to the corner exit offline, really, really wet. So it's all these things that the riders have to negotiate, and as you can see, some traffic coming in there for Mr. Brown as well, but I'm sure he'll make quick work of them as all trying to get their way through. I believe that's the 22 of Thomas Dudson. They're just trying to negotiate their way past at the moment. 2 minutes and 20 left on the clock in the final qualifying session of the weekend here at Ellough Park, as the riders again negotiating the very, very tricky final section. These corners are going to be very, very wet because of the slow speed nature. It's harder to disperse the water through there, and actually the checkered flag is already out, so looks like either they've called the session early or the checkered flag waves and they've decided, not sure what's happened, but that's the end of that qualifying session then. Lucas Brown looks like he's going to finish on top of the session with a fastest lap of a 59.419. Jamie King got close though, 59.649. Everybody else quite some way away. So the checkered flag waves. Again, we'll have to wait and get the grid confirmed for you, but it looks like it's going to be Brown versus King, a battle the whole way through.
Looks very, very close, which is the good thing. And a quarter of a second in the dry, maybe that'd be a fairly decent gap. In the wet though, things can click just like that, and you can go into a corner and suddenly have found 0.3 of a second, and that's instantly that gap mitigated. So it's all about just slowly refining it or just suddenly finding that grip. And now Lucas Brown and Jamie King come the races are going to be forced to be next to each other. Like you said, with that reference, they can follow each other, see what each other do, and hopefully that gap can close.
Absolutely. But of course, it's one thing to qualify, it's another thing to race. The race coming up later, of course, all of our race ones and a race 2 from the previous round, as we explained earlier, to look forward to on this Saturday. If you are just joining us just in time, we have just finished our qualifying here at the Ellough Park Raceway in Beccles, Suffolk, for the second round of the FAB-Racing Minimoto British Championship. And it is very exciting to be here, even with the rain hammering it down, even with the treacherous conditions. The riders are excited. We are excited to go racing here. And we are moments away from our first race of the weekend. Myself, Ross McIntyre, Zach Sweeney alongside me to bring you all of the action from this weekend. It is time to go racing. Now it is time for the opening race of the weekend, and it is one of the big ones. It is, of course, race 1 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. Of course, we only managed to complete one race last time out at Lid, Zach Sweeney, so the riders will be coming into this one hungry to prove and hungry to really kickstart their championship campaign.
Yeah, I mean, for them, it's basically, this is the start of their championship, effectively. I mean, they only had one race at Lid, so they're coming into this hoping that they can sort of kick things off. Of course, with the altered format for them, they're going to be going for 4 races, which means if you run really well at Ellough, happy days, you get an extra race, an extra chance at 25 points for a win. If you're not so strong at Ellough, that means that's going to be 4 grueling races of you trying to limit the damage. So it's going to be all eyes on this category. Of course, these are the young stars that are going to be progressing their way up the ladder, and some of them are very, very strong indeed. An incredibly competitive field, a lot of rivalries, particularly between the likes of Wilson Dils, Archie O'Brien at the front. They were going toe-to-toe at Lid. Look out for those two over the course of today.
I think another one we have to look out for, of course, is Jensen Bishop, who, out of absolutely nowhere, essentially stuck some new brake pads on him as we attempted to do race 2 at Lid, and suddenly was 2 seconds a lap faster than everyone else before he went down, and then the race got red flagged and it all came to nothing. But he was looking very, very fast with those new brakes, so let's see if he's still got the brakes, still got the ability. It could be all to play for. Again, it's raining. We're here at Ellough Park. As you said, Zach, we've got 4 races. There is so much at play here, especially early in a championship. And of course, you can't win a championship at first asking, but you can certainly lose it. You really have to have a strong start to the season and then carry on with those performances, carry on with those results the whole way through the year. And well, that's just what you're going to do if you want to be an LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British champion. Last year, of course, Marco Holt took a fantastic double victory in both the 50s and the 70s, the first rider to do that since Casey O'Gorman, and joined that illustrious club. And well, it could be very interesting to see how it's all going to unfold here today. The riders then into the holding area. As we can see there just at the back of your picture shot, sitting there probably getting soaked, but what's going through a rider's mind right now? What's the anticipation, the nerves like as you're getting ready to go racing for the first time in the weekend?
I mean, to be fair, they've had their 2 qualifying sessions to warm themselves up. Friday practice was nice and sunny, so ideal conditions. I mean, yeah, it got them familiar with the bike and stuff, but in the wet weather, they've only had 2 sessions, and they've had the entire other set of bikes to go through before they're now back on the bike. So for them, it's probably, plus lunch as well, hour and a half, 2 hours since they were last on the bike. A lot can change in that time, plus all of the pressure, the championship expectations for some of these riders. We big them up as much as possible, but that also does put a lot of pressure on their shoulders to go and deliver. So they're not coming out of a round disappointed. The adrenaline of a race, feeling nice and cold as well in their levers if they're sat there. So many emotions, and the person that's going to be able to deal with that best and hone it in and then take it nice and cautiously and nail the first lap could set themselves off to go and win this race.
This is, of course, the Premier Class here at FAB Racing. This is the gateway into the RNG British Talent Cup and into a career further on, of course. This is also an opportunity to get on to the MotoGP RedBull Rookies Cup. We've seen many riders progress from FAB Racing up to there this year. Of course, we've got the likes of Sullivan Mounsey up there, and Evan Belford as well. So great to see those guys up there showing us what FAB Racing riders can do on an international stage. Maybe one of the riders that we'll be watching today will be there next year or the year after or in the future. Of course, this is the place for young riders to start their career in bike racing. Thank you very much for tuning in. If you are just joining us, Zach Sweeney and myself, Ross McIntyre, bringing you all of the action from the second round of the FAB Racing Mini Bike British Championship. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know who you think is going to come away from this weekend with all of the points and all of the podiums. Only time will tell that it's almost time for the 70s to make their way onto the grid for one sighting lap, and then it's time to go racing. Again, pressure mounting. We've already talked about what's going through the young rider's mind, but surely it's one of those things, Axe, where the second the visor's down, it's into race mode. Nothing else matters. You're just focused in. Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Guy Smith, 2003 Le Mans winner the other week, and I said to him, I was like, you're in a Bentley at Le Mans. How did the pressure get to you? And he said, yeah, to an extent, but as soon as that visor's down, I'm here to do a job. I'm a racing driver. I know what to do. I'm confident in my ability. I'm going to go out there and do it. Very marginal times does the doubts creep in. Fair enough, they're very dangerous when they do. It doesn't take a lot to seep into the crack to then bring down the whole thing. But 9 times out of 10, if you can just keep your composure, that visor comes down, these guys are absolutely ruthless should things come their way. They know what they're doing, how hard they race each other, and at a fantastic circuit like Ellough Park as well. It should be insane. First race of the weekend in the wet at a prestigious circuit like this, in a prestigious championship like this. The stars of the future here today. What's not to love? Well, absolutely everything is to love. Again, we're just having a quick delay here, and they'll be getting going racing. I think they're just making some final checks in the holding area down in race control as well before they'll give the go-ahead. We'll see the riders launching their way out onto the circuit before, of course, stopping and then going again and then stopping, and then we'll go racing. Takes a little bit of time to get there sometimes. A few riders, actually, you can see there with some umbrellas. They're the smart ones, I think. Doing better than some people in the country this week anyway, but most of them have wetsuits on. At least they can try and stay dry, but again, you can't really avoid getting wet. You just got to get out there and deal with it. We're lovely and dry in the commentary box, luckily, but it's it is not the nicest conditions out there. Wind has picked up as well. You can see the flags around the penultimate corner here. A lot of them were very happy just sitting there. It wasn't very windy earlier on, even if the rain was coming down. Now the rain is maybe eased off a little bit, but the wind has certainly picked up, and that's another factor for the riders to remember as well. Wind can, it can throw you off the bike, essentially. It can be absolutely brutal, especially, under braking in the wet as we are now. I mean, you can tell how bad it is because the airfield across the way that you normally see a lot of craft coming in and out of at Beccles, nothing of the like today. There was a helicopter earlier actually, but that is about all that we've seen. So not too far to go then. Crowd starting to pick up here at Ellough Park. We can see there Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, alongside some of our roving marshals. Just on the grid, they're having a chat with Rob and Roger Keys in race control. They're just off to the right-hand side, just outside of your picture. There'll be shouting at them through a window, I can imagine, just trying to figure out what's going on. And actually, I can just see out of the commentary box window, Roger Keys is walking down. So some intense discussions being held there. I think they might just be checking the light system, actually. And indeed they are. So they're just checking the lights. I'm sure they'll be bringing everybody out in a moment. And indeed they are. Some of the riders, I believe, are now starting to make their way out. And yes, we are. It's almost time to go racing.
Oh, I'm so excited. Absolutely cannot wait for this. Hopefully, we can have a nice smooth run of things. But this grid looks absolutely stacked. Just looking and seeing all of these riders slowly make their way to the grid. They do get themselves one side lap, which is something that these riders have to take, you know, as gold, right? This is a supreme luxury for them because it's one lap to acclimatise yourself to the grip. It is an invaluable piece of information because you can't win a race on lap one, but you can definitely lose it. And if you go into turn one expecting grip and don't have it, you can be asking for a lot of trouble. Getting a good start here at Ellough Park, getting yourself in good stead, settling into that rhythm away from traffic nice and early is going to be a good thing. So get yourself settled in on that side lap, get the tyres up to temperature, get the brakes into the rhythm of things, get used to the bike a little bit, find the grip, and you should be absolutely fine.
It absolutely should be. We see that Wilson Dils, he lines up on the pole position. Archie O'Brien in P2 as they get going on their sighting lap. And again, as you said, they'll just be using their eyes absolutely everywhere to dart and look for different things, look for where the puddles are, where the dry line potentially is as they make their way through. But, try and avoid coming off the bike as well on the sighting lap. That is never something that you want to go through. As there we see Harrison Day with the pink wet helmet on, making his way round as well. It's sure to be very, very exciting. Of course, a big grid to look forward to here at Ellough Park. And as the riders making their way around, it is anybody's guess. Again, Wilson Dils lines up on pole, Archie O'Brien in P2. Those two that we saw have a fantastic battle last time out in the Lydd in the opening race anyway, should I say, and for about half of race 2 before eventually the whole thing got called off. But Zach, you know, you got to think once again it's got to be between Dils and O'Brien. They were the class of the field at Lydd, but wet weather can change anything. It really can, as you say. Big equaliser when it comes to the conditions, and changeable as well. So adaptation is a huge skill these riders are going to have to learn. It's something they're going to have to learn if they want to get anywhere on the ladder up to, of course, MotoGP. You've got to be adaptable. You've got to settle into a rhythm very quickly. Otherwise, you're just going to sink, quite literally, to be fair, at the start of a race. You need to be straight on it, straight on the gas. It doesn't pay to go from meh to good to great. You need to go straight away, great, all the way through the race, because those moments where you're meh and good are going to cost you positions. They will indeed. Dils on pole, O'Brien in P2, Polehill P3, Lucy Curtis P4. It is all eyes to the red lights. It is lights out. We are underway. Great start there from Wilson Dils. Archie O'Brien slots into second place. Up the inside goes the 37 of Byron Johnson on Lucy Curtis, who drops back a few places at the opening corner. What a start that was for Byron Johnson, and what a start it is for Wilson Dils as well, as he tries to bolt away and establish a lead early on. The riders tentatively teetering their way around this very wet Ellough Park circuit. Up the inside there goes Harry Payne, learning from his mistakes earlier in practice and putting his braking efforts to good use as they now fly to the infield, and now the very tricky back section. Lots of undulation coming through here, and as you can see, it is soaking at that part of the racetrack. But it looks now, for the moment, Zach, everybody through cleanly. Dils should lead the opening lap with that's Archie O'Brien in P2, Finlay Polehill in P3. Yeah, nice start, of course, for Wilson Dils. A very important one at that. He's finding the rhythm, and he's not
got a battle to worry about. He's not looking over his shoulder, worrying where the other riders are. He's straight away honing into that rhythm, finding the pace, finding that consistency, and hoping that this gap is just going to grow and grow and grow. Archie O'Brien in P2, though, he's got all eyes, nearly tunnel vision on the leader. He needs to follow him, find some pace, reel that gap in. He's got 10 laps to go and get the lead.
You could see and hear just how gentle Wilson Dils was getting on the throttle out of the first turn. Just took an age to even apply it, let alone get onto full throttle through there. Just shows even, you know, the premier class here in FAB-Racing and the best riders at the moment in this premier class, just how, you know, how at the moment they're just trying to take every corner as they can, trying to find where the grip is and just looking and seeing what they can do. And as there we see, that's Byron Johnson. He's made his way through Finley Polehill. That's up into P3 for the fast-starting Johnson on that all-white number 37. Great stuff from him. Can Finley Polehill fight back? Can the likes of Harrison Day, who I believe has just got through on Harry Payne, try and fight his way past? Indeed, that is Harrison Day with the fastest lap of the race as well. Son of Josh Day, of course, former PSB rider, a 58.842, the fastest lap with 9 left to go. And if you look at the gap up the front, they're all starting to bunch up. Archie O'Brien's caught up to the stall, starting to catch up to the back of Wilson Dils, should I say. Behind him, you've got a lot of battles going on. As you see there, Harrison Day really looking fast at the moment. Finley Polehill was having to put on the defensive there from Day on the number 15, and Harry Payne's there as well. We could have a huge fight up the front on our hands.
I think we could. Where the races as well really sort of lend themselves to be fairly sensational stuff, because the track, different grip, different lines. If you try and go for an overtake and it goes wrong, very quickly it can go very, very wrong. So pack racing in the dry is difficult enough in of itself. When it starts to get wet and you move offline and it's a bit patchy here or there, trying to find the optimal line to dance your way through, if you're one of those riders third or fourth, you can very quickly capitalise. So I think if they all bunch up behind the Dils...
That's Hamish McIntosh. Eamon McIntosh has had enough visors off the helmet as well. He's had a big fall there. And that is going to be his race one over. A real shame for the Scottish rider, but up on his feet, that is great to see. Back to the front of the pack, yellow flags are out, so no overtaking at this section of the racetrack. Dils still leads from O'Brien. You can see there, all the way down to P6, all within one shot. This is brilliant action here at the opening race of the weekend at Ellough Park. And all that's having a go is Byron Johnson. Wonderful move, super brave on the brakes and up into second place. That man is the man with the pace right now. He's the man with the confidence. He's the man on the move.
And he's going to use that as a stepping stone as well. Of course, with everything being as close as it is, Wilson Dils not a million miles away, getting through on O'Brien, using this pace while he's got it, while he's found the advantage. Harrison Day as well eyes up the move into T1, but not quite close enough on Archie O'Brien, who falls down to P3. But while Byron Johnson has got this pace and whatever edge he's found, he needs to go and use it. Very meticulous stuff going into the braking zone of that hairpin. You rise up and then dip down, using that speed of gravity late on the brakes, and he's going to go for the lead as well.
Oh, super close between the leading pair. The rain is getting torrential out there. This is not just racing anymore. This is water sports almost. And Byron Johnson feeling brave once again. Does he try a similar move? He's going to give it a go. He's going to get it done. Byron Johnson to the lead with a superb send up the inside. Brilliant stuff from the number 37 into the lead of the race. He goes in this horrendous wet weather. He is just feeling super confident in the front end of that bike, in the front brake of that bike. And now with some clear track in front of him, he can get out of the spray, as we see behind as well. Harrison Day to the inside of Archie O'Brien. Nice stuff. O'Brien had to sit the bike up there. Oh! Johnson with a problem. Just half a lap after taking the lead. Byron Johnson, the bike expires. Devastation, heartbreak for the young man. But a mechanical issue comes into play, and what had been a brilliant performance, it's all come to naught.
And that is the heartbreak of racing. Byron Johnson, sensational pace, and he is going to be fuming. Heartbreak. So many different emotions, particularly at that age, start rushing in to you. Of course, now the lead fight goes back to Wilson Dils, and now, of course, with Harrison Day after his move on Archie O'Brien, he moves his way up into P2 as well. Such a shame, it must be said, of course, but what can be done? That is the the duality of motor racing sometimes. You love it, you hate it, but a fight for the lead, we definitely love.
We do love a fight for lead. A big shame for Byron Johnson. What an opportunity this is for Harrison Day. Having a look there, Archie O'Brien also trying to find his way around, but right now Wilson Dils is doing exactly what he needs to be doing. He probably knows at this point he doesn't quite have the pace to be truly leading this race. Just on, that margin, he's just putting on a defensive show, just putting the bike exactly where it needs to be, just trying to hold up the lights behind. But Harrison Day is going to do what Byron Johnson did just a few laps ago, and once again, new race leader. The 15 of Harrison Day set the fastest lap on the previous tour, and now up into the lead from 5th place. He was just a few moments ago. Harrison Day takes the lead.
And this is how quick things can flip in the wet. One rider finds something, finds a bit of grip, like what, of course, Byron Johnson did a little bit earlier on going into that hairpin. Found that it's a really effective overtaking move. Harrison Day saw that and was like, sweet, I'm going to use that. I found an advantage. His pace is remarkable, already trying to stretch out that gap, and then once he's got the gap, he can then start to rein it in a little bit, find that consistency, find that rhythm. But because they're such short races, only 4 laps to go already, ticking over into the second half of things, the good news for Harrison Day, he's not actually got that long to keep the lead.
No, he doesn't, but it's still going to be a challenge nonetheless. Of course, in conditions like this, half of the task is just staying on the black stuff, staying on 2 wheels. And Harrison Day, well, we know his talent, but maybe will he go too far? We'll have to wait and see. But right now, leading not comfortably, but assertively, and looking very, very strong out there. Can Wilson Dils respond? Again, part of the joys of being in second place. If you haven't quite got the pace, you can see what the rider in front is doing and essentially copy them, take their lines. Where are they getting on the throttle? Where are they hitting the brakes? Archie O'Brien probably doing a similar thing as well. But as it stands, it is Day from Dils, from O'Brien, your top 3. Harry Payne in P4, Finley Polehill P5. It is very, very close out there. But Day, and again, another fastest lap of 56.522, starting to pull a gap.
Yeah, he's finding that pace, finding that rhythm, and he's just out one with that bike. Of course, fielding some new colours, was in all white at Lid, but now he's sorted that livery and it looks absolutely sensational. Definitely adding at least a couple of horsepower to the bike, finding himself an extra couple of tenths of a second, and he is flying with confidence, and that's what you need. Of course, that gap for P2 is closing up, and that is going to be exactly what Harrison Day wants. He wants Archie O'Brien to start attacking Wilson Dils so they can fall further back and he can pull nice and far ahead. 2 laps to go, penultimate lap of race 1 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 race. Archie O'Brien, Wilson Dils for P2.
It is getting very close between that pair. Can O'Brien find his way through? It seems to be the crunch point is coming down at the bottom end of the circuit through that chicane and into the hairpin. Maybe O'Brien can launch a surprise attack on the number 91 machine. But right now, Dils still defending with all he's got. Again, we've only had 1 race in this championship so far, so Dils does lead the championship fight with only 25 points to his name, which again, rather bizarre. But as he holds off Archie O'Brien, coming through where he's been susceptible to a few overtakes already. But right now, O'Brien still trying to pile in the pressure, maybe trying to force Dils into a mistake. But right now, it is not working. Coming now to the final lap of the race. 1 more tour for Harrison Day, and it'll be Wilson Dils in P2. Archie O'Brien still P3, looking to the inside. You can see through the clear wet weather visors just the focus, the concentration of these young riders out there. They are pushing so hard and leaving everything out on the table. Just the sheer commitment and concentration. But can O'Brien find a way through, trying to take a bit more of a traditional wet line through that hairpin? Will he be able to find the gap? I'm not sure. Harrison Day, though, he's got half a lap to go. All he's got to do is just stay on the bike.
Exactly that. 2 more corners left to go, and Harrison Day will take the 2nd victory of the season here at Ellough Park. Treacherous conditions to conquer. He has managed to ride that bike to perfection. 1 final corner to go, and he will see the checkered flag first. Race 1 here at Ellough Park of the LS2 helmets goes the way of Harrison Day.
We've got 1 more lap. We've got 1 more lap. There's something's gone wrong somewhere. Either our timing or down at race control, but we've got 1 more lap. That is the last lap flag. Some miscommunication somewhere along the line. So we've got 1 more tour to go then. So it's still on between Dils and O'Brien. So one more tour. Okay then, maybe last chance to lose for Archie O'Brien. Once again, trying that wet with a line. Wilson Dils takes the compromising entry. Harry Payne very close on the outside as well. Can he try and find a way through? Suddenly a three-way battle for second. Harrison Day, meanwhile, we thought it was done last time. This time it certainly will be done. He's got a few more corners left to go. Round the hairpin, he creeps his way through the lake that is there. But coming to the final corner, now it's the checkered flag for Harrison Day. He takes a spectacular victory here in race 1 on the LS2 helmets, Mini GP 70 British Championship. O'Brien gets second at the line. Archie O'Brien into second with Wilson. No, it says Wilson Dils in second. Was there maybe a penalty for O'Brien? I am very, very confused by the whole affair. But Archie O'Brien looks to be in second, with Wilson Dils in third. We'll get those results confirmed to you, but what a ride from Harrison Day.
That was sensational. I think on the timing, it was called on the lap previous, so the timing didn't actually change at all on that actual final lap. But there he is celebrating around his parade lap. What a sensational victory. Full of happiness, Harrison Day, and goodness me, what a ride that was. Such maturity, such prowess, fought his way through the field from 5th place on the grid and takes victory here in Ellough Park. He came in to this weekend full of confidence and quite happy, actually, that it was potentially going to be a little bit wet, and he has been able to conquer the conditions perfectly. A little bit of confusion, so we will update you with the full results when we can. Shouldn't be too different to what it was on that previous lap. I think Archie O'Brien versus Wilson Dils, that was a little bit of a battle that was contested on the final lap. But all in all, as far as first races of the weekend go, not bad.
No, not bad at all. Great ride from Harrison Day. He takes the victory. Wilson Dils gets into P2. Well, Archie O'Brien, we believe, was in P2, but that's what our results say. Again, we'll get those confirmed for you. Wilson Dils was on the road in P3. Harry Payne was 4th. Finley Polhill P5. Lucy Curtis was 6th. With Jensen Bishop in 7th. George Ackerman, he was P8, the last of our runners out on the road. Unfortunately, we did lose Byron Johnson, Hamish McIntosh and Beth Ashby as well. So a few riders dropping out here, but nonetheless, we've still got another race today to come from the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70s. Of course, race 2 of the first round, and then the race 2 of the second round here at Ellough Park. They'll be out tomorrow. So plenty of action to look forward to from the 70s, plenty of action to look forward to from the day's racing as well. Still plenty of classes to come. But that was a great way to start the day, and even in the tricky conditions, what a show we just had.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are going to be looking forward to 2 races today of the LS2 helmets. Of course, they're going to then have 2 race 2s this weekend, so all the 2s for the Mini GP 70s this weekend at Ellough Park. What a weekend it is going to be, and I think we have just been shown the best trailer for that here this weekend. Of course, coming up, we're going to have the AC40 Rookies first race, of course, when we head over to the Mini Motos for a couple of races, but should be very, very good, and hopefully the rookies can shine in the wet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get going then. The AC40 Rookies, again, some of the riders on their very first step on what is a very long ladder up the road to MotoGP, and 2024 FAB-Racing is going to prove that these are some of the rising stars of the future. These guys put on a fantastic show last time out at Lid, and of course are going to be continuing to do that again today. Nelly Nuth was the one that took the first victory in a very close battle with Emilio Pereira, who then got his own back in race 2 and fought very, very nicely into the second race. Of course, then we didn't have race 3. Coming into this weekend, though, who is going to be the one on top in the wet potentially? Oh goodness me, we've had someone off before the race has even started. What on earth has happened there? Who is that that's gone off? It's caused a little bit of drama in the background. That's the 69 potentially, not entirely sure. We'll update you as soon as we can, but of course that is not the way that you want to start your weekend. The 69 of course is going to be going the way of, that's Randy Carter. That's unfortunately had an off, and well, before the race has even started, that's a little bit rough.
Yeah, that's not the way that we want it to go for Randy Carter. Hopefully everything is okay, but again, just shows how wet it is out there, shows how tricky it is. Of course, these are the rookie riders. Many of them, it's their first time racing in conditions like this, racing in such horrid conditions. So, you know, it's obviously going to take a little bit of a while for them to get used to, such conditions. But as they make their way onto the grid now, not too far away from getting going, and it will be Emilio Pereira starting from the pole. Of course, Pereira put in a brilliant performance there, as Nelly Nuth we see there in P11 as well. Of course, she took a fantastic win and second place last time out. Currently leads the championship based on a fastest lap alone, after Emilio Pereira got the same results as her, just the other way around, second and then first in race 2 last time out at Lid. But Nelly Nuth, she's only down in 11th, a disappointing qualifying from her. So what is going to happen in this one? Of course, the first race of the AC40 Rookies in treacherous conditions, about to get underway on their sighting lap. You can see a big grid of riders, as always in the Rookies, sure to be very, very exciting.
It sure is. And of course, like we say, these riders are constantly going to be learning. This could well be an entirely new experience for them. But that's what makes Britain so great, and what makes the UK produce such great riders, because we can have anything, right? We can have the absolute scorching temperatures we had last time out at Lid, and then we can come into Ellough Park and it be absolutely pouring down. We are forced to be adaptable, forced to be good in wet and slippery conditions, and this, teaching them at such a young age to be able to be good in conditions, means that when they go over to and race in Europe or on an international scale of some sort, and it does start racing, British riders typically have a decent advantage over the rest.
Emilio Pereira starts on pole position. Jensen Cedras alongside with Tommy Williams in P3. Austin Dils starts 4th with Reed Saxelby in 5th. Finley Stiles is 6th alongside, Randy Carter in 7th and Joey Athasich in P8. Maxwell Keats and Ethan Bayliss round out the top 10 with Nelly Nuth in P11 and James Dermott alongside completing the 6th row. Emerson Oakley is P13 with Freddy Taylor 14th. Noah Barfoot, he starts in P15 alongside Logan Paisley. Daisy Grayson is 17th with Jensen Brown alongside. Tyler Shirowdy is 19th with Claudia Dudman there in P20 with Caden Bailey and Katie Reason rounding out our 22 rider grid to look forward to here today. Hello and welcome if you are just joining us to the opening race of the AC40 Rookie class here at the second round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. The riders coming to the end of their sighting lap now. Had an opportunity to spot where the puddles are, spot what they need to do in these treacherous conditions here at the Ellough Park Raceway in Beccles in Suffolk. And now it's time for them to get into focus mode. Of course, the last little conversation with their parents, the roving marshals in the yellow high vises. Make sure that everything is okay for these young riders. Can be as young as 6 years old in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. And then it is time to go racing. And then, well, it's anybody's guess of what is going to happen. It could be chaos. It could be great racing. We could see someone expected just bolt away into the distance. We'll have to find out when the lights go out.
Yeah, the suspense is intense. And of course, these young riders are going to be feeling that in full force. They're going to be raring to go. Emilio Pereira, keep an eye out for him, of course, at the front. Of course, yeah, he got pole position, but the track's changed since then. He's going to have next to no reference going into turn 1. He's going to have no one to base it off as we head to the lights, and we'll get ready to go for race 2. Going to be heading our way over. The 5 red lights will come on and they'll run their way towards turn number 1. The first race of the AC40 Rookies class. Emilio Pereira alongside Jensen Cedras on the front row. What's going to happen here in a very damp Ellough Park? Lights are out and we are underway. Great start from pole position, it must be said, by our pole sitter as they run their way to turn 1. The 51 machine picks their way past quite nicely and are going to be funneling their way through. Seems to be a fairly tame start, fairly tentative for the most part, but a good start nonetheless from our pole sitter.
Yeah, great start there from Emilio Pereira. Holds on to the lead. Down through turn 1 is further back. All looks to be fairly clean as it stands. The riders having to negotiate, of course, 21 other competitors out on track in these horrendous conditions here at Ellough Park. It is very, very tricky. You can see the spray being kicked up by these mini moto machines. Vision will be difficult. A dive to the inside there. That looked like it could be Freddy Taylor on Emerson Oakley. Up the inside there, Nelly Nuth got a good start as well. She's gained a few positions, and riders just essentially sticking up the inside and praying the brakes work, praying they can send it through. But right now it is all clean. We are all racing very, very well. It is Emilio Pereira who looks to lead the opening lap here. Austin Dilks, I believe, has managed to slide through into second, and Reed Sachs will be in P3. So great stuff there. There is Pereira. He leads on lap 1. as they all cross the line now. A few moves being made as they make their way out of the final corner, but for now it's all clean racing. Lap 1 done.
Yeah, a couple of moves being made, but of course it's quite a vast field of bikes out there, so of course naturally there is going to be that pack racing start to form. Bit of a look to the inside of turn 2, very long right hander. Of course you've got to balance the bike, particularly in the wet. It's all about throttle control and trail braking your way through, but so far so good for our race leaders. No massive dramas once the race has started as they exit out of the second hairpin. Golden overtaking opportunity into the sweepers, though. This can kind of be where things get interesting.
It can be very interesting indeed. Of course, these mini moto machines, they've got little tyres, so naturally there's not a lot of mechanical grip there, just because there's not a lot of rubber to put on the road, both in terms of diameter and, you know, just how much of a contact patch there is. And obviously when it's raining, it's even worse because you're running wet rubber tyres, so, you know, there's tread, so there's even less rubber being put into contact with the road, and then you're going through the fastest part of the circuit with lots of standing water. It can breed chaos, as there we see that is a move attempted to be made there for some positions further up the pack. I believe that was Jensen Cedras having a look on Tommy Williams for P2, and indeed it was. As we look further back as well, there's still action all over the show. That, in fact, is race leader Emilio Pereira actually lapping some of our back markers there, I believe. So he is absolutely flying along. But as they make their way through the field, we see there some battles all throughout the pack. That's the 19 of Finley Styles. Reed Sachs will be in front. Randy Carter just behind, of course, after his little mishap on the way to the grid. Great to see him out there pushing hard and putting on a great display so far. That's Randy Carter, currently running P7 out of 22. I believe we do have every single rider still in the... yeah, we do indeed at the moment have every single rider still out on track, which is great to see. 6 laps left to go in horrendous conditions. These guys are riding well beyond their years.
Yeah, I've got to give my hats off to them. It always astonishes me every time we come to FAB-Racing and I just look, and these guys are 6 years old. I think what I was doing at 6 years old, it definitely was not hurling around a little mini moto up to 45 mile an hour in torrential rain. There's the 19 machine of Finley Styles looking to the inside of Reed Saxel. That's the fight for P5. Not quite close enough going into turn 2. Is going to have another look come turn 3. Committed on the brakes. Is he going to get the car stop, bike stop? And he does quite nicely. And is through by the time he gets to the apex and is up nicely into P5.
Yeah, this is a great ride here from Finley Styles. He's really putting on a great display. After starting P6 on the grid, he's worked his way up now into P5. So great to see from him. Just pushing his way through and staying with this upper midfield pack, should I say. Up the front, Emilio Pereira has vanished into the distance. He's 8.5 seconds clear on the previous lap over Tommy Williams, who himself and Jensen Cedras, they're both in a little bit of no man's land, although continue to fight. This battle, though, continues to rage on. Very, very tense racing. No one really pushing for moves. As I say that, though, Jensen Cedras looks to the inside, down at turn 1. Can't quite get second off of Tommy Williams, but again, showing he's got pace, showing that he's got some real guts and bravery on that number 2 machine, with 4 laps to go, showing he wants to get through.
Showing his hand more than anything, I think, is just saying to Williams, hey, I'm here, I'm ready to race. I am not going to be alleviating this pressure. Little bit back marker trouble they've got to contend with, but Emilio Pereira is dominating this race. 12 seconds is the gap, partially due to his pace, partially due to the fact that these two are battling so hard, but Jensen Cedras is all over the back of Tommy Williams. Surely it's an if or a when as opposed to an if he gets through, and there we go, still putting that pressure on. It's relentless.
Yeah, just trying and unable to find the gap as he continues to hound the rear end of Tommy Williams all over his exhaust pipe, but just cannot quite seem to make any sort of gap appear. There is race leader Emilio Pereira now making his way through some lap traffic as the guys down the back of the pack still doing a great job. Keeping it out there on the black stuff is quite frankly an achievement of itself in the rain. It is absolutely torrential stuff out there. Someone has clearly angered the racing gods this morning because they're really not being very kind to us. Emilio Pereira, though, of course, this will give him the championship lead, even though we've only completed 2 races so far this season after, of course, the cancellation of the 3rd race, round 1. That, of course, will be contested at a later date in the season, yet to be decided. But as it stands, Emilio Pereira in the opening round here, technically race number 3 of the season, stands to take the lead in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. As the riders make their way through the final corner, you can see umbrellas and hoods all up in the stands. And, well, it's actually some of the roving marshals there choosing not to have a hood up. They're feeling rather brave. Maybe not as brave as our young riders, though, as they continue to do battle out there on the circuit. Pereira having to negotiate some more traffic, heads on to the penultimate lap of the race. This has been an absolutely fine performance from that young man. He's just started quickly, bolted into the distance and not looked back. Yeah, that pole position lap, of course, really did help him out, gave him that good foothold coming into this race, and has since, like you say, not looked back. Used that side lap to great value, found the grip, got into the rhythm early on, didn't fall into the battle like Jensen Cedras and Tommy Williams have done. They've sort of now sort of just cemented themselves as fighting for P2 and P3, as opposed to following Emilio Pereira, who has just gotten his head down. That visor comes down and he becomes relentless. He'll be heading on to the final lap of the race, and with it will be his second race victory of the season and the championship lead to go with it. Granted, the championship lead at this stage in the season is more a novelty than anything. It's nice to have, doesn't mean too much, but when we get to Ellough Park again for the end of the season, people are going to look back and be like, could have scored an extra couple of points there, could have maybe gone for the win here. These moments, Emilio Pereira doesn't leave anything on the table, and he is bringing absolutely everything. Final lap of the race then for Emilio Pereira. Just watching him through the S's section on the previous lap, my goodness me, the bravery. Just look at how much he's tipping the bike in and how much speed he's carrying through the corners, even in this rocketing rain. It is ridiculous how much pace that young man has got. And of course, this is just unreal stuff from Emilio Pereira, and you can see there just struggling in the rain, struggling to see, but you'll see through here just relentless pace as he heads through the undulating S's. What a performance, what a ride, unreal. A few more turns to go for Emilio Pereira, and he will be on the top step of the podium. A bit more traffic to negotiate, but it's all looking very much smiles for the Pereira camp. Makes his way into the final few corners now. What a ride from that young man. Emilio Pereira takes victory in torrential conditions in race 1 of the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, and takes victory he does by quite some margin. What a performance, what a ride, what a win. You've got to be happy with that, haven't you? Giving us a little wave as well. I think maybe to the camera, straight onto the broadcast there. Absolutely top-notch stuff from Pereira. Look out for that name in the coming years. He is going to be fighting his way up through the ranks. Absolutely sensational stuff from Pereira, and he has absolutely nailed it here today. We are going to be having, I think, maybe a quick word in a couple of moments' time from one of the Mini GP 70 riders in just a second. Of course, we're going to run you through the results. Emilio Pereira then taking victory ahead of Jensen Cedras. Tommy Williams rounds off the podium. Finley Stiles ahead of Austin Dils. That's the top 5. Randy Carter from Maxwell Keats. Reed Saxelby in the end was P8, ahead of Ethan Bayliss and Joey Athasich, the top 10. Behind that, Freddy Taylor from James Dermott and Noah Barfoot. Nelly Newton, Emerson Oakley round off those that are going to be scoring points in this race. And the best time was set by Emilio Pereira. No surprise there, he was on fire, wasn't he? Yeah, I mean, 16 seconds up the road. That is a performance for the ages and a statement and a half from Emilio Pereira. What a victory it is for that young man. Jensen Cedras and Tommy Williams with a great performance as well, rounding out our podium there. But man, oh man, Emilio Pereira, I mean, that is a ride that's going to be talked about all season long. Just horrendous weather out there, and just disappearing up the front. That is a young man, confident beyond his years, mature beyond his years, and with an absolutely fantastic ride from him. Of course, we'll be seeing more of the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup tomorrow when they have their race 2 and race 3, but for now they can get back to the awning, get dry, and get some rest in before Sunday. Yeah, chill out a bit, I think, is going to be the idea for them. And they can rest up, dry up, and be back for some good racing tomorrow, because it's going to be a long day. 2 races, of course, for all the other classes. Still got one from the GP70s, but we're going to be heading our way over to the LC40 Elite. Race number 1 for the FAB-Racing LC40 Elite riders getting ready in the holding area, getting ready to get going. Of course, the rain is hammering it down. but we've seen some fantastic riding and some fantastic racing so far this weekend. So I think it's safe to say that in the top junior mini moto category, we'll be expecting to see more of the same. Of course, cast your mind back to Lid in the 2 races that we were able to get run there, and it was some very, very exciting racings. Of course, Logan Cousins and Mason Frederick doing battle lap after lap across both races. Of course, at the end, Cousins was able to come away with both victories, but he was on that LC40 bike, the liquid cool bike, while Mason Frederick was on the air-cooled machine. So down on power, but he was making all of that time up and then some in the corners. The rain, though, should make that difference in power between the liquid-cooled and the air-cooled bikes a little bit smaller. This is more about just getting your rhythm down, being smooth in the corners, not necessarily about what your bike can do in a straight line.
Say it was sunshine and rainbows today, which it could well be tomorrow, who knows. But when it comes to the bikes themselves, now it's nice and cool anyway. You're not too worried about the bike and keeping it in nice temperatures because, well, the conditions are doing that for you anyway. The ambient temperature is cooling the bike down enough, so much so that it shouldn't really be too big of a factor. Couple that with some conditions. Yeah, Ellough Park has got some quite heavy importance on straight lines, but when it's wet, there is such a heavier importance as to how you can come in and out of a corner, and that was what Frederick could do so well at Lid. We said that going into the corners, coming out of the corners, he was so much quicker than Cousins, but couldn't quite get the legs on the straight to go and contend. Maybe he's going to have some different fortune today, but very, very close qualifying between the top 3 in qualifying for this class. Cousins from Hall and Frederick at the top 3. It's going to be a good race.
It could be indeed. Great qualifying from Oliver Hall to get into second on that number 3 as well. And as I say that, is that problems for Oliver Hall? Oh dear, bit of the commentator's curse striking. Looks like he's been able to get going, and a small shake of the head. Hopefully it was just a small moment and nothing wrong with the oh dear me, Oliver Hall. Oh, that's on me, that one, isn't it? Oh
what
dear.
What have you done?
Oh, Oliver, I am so sorry. His dad Daniel running over just to make sure everything's okay, but issues there for Oliver Hall, just as I say how impressive he was in qualifying. Oh dear me. Well, hopefully, if he is able to get up to the grid, it was a great qualifying from Oliver Hall, wasn't it? Up into second place. And, well, this could be a great result for him. We know Oliver Hall, he's a real old school rider, really elbows out, just gets his head down and really does his talking out on the racetrack. And, conditions like this should suit him and his style perfectly. But, of course, just making sure everything's okay. The engine is running, but clearly there's something going wrong with the bike, but he's going to make his way over to the grid. Oh, goodness me, a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for Oliver Hall, but it will be Logan Cousins who starts from pole position. Hopefully, Oliver Hall alongside him, Mason Frederick in P3, alongside Henry Brodie in 4th. Kai Hawkin is 5th, with Kaylin Ratliff making up the 3rd row. Daniel Longhurst is joined alongside Bo Exelston. Tommy Keys is P9 with Max Johnson in P10. Arthur Rich is 11th with Josh Perkins in 12th. William Round is P13. And Oliver Wilson, he starts 14th. And of course, last but not least, on our grid of riders here, this is of course the top level for junior riders in the mini moto categories before they move up to the Metrokit mini GP classes. This is the time for them to really shine and show what they can do before they get up onto a gear bike.
Yeah, exactly, and sort of hone their craft, because those Metrokits are very very difficult, that transition onto a geared bike as well, and this is going to be a big learning curve for them in the wet. It's going to be something they are going to be fairly familiar with, but every little helps, adding on to that experience that they've already got a plethora of, even at such a young age. But the conditions changing, the rain intensity constantly as well, picking up and coming down a little bit, corner by corner. The grip is going to be changing and adapting, and at such a young age, these riders need to know where and where not to be on the track.
Absolutely. Coming on to the grid then, Marshall's having last few words before we get ready to go racing. Of course, we know how it is. Lee Clowns, the flag marshal, points to the lights, red lights go on, red lights go off, we are underway. And then it is it's all eyes to the racing, isn't it? Oliver Hall has been able to make it to his grid slot, but he is just having another word with his dad Daniel, so I think there may be just a few more checks there, but looks like they are ready and hoping to get racing. So fingers crossed for Oliver. Hopefully he'll be able to get going. Indeed we are, so it is going to be all eyes to the lights this time, and it will be time to go racing. Flag, it is eyes to the lights. It is lights out. We are underway. It is a great start there from your pole sitter. Oliver Hall managed to hold on to second place. Number 96 of Kaylin Ratliff sweeping around the outside of Kai Hawkin, it looked like there, to get up into P4. But it will be your pole sitter, Logan Cousins, who maintains that lead. Mason Frederick's looking for a wave through as well there in the background. The riders jostling for position. Frederick goes up the inside, gets the move done on Oliver Hall and up into second place. Hall a little bit wide there on the exit front of the bike. Just watched out. Here comes Kaylin Ratliff up the inside. Great move on the brakes from there. And Oliver Hall looks to be struggling just a little bit on this opening lap. Maybe those problems are still persisting.
Potentially so. Maybe it's also a mentality thing. Maybe he's a bit frustrated, not quite able to feel confident in the bike, knowing there's something wrong with it. Out there, though, still running quite nicely. Look at the gap at the lead, though. I mean, Logan Cousins has taken off from the race start as they jostle in the background, of course, for the midfield places through the final couple of corners, looking to get the up and under a couple of people and get that run as you run your way through the very, very long right-hander at the final corner. But 4 is very long straight towards T number 1. Plenty of overtaking opportunities, particularly in the wet, because you're on the brakes for a lot longer. There's a little bit of wiggle room. You can send it up the inside and maybe have a bit more of a look, whereas in the dry you've got loads of grip to brake a lot later. In the wet, that elongates everything and really sort of emphasises that skill gap.
Again, part of it is just confidence. But as it stands anyway, in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite class here at FAB-Racing, it will be Logan Cousins who continues to streak away from the front. Oliver Hall is now putting the pressure on Kaylin Ratliff. In P3! Oh, huge accident. Goodness me, who was that has gone down up on their feet, which is great to see. But my goodness me, that was absolutely massive coming out of the S's section. Handlebars are bent. I believe that may have been Henry Brody that went down, but a massive crash. Oh my goodness. It was Kai Hawkin. It was Kai Hawkin who went down, but he's up on his feet, which is incredible to see. Holy moly, that was big. But back to the racing action. Oliver Hall has managed to get through Kaylin Ratliff in the meanwhile and is now focusing his sights in front. Whatever issues he was having, be it mechanical or maybe a bit of frustration, they seem to have gone. And now he can set his eyes forwards, but it's a bit of a gap to Mason Frederick up in P2. So he's got a big ask to go with 7 laps left to run.
Yeah, not long left to go really in these races. They are short and sharp, probably looking at 7 or 8 minutes or so with the lap time these guys are running. There is a look to the inside as well into the... Oh, is that Oliver Hall going slowly, going into the pit lane? Goodness me, the issues have persisted and what seemed to be sorted clearly have not, as he pulls his way into the pit lane, presumably out of this race from a podium position.
Oh,
and that, goodness me, what's happened?
Is it not? Is that Mason Frederick, I believe, who's gone down there? Oh, that's a huge one. That is a huge one for second place, Mason Frederick. And, well, we will get him know if he's okay as soon as you know. But, of course, the yellow flags are out. And now it is a red flag. So a red flag here in the opening race of the OH Logistics LC40 Elite. That is a big crash from second place, Mason Frederick. And hopefully he is all okay. We will let you know as soon as we know. But coming out of the final corner, he's had a big off and hard into the tyre wall there. And of course, we just hope that Mason is okay. We will let you know as soon as we have confirmation he's all good. With the red flag waving here at about half distance in the opening race of the LC40 Elite class presented by OH Logistics. But goodness me, we've seen some big offs in this one, haven't we? Of course, Mason Frederick bring out the red flag again. We'll let you know as soon as he is okay. We also saw Kai Hawkin have a massive off just a few laps earlier, but he was straight back up onto his feet, which was great to see. Let's talk about that race, though, Zach, while we wait for confirmation and make sure that everyone is okay. Logan Cousins up the front, bolted into the distance. Then we saw, of course, Oliver Hall having a few frustrations early on, then getting back into the rhythm and then having to pull into the pits and call it there. But goodness me, some exciting racing nonetheless.
Yeah, it really was. Of course, Cousins making the most of that race. exactly sort of, I suppose, what we expected off the back of 2 back-to-back victories at Lid. He did a brilliant job and has continued that run of form into this weekend. Even if the conditions have changed, that hasn't slowed him down by any stretch of the imagination, and he was dominating that race. At the time of the stoppage, what do we have? 5-6 laps left to go in the race, which is bang on half distance. Be interesting to see when we get the issues resolved, if we'll go for a full restart or if they will call it, because it literally is just on that borderline of, can you restart it, can you keep going? But yeah, a shame nonetheless. Of course, we're eagerly anticipating the news that Mason Frederick is going to be okay. It was a sizable off, and well, yeah, fingers crossed, all the attention is there. He's getting carried over to the ambulance unit and they'll take very, very good care of him, we're sure. I'm sure everyone is sat eagerly anticipating the news as well. All in all, I mean, the race up until that point, I suppose it just goes to show how tricky these conditions are and how much bravery it takes to ride one of these bikes at high speed.
Yeah, it is really, really rough out there in terms of the conditions. The wind is the worst it has been so far this weekend. The rain continuing to lash it down. Hello and welcome. If you are just joining us here for the second round of the 2024 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship, we are just having a red flag period in the opening race of the OH Logistics LC40 Elite class after a crash involving Mason Fredericks. Of course, we will let you know that he is okay as soon as we know in the commentary box. But right now, just under red flag, the riders have made their way back to the pits and are just sitting there. They've got the guys from Moto Team, the next race out there, sat there as well. So, of course, a bit of a delay for those guys. Frustrating just to be sat there in the wet weather. But, again, accidents are not what you want to see. A big thank you to the marshals, of course, who are straight away in their response. Very, very efficient and quick in getting the red flag out and then tending to Mason and making sure that he was okay and then help him get off the track. So it's, great to see from them. Again, a big thank you to all of the marshals here this weekend and across the FAB-Racing season, and the likes of the medics and those down at Race Control, our race directors, Rob and Roger Keys as well. We couldn't go racing without any of them. So a big thank you to them, of course. I believe we are going to be joined by a special guest in the meanwhile in our commentary box. Just give him a second to get himself ready. But we are now joined by LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 rider Archie O'Brien. Archie, pleasure to have you with us as always. How are you feeling after a very wet race one?
Extremely soggy, but pretty happy after that one. It went pretty well. Harrison Day obviously doing a fantastic job. He's only in his second race on the 70 and he's gone and won it. But we're not sure about the result at the minute, but I know I had decent pace, and in my mind I got second place, but we'll just see what happens. It does happen in racing, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, sometimes things go wrong, even at the with guys as reliable as everyone down here at Race Control of Fab. But just talk us through what it's like to be out there in these conditions. I mean, it is, you said you're very soggy, you've looked drier, to be honest. It is brutally wet out there. What does it take to, get on a bike as fast as a MetroKit Mini GP70 and, have the confidence to go out there and race in conditions as rough as these?
It's really treacherous out there. You have to watch every little throttle movement and how much you pull the brake on. But at the end of the day, we are the premier class of junior riders, so we have learned our class throughout the mini motos and the 50s, so we do know how to tackle these conditions, but you do still have to be careful no matter how experienced you are.
And when you're out there racing as well, Archie, how sensitive is everything? What is the sort of the margin of error that you've got out there on the bike?
You've probably got about, if you're, say, probably, I don't know, 10 centimetres too wide or too tight, you could go down because the white lines are treacherous, or just even if you hit a puddle, and with the brake and the throttle, it's minute details could cause a crash.
What are your confidence levels then for the rest of the weekend? Of course, you've got a race a little bit later on today, heading into tomorrow, maybe going to be wet, but of course, we know today. What are you expecting out of race 2 later on?
Hopefully just the same, but maybe try and get to the front a bit earlier and potentially do what Harrison Day did, and the fact that he managed to make a breakaway. But tomorrow, hoping for a dry race, because on Friday I look to have a good consistent pace found out for the race.
Let's talk about the championship a little bit. Of course, we've only really had 2 races, well, 2.5, I suppose, if you include the one that we're running later from race 2 at Lid. Obviously, coming into this weekend, you have 20 points to your name, second in the championship, but from 1 second-place finish, so it's not much to... we just heard it here, so no changes to the results, so I believe that means you're in second at the end of race... Whatever the timings are. Sorry, Archie, so you are going to be P3. That is a real shame. Well, you're still second in the championship after that P3. Wilson was P2, so the gap's extended a little bit. But, again, it's early doors in the season. You know, you've clearly done a lot of work in the off-season. You come back, you improved. You're now looking like you're putting yourself within the championship fight. What's the plan over this year?
Hopefully just to be a contender in all conditions. Last year it could have been said I had quite good dry pace and I was always with the front pack, but not always there in wet conditions. But I feel a lot more confident on the bike this year. With me growing in size a little bit, I'm feeling quite a bit more confident and prepared for this season.
Awesome stuff. Well, do you know what there is for you to go and learn out there on the bike? After race 1, you've got some sort of experience here at Ellough under your belt today with the bike, how it's set up and everything off the back of qualifying. Do you know where you can go and find that pace deficit to Harrison?
Probably just maybe brake a little bit later, a little bit earlier on the throttle, but you still got to be really smooth. It's probably just need to get in clear air, and then because the spray does have a bit of an effect, therefore you kind of like to be out in front, which is what Harrison did because he didn't have any spray or any kind of slowing down from any other riders. He could run his own lines, braking markers, and pick up the throttle whenever he wanted.
Absolutely. We could just see on our picture now, sorry to interrupt you there, Archie, but we are getting ready to go back out again with the OH Logistics LC40 Elite class. We're going to have a full race restart with 8 laps left to run. Of course, that means Mason Frederick will not be participating in the rest of this race, but we are told that he is okay, which is good to hear. But we are going to have 8 laps from a full race restart, so where the riders were on the grid from the start. So another chance for the likes of Oliver Hall, for example, and Kai Hawkin as well, who had those offs, but hopefully they'll be able to get back out there and continue. Obviously, this is the Premier Mini Moto class. If I remember correctly, you did win this a few years back, didn't you,
yeah.
Archie? So you know your stuff when it comes to things like this. Well, what's the difference, especially in the weather, between what you're on now with the geared Metro kit, bigger Mini GP bikes, and the Mini Motos? Because obviously, these are a lot smaller, a lot lighter, but it's not just as simple as that.
No, they've still got a lot of power in their lightweight kind of frame, but they are a bit easier in the fact you can, if you've got a good body position, you can stick your knee out, get it on the floor, and then you just kind of have to work on finding the edge of the tyre, because then it's still not easy at all, but you do have to kind of, on the Metro kit, you've really got to find the limit, which can always end in a bit of a crash like I had earlier, but
yeah, it happens. Sometimes, it's part of learning. Sometimes you've got to end up on the floor. That's how it is, I suppose. But riders making their way back out to the grid. Possible reprieve for Oliver Hall, so we'll wait and see if he's coming back out. If he is coming back out, we'll just wait and see if he is there. He should be able to rejoin from where he was, I believe. But actually, I've just seen out of our commentary box window, he has stopped once again coming into the penultimate corner. So maybe some more issues there for Oliver Hall. I'm not sure if we're going to have a sighting lap or if we are just going to go straight to racing. But judging how the flag marshal is holding the flag, as I said, Oliver Hall, he has stopped down at the penultimate corner. So those issues persisting. Some of the marshals, we see his dad there, Daniel, coming down to assist him. And I think, unfortunately, that is going to be it for Oliver Hall. Day done before it even really got started. Of course, he'll have another go tomorrow, but that is about it. What a real shame there for Oliver Hall. But I believe it is time to... No, we are going to go on a sighting lap once again. Okay, so what's the mindset like for this then, Archie? I'm assuming it's just kind of... You've already done one sighting lap, you've already tried to go racing before. Now you're a bit more confident, but again, it's kind of spotting the puddles, seeing where the rain's built back up, where there was nothing out on track, and just getting back in that zone.
Yeah, you've got to... Obviously, everyone knows Logan was really strong off the line and he bolted immediately, so they're going to be desperate to try and get back out in front of him and potentially stop him from charging away, but it's going to be difficult because from that, with the liquid cooled, it rockets off the line, so therefore he's probably going to be quite far gone by turn 1, which may not be that easy for their air-cooled riders to catch up to.
Well, let's run through the grid, shall we, once again. Thank you very much for joining us, Archie. Pleasure to have you alongside us, as always, in the commentary box, and best of luck over the rest of this weekend. Logan Cousins starts in a very lonely pole position because Oliver Hall isn't going to start alongside him, and Mason Frederick isn't going to start behind him. So Henry Brodie is next on the grid in P4, Kai Hawkin 5th, Kaylin Ratliff 6th, Danny Longhurst in 7th, Rex Austin P8, Tommy Keats is 9, Max Johnson rounds out the top 10 with Arthur Rich 11th, Josh Perkins 12th, William Round in P13 and Oliver Wilson P14. 8 laps to run this time. Let's see how we fare on this occasion.
Yeah, let's try again, shall we? Let's give it another go. Of course, Logan Cousins, same again, right? As simple as that. You've done it once, just go and do it again. Easy as that, surely. No, he's going to have to be back in tune with things. They had the adrenaline spike of that first part of the race. Then they've had to stop and wait and get cold, and all of that's come crashing down again. Now they need to spike themselves back up, get back into the rhythm of things, and find that groove, find that consistency. The good thing for Cousins is he's already got a good couple of metres buffer back to the next row on the grid, but they are going to get signalled. All eyes to the lights. Let's do this again for the LC40 Elite Championship, powered by Aich Logistics. We are up and underway for race 1 here at Ellough Park, and a good start. Kaylin Ratliff, though, able to catapult himself up into P2 as a tentative start all the way through. A couple of slow riders going through that first corner as well, but all so far so good as they run their way towards turn 2. Clean start once again from Cousins.
Yeah, Cousins this time with a bit more of a gap behind him, so didn't have to defend just as hard down into turn 1. Kaylin Ratliff, great start from him, as you said, Zach, sliding his way up into second place, being followed by Henry Brodie and Kai Hawkin in P4. So great to see after that big off earlier on in the first attempt of the running of this race. He was straight back on the bike, and he's still out there pushing very hard and trying to fight for podium places. You can see already, though, visually, the gap to Cousins absolutely monstrous on this opening lap as they come down the final few corners there. That looks to be Oliver Wilson down the back of the pack. As you saw at the back of your picture, up the front though, Logan Cousins, he leads the way and makes it 8 laps left to run, should I say, I believe. Ratcliffe still defending from Henry Brodie in P. Oh, and there goes Rex Austin up into P4 from Kai Hawkin. Lovely move by the 991. Textbook stuff, page 1 stuff, up the inside on the brakes. Obviously a bit more tricky to do when you're in the wet, but that was executed to perfection by Rex Austin.
Yeah, of course, as Archie was saying, the margin of error is so slim, especially as you go offline to the inside. A little bit, of course, more standing water to contend with, a little bit more tentative on the brakes, but held that balance really nicely just to run his way through up the inside. There is your race leader of Logan Cousins, and, well, Kaylin Ratliff going to need a telescope to be looking in front of him to see what the gap is for the lead. It is absolutely huge, and goodness me, what has happened? That's Ratliff down.
Ratliff has had a big moment. That's coming into the final section of the racetrack. Frustration, all slips over in the wet as well. I think the throttle might have just suddenly stuck open there, and handlebars looking a little bit bent. Oh, and you can just see the frustration from Ratliff. You know, even these young riders, of course, this being the top level mini moto category for the junior riders, the Aich Logistics LC40 Elite Championship. You know, the emotions are running high, the competition is so fierce, even at this young age, the level is so high. Ratliff, unfortunately, looks like he could be down and out. Let's hope he can get going again. Just been told in my ears that he has, which is great to see. Meanwhile, further back, there we see some more action. That looks to be Henry Brodie and Rex Austin having a bit of a fight. Indeed it is. Kai Hawkin just behind them as well, who's continuing to push very hard. You can see, Zach, just the scale of the puddles coming through that final section. That is gonna be scary for the riders out there, just seeing and going through and hoping you have grip as you're tilting in and on the brakes for that right-hander through an undulating section as well. It's just horrendous conditions out there.
I mean, for riders this size, they're basically swimming pools. As here comes the move to the inside for Rex Austin. Nicely done. Once again, balancing the bike on the brake. Tilted in nicely into T1 and is up ahead of Henry Brodie into second place. Not quite got the pace to contend with Logan Cousins, but doing everything in his power to fight his way forward. So much so that if something happens to Cousins, he's then the beneficiary. He's the one that inherits the lead. And, well, if you're not going to be first, you might as well be second place. And he's fighting tooth and nail to go and get that. But let's see what the pace is going to be like comparative between Austin and Cousins. But at the moment, with 5 laps left to go, approaching the half distance mark of this race, it's Cousins' race to lose.
It is indeed. 10 seconds is the gap, lapping at about 3 seconds quicker than anybody else on his best attempt, 2 seconds faster on his last attempt. Cousins in a class of his own at the moment at Ellough Park. But Rex Austin does have some clear air in front of him, has some clear tracks, so maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to put some pace on. Anyways, looking at our leader, the 7 of Logan Cousins. He's doing a monster job up the front. And, well, as it stands, he's just cruising around. It's, I would say, a nice and chill Saturday afternoon ride, but I don't think nice and chill is how I describe riding in these conditions. But nonetheless, he could, just bring it home, frankly. At this point, he's so far ahead with 4 laps left to go. Gap last time at the line was 11.6 seconds, and he still chooses to push. He wants to make a statement. He wants at this point to show, I'm the one who's the favourite for this championship. This is why we've had 2 races so far in this season. He won both of them, had to put up a bit of a fight for them. This time, he's not having to fight. He's out there on his own, showing what he can do. And it's almost a bit like psychological warfare. I know it seems a bit wrong to be talking about that kind of things with these young riders, but the mental game already comes into it. You've got to show that you're the best. And that's what Cousins is doing at the moment.
Game's the game at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how old you are. You've got to be up there, right? Like, you've got to be playing these games, and you've got to learn how to do it at some point, and that's what Logan Cousins is doing. Also, with that, it could be sort of that psychological game. Could also just be he's so familiar with pushing. Why slow down? You've learned how to be consistent at a fast pace. As goodness me, who's that down as well? Not entirely sure. Of course, we'll update you as soon as possible. But some more issues for them. But for Cousins, why slow down? Why consciously change? Surely that's going to open the door for more mistakes.
Yeah, managed to get going again, which is great to see. I believe that may have been Arthur Rich who went down there. Meanwhile, we've got a bit of a battle further back in the pack. This is Max Johnson, Josh Perkins, and Danny Longhurst behind as well. So fighting every way you look, as always in FAB-Racing. It's always a great battle all throughout the pack. As we see here, P7 at the moment, number 26 of Danny Longhurst. Of course, someone we need to focus on definitely, because Danny will be one of our female riders here at FAB-Racing. Of course, this year, FAB-Racing, it's the first time in grassroots motorsport history, let alone FAB-Racing history, that we've set up a highest achieving female rider award. Of course, in collaboration with the House of Moto Foundation. Danny, after our first round, is currently leading in that, female rider cup, I suppose we should call it, with a healthy haul of points to her name after the previous round. So great to see there. Certainly not Tommy Keats, who's achieving the highest achieving female rider, but Danny Longhurst is, and that's great to see. And of course, it's great to see, as always, plenty of female participation here at FAB. Of course, we really want to inspire. And when we spoke to the guys over at House of Motor last time, we really want to inspire the next generation of female riders and have a fresh new crop of female riders coming up and getting into the world of motorbike racing. And it's great to see as that last lap flag is out, so 1 to go here at Ellough Park for Logan Cousins. It's great to see such a big effort being put in, and this new FAB-Racing Female Rider Cup being created as well to help promote female participation in motorsport.
Because there's so much talent out there, right? And sometimes you need to see someone else, another female do well, so you can go out there, motivate yourself, and have that inspiration to go out there and succeed. There are so many young women out there who are so strong on a bike, but maybe don't have that initial push. These girls out there are so good at what they do, and it's an amazing excuse to go out there and celebrate it, because they do such a good job. Last couple of corners, though, for Logan Cousins, and what a race he's ridden.
Indeed, he has been mighty. Logan Cousins negotiates the traffic into the final section. Well, he could finish this race walking, quite frankly, at this point. No one has been close. And for the 3rd time in a row this season, Logan Cousins stands atop the podium. Logan Cousins takes victory in the opening round, or the opening race, should I say, of the Aich Logistics LC40 Elite Championship here at Ellough Park. And my, oh my, what a performance. Simply dominant, simply the best out there on circuit today. Of course, it'll have 2 more attempts to try and win again tomorrow, maybe in different conditions, but Logan Cousins, that is 3 round race wins from the first 3 races completed this season. unbelievable stuff from that young man. He is really nailing his claim on that championship already.
He really is. And like we said, I mean, does it mean much at this point to be leading the championship? No, not really. But building up that healthy buffer is really going to be something that helps him quite nicely later on. And there you can see Logan Cousins, a 17.5-second winning margin. Fastest lap time for good measure. But Rex Austin, with a fantastic ride himself, takes second place ahead of Henry Brody, who completes the podium. Kai Hawkin and Max Johnson complete the top 5, just ahead of Josh Perkins and Tommy Keats. Danny Longhurst, the highest achieving female rider award winner at the moment, sits P8 nicely inside the top 10. Then comes William Round and Kaylin Ratliff, picking himself up after that incident to finish inside the top 10. Arthur Rich and Oliver Wilson, the final of our finishing riders. And then, of course, we saw Oliver Hall and Mason Frederick in the first edition of this race, but unfortunately for them, unable to take part in this one. Hopefully to see Mason Frederick a nice and well later today. And then, of course, into the 2 races the LC40 Elite cars are going to have, as we get a lovely shot of our camera operator there, giving it a nice little wipe, keeping it clean in the wet weather, and doing a brilliant job out there, because the wind is picking up. Just looking outside at all the flags and umbrellas out there, and it is windy, it is getting quite treacherous, which on a bike you're very, very sensitive to. I mean, in the sort of go-kart equivalent or whatever, you feel it, sure, but on the bike you're out there, you're exposed, you've got a narrower wheelbase, of course, which means you're going to be leaning more, and the wind is going to be doing a little bit more to affect you. Moving on, though, we are going to be going on to an interesting class in the form of the Moto Team. And now we head our way into the first race of the Moto Teams. Of course, there are going to be 2 classes heading into this race. We've got the Moto Team Standard and then, of course, the Moto Team Open as well. Of course, both of them will be on track at the same time. They'll be lining up on the same grid, but effectively, we have got ourselves 2 separate races in order ahead of this first round of Ellough Park. We're going to be moving our way over into race 1, of course, and we can tell you for free that it's Team Acme Racing that take pole position. We'll run you through all of that in just a second, though, as they run their way onto the thing. The different thing about Moto Team, though, is that it's about the bike itself as an entity. It doesn't matter who's riding it as such. The bike itself is treated as an entity, similar to that, I suppose, in an endurance race or something like that, where the rider isn't the one that scores the points. It's the bike, it's the number, which means that the riders can be interchangeable and the bike will still score in those respective championship points, which means teams can swap out riders and play to their strong suits effectively and still compete well in the championship. But looking out for what was a very, very good race for the Moto Team Standard last time out at Lid. Of course, it was Will Howarth that dominated in the Open, but I'm not seeing him line up on the grid today, so hopefully we can have some nice competition out there today.
Time will tell. Team Acme Racing lining up on pole on the number 8, as you can see, but Jacques Van Eden we can see there on the left as well. If you doesn't always turn up to FAB, he's seen normally over in the Free Tech Endurance Championship, but great to see Jacques Van Eden racing here, of course. Hello to any of the riders who aren't here today, because we know absolutely you're watching at home. Cough, cough, Will Howarth. Bernie Hooker, another one who we haven't seen in a few years, but Bernie always likes to watch along. Hello, Bernie. Please come back. We miss you. But the riders getting ready to go racing. Then a few issues further back in the pack. That was Madison Martley just being told to move over there on the 888 machine. But a big grid of 12 riders here at Moto Team, of course, the cheapest form of motorsport in Britain, full stop this is. So if you're on a bit of a tight budget but fancy going racing, you know, this is very much the class for you. Make sure you head over to the FAB-Racing website to find out how to get involved. They're a lovely bunch of guys, but not for much longer, because they're, well, I was about to say they're going racing, but they're actually going for a sighting lap. Got a bit ahead of myself there. It will be Team Acme Racing. From pole, Jacques Van Eden starts in P2 with Ben O'Keefe in P3 and Malcolm Stein in P4. Harrison O'Keefe is 5th with Team Ernie Badger 6th. Sam Sadler is 7th. Sean Whittaker starts P8. Or Sean Whittaker's bike, should I say, starts P8. We never know who's on them. P9 is Madison Martley with Guy Kite on P10 on the number 666. Hopefully that doesn't bring him any bad luck today. Charlie Ems is 11th. And Gary O'Keefe rounds out our grid of 12 riders. Could be very, very exciting. That number 1 bike as well, we know how quick it is, but qualifying down in P8 could be quite interesting to watch that try and come through the pack.
Yeah, it will. Of course, that's the thing when it comes to qualifying here, when, of course, it's affected by the rain, is the sense that even some of our big contenders, Sean Whittaker from pole position, took both race wins last time out at Lid. Of course, in the standard class, I think it was P2 on track as well, just behind Will Howarth. So he absolutely smashed it. But that just goes to show, if you're not on the pace immediately in the wet weather, in the changeable conditions, you mess it up when the conditions are right, you can very quickly feel the effect of that. He's going to be starting all 3 races from the 4th row of the grid, and on all 3 occasions, he's going to have to fight his way forward.
Absolutely. It's going to be tricky, but we'll wait and see. Jack Van Eden, I think, could be a very, well, I say dark horse. He's starting on the set from P2, but again, not a normal visitor here at FAB. Maybe, if you're lucky, he turns up once or twice a season. But when he does, goodness me, is that man fast. Believe, actually, if I remember correctly, he actually used to be a Grand Prix racer back in the day. Actually had a few races against Valentino Rossi, I think, when it used to be the old, 500cc class and all that, if I remember correctly. Anyway, let's look to the lights, shall we? Time to go racing in Moto Team. We are underway. Bit of a launch at the start from Harrison O'Keefe as the front kicks up into the air. As I say that, Jack Van Eden to the inside on the number 17 machine. What can he do? Does he get the lead? Indeed he does. Jack Van Eden slides into the lead of the race. The O'Keefe's fighting further behind the 666 of Gaikai. What can he do as he's looking to the inside there, or should the outside, should I say, of the Team Ernie, the Badger bike? But up the front, it is Jack Van Eden from Team Acme Racing. P3, Ben O'Keefe on the number 64. Great launch, though, from Jack Van Eden. Just got the traction down perfectly inside line into turn 1 and slid on through. Textbook stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting that he was able to do it. Of course, P2 starting on the inside of the track, which should have more standing water and, of course, more rubber built up, but was able to still get the traction and still get a good start nonetheless, which is, of course, great for him. Slid his way up into the lead of the race. Now comes the difficult bit, keeping it for so long. I can guarantee that Team Acme bike is not going to be giving him an easy time. That's to say the absolute least. They're going to be chasing him for the best duration of this race, but they need to pick up the pace. They need to immediately just flush, get rid of the knocking composure they would have had after losing pole position so early, put their head down and get after that race lead.
You can see there, these guys, they are pushing, but they're still being very, very careful. You see with the puddles, especially heading into turn 2, there's one right on the racing line, right where you want to be tipping the bike in. So they're kind of just bringing it over ever so slightly, going through the puddle and making sure they stay upright, and then they're just having to tip it in, take a later apex than ideal, but on the plus side, you stay on the bike, you stay on the road, you stay in the race. So, as I say that, Jack Van Eden having to go on the defensive here from Team Acme Racing. Acme's really caught up over this previous tour, as I see a seagull flying across there, so plenty of visitors here at FAB-Racing. But right now, it is all action, all eyes on the track. Jack Van Eden, he leads from Team Acme Racing. Ben O'Keefe in P3 as it stands. But Van Eden leading the way on that number 17, doing a great job, slightly wider line coming through the final turn. That's going to allow him to take a bit more speed onto the straight before, of course, you can see there hunkering down on the brakes. Something flying across the circuit there in the background. Looked like some debris of some sort. Doesn't look like it was off one of the bikes. But yeah, interesting to see that going there. Hopefully, the circuit's clear and everyone's able to keep going. Right now, the Team Acme Racing look like they have the pace. Last lap, only a tenth quicker than Jack Van Eden, but it's very, very close indeed.
It is indeed. Van Eden is going to be under pressure from Team Acme Racing. Ben O'Keefe is there as well. Don't forget that Van Eden is racing in the open class, so of course even if he does go behind Team Acme Racing, he's going to be fine. He'll still win the open race, but they're racing riders. They want to go out there. They want to win overall anyway. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's instinct, right? But for Team Acme Racing, they have got to be careful, because if they get caught up in a battle with Van Eden, which of course isn't going to gain them any extra championship points, they could well lose out to Ben O'Keefe.
They could indeed. And Ben O'Keefe, what a result that would be for him if he was able to take victory here in race 1 in the standard class of the Moto Team. And actually, as I say that, O'Keefe having a little bit of a look to the inside on the number 8 machine as they head down into turn 1. Not a proper look, just a little bit, having a sniff, seeing if he can maybe negotiate an attack later on. We've still got 7 laps left to go. You don't want to commit to a move too early, make a mistake and come off or drop back, especially in these conditions where, while it may not be raining or raining very, very heavily at this current moment, as Van Eden runs very wide out of the hairpin, it is really, really windy as it stand. So still tricky. Of course, the track is still very wet as well. Lots of puddles and areas of standing water as they make their way into probably the worst part here. As you can see, Van Eden going really defensive, just putting his bike in the middle of the track, and it's really compromising him through there. But he's managing to get away with it because Team Acme Racing just being very cautious out of that portion of the racetrack. Out of here, though, is absolutely mighty, and a bit of a mistake, actually, from the number 8, allowed Ben O'Keefe just to close up ever so slightly. Going to be 6 laps left to go this time. Van Eden leads the open class, with Malcolm starting in P2 and Charlie Ems in P3. Team Acme Racing is first from Ben O'Keefe and Harrison O'Keefe in the standard class.
Yeah, so of course it is a bit difficult to wrap your head around everything, keeping on top of the different classes, but at the end of the day, they're all on bikes, they're all racing for a win, so any overtake really, I'd say, is fair game. Van Eden, though, is getting a good grasp on this race lead, but trying to contend with that wind, of course, particularly the back end of the circuit. However, Van Eden is under pressure. The up and under could well be there for the Team Acme bike. Not quite close enough going in to the final part of the infield section. This is where it gets tricky, particularly with the wind. You run your way through the sweepers, which are very difficult on their own, but after this chicane, it then becomes a tailwind, so you're getting pushed into that hairpin. Then as you lean in, of course, you're going against the wind. You're trying to lean into the wind, which makes it even more difficult, of course, to get the bike rotated. There you can see the flags pointing the direction of the wind. So it's constantly a battle. You're not just worrying about grip levels and everyone else around you. Even something as trivial as wind plays such a big factor.
And now we see the O'Keefes getting into a ding-dong. The family racers almost coming to blows there. Very, very close indeed between Ben on the 64 and Harrison on the 65. A fight for second place in the standard class. That could draw them away from Team Acme Racing and potentially cost one of them the win. They have to be thinking smart here. Obviously, it's every man for himself out on the racetrack. Wow, goodness me. Ben O'Keefe retakes P3 overall. They actually lost the position to Harrison O'Keefe momentarily, but managed to slide back through with a really, really late move. But this is costing these guys time. And actually, as I say that, I think there may have been a slight mistake from Jack Van Eden, because that's held up Team Acme Racing, with then slow on the throttle and 3 wide coming into the I cannot believe what I'm watching at the moment in Moto Team. In the standard class, a 3-way fight for the lead. Couldn't fit a cigarette paper between any of them. This is brilliant stuff. Here goes Harrison O'Keefe to the lead in the standard class. Harrison O'Keefe leads here at Ellough Park. 4 laps to go.
I'm stunned. You can see my face right now. My jaw was on the floor. And he's just danced his way around the outside of the final corner as if the Acme bike wasn't there. What on earth is that from Harrison O'Keefe to take the race lead in the Moto Team standard class? 4 laps left to go, and I can guarantee this fight is far from over.
Oh, as a Team Acme Racing, that's a very liberal view on track limits there as they come out of that hairpin. But, I mean, the O'Keefes joined FAB-Racing at the back end of last year, so they'd never raced before, came into Moto Team, they wanted to do something with a bit of fun with the family. And, you know, obviously they put in some great performances, but, you know, they were always towards the back end of the field because they'd never done any racing before. It's the second round of the 2024 FAB Racing Mini Bike British Championship. Harrison O'Keefe is not only leading the standard class, he's challenging for the overall lead of the Moto Team race number 1. Team Acme Racing still putting the pressure in. Ben O'Keefe, I think, has made a bit of a mistake somewhere. He's dropped quite far back. Jack Van Eden holds on to the overall lead, and of course, the lead in the open class. He's going to have something go drastically wrong for him to lose this open class race win with 3 laps left to go. But the battle, our eyes are not on the overall, not just on the overall battle, of course. These 3 fighting for the overall glory that, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't really matter, but it's still exciting to watch anyway. But second versus third on the road, O'Keefe versus Team Acme Racing for the lead of the standard class race.
Yeah, he had a bit of a look there, but that is going to compromise his momentum. A little bit wide, though. Van Eden put offline, and here comes Harrison O'Keefe. Sweeps his way through to take the overall lead of the race with 3 laps left to go. Van Eden then is dropped down to second place. Acme Racing are on the scene, but the 65 not waiting for anybody to showcase this pace. He'll be riding his way on to the penultimate lap, but building that buffer now. He's got a bike in between himself and the next bike in class. His race to lose.
It defies description. Harrison O'Keefe with 2 laps to go leads overall, leads the standard class, and has got a healthy gap behind him as well. Ben O'Keefe might be looking to get up onto the second place position in the standard class as well. Where has this come from, the O'Keefe family? Hello and welcome to the Moto Team Championship fight. This is brilliant racing here at Ellough Park, and to the inside goes Ben O'Keefe. Can he get the drive out of the corner? Drag racing down into the S's. Team Acme Racing, brave on the outside, but not enough grip. It is a 1-2 for Harrison and Ben O'Keefe. Unbelievable scenes here in Beccles. It's going to be one lap to go very, very shortly. Of course, Ben O'Keefe still under extreme pressure, stuck behind the Jack Van Eden, whose pace has been dropping over the course of this race. Team Acme Racing right behind. Harrison O'Keefe, though, one tour to go, keep it on the black stuff, and he takes not just a class win, but an overall win.
Yeah, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still a little while for things to go wrong, but it's looking good. Little bit of a wobble out of the final corner. Same too, actually, for Ben O'Keefe. Let's look out for that Team Acme Racing bike as well. That could well cause a bit of an upset, but 3/4 of a lap left to go here for race 1 of the Moto Team running this weekend at Ellough Park Raceway. There's the look from Team Acme Racing. The fight for P2 is not over yet.
It is not indeed, but up the front it looks to be said and done for Harrison O'Keefe. Jack Van Eden, of course, will take the open class victory if he stays on the bike. Can Team Acme find a way through? Ben O'Keefe looking to the inside. Oh, goodness me, that was close. But coming to the final corner. My goodness me, if you told Harrison O'Keefe a year ago he'd be taking a race with a FAB-Racing, he'd have laughed and told you to shut up. With one turn to go, almost contact to prove a point. Harrison! No! Harrison O'Keefe at the line crashes. Ben O'Keefe takes the win in the standard class nonetheless. And O'Keefe still on top. But Harrison O'Keefe, the final corner, the checkered flag in sight, and it's for nothing. Oh, heartbreak, jubilation for Ben O'Keefe, but goodness me, oh my goodness me, wow, I just cannot believe that. I cannot. My commiserations, my heart goes out to Harrison O'Keefe, who was not even 100 yards from a race win. Of course, Ben O'Keefe will be elated. Jack Van Eden, therefore, does take the overall victory. Ben O'Keefe does take the standard class victory. It's still a victory for the O'Keefes. But Harrison O'Keefe, oh, anguish. Absolute anguish. Jack Van Eden takes the overall win and the standard class win. Ben O'Keefe takes Jack Van Eden takes the open class win, should I say. Ben O'Keefe takes first in standard, the Team Acme Racing and Team Ernie the Badger in first. Malcolm Stein is second in the open class. Sam Sadler is fourth in standard. Guy Kite is fifth in standard. Gary O'Keefe is P4 in the open class, and Charlie Ems is P5. Harrison O'Keefe, unfortunately not making it to the line. He isn't even classified at the end of that. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Unfortunately, we lost Madison Martley and Sean Whittaker as well. Sometimes racing breaks your heart.
If I believed in the commentator's curse, that would absolutely have done it for me. Wow, that is heartbreaking. It's Lightning McQueen all over again. Final corner and it all goes wrong for him. The belief of his first win, and it's gone out the window. The frustration is there. And ladies and gentlemen, that is Moto Team for you. Well, we'll be back for race 2 with them tomorrow. And we'll move our way forward with the Moto Team tomorrow. And now we head our way into the second Mini GP50 class in just a second with the GP50s.
Race number 1 for the Mini GP50 class presented by King's Two Wheel Centre. Of course, we know historically Ellough Park, it is Ellough Park? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm tripping over my own words. Ellough Park. It is a circuit the 50s absolutely love. Historically here in FAB-Racing, these guys have been some of the best racing all weekend around here. But of course, given the conditions, still very, very wet, even if the rain has eased off. Very, very windy out there at the moment. So, tricky conditions for the riders. Not as bad as it was in qualifying earlier, but still going to be very, very difficult for them. But again, these guys, we've had some great racing from them so far this season in the 2 races that we had, and we've seen some great action from them so far as well. It could be very, very interesting to see how it's all going to unfold. A 13-bike grid to look forward to as well, so nice and healthy as it always is in the 50s. The first step onto geared Grand Prix-style machinery for these riders. And of course, you know, these Metrokit things, they ain't slow. They can get very, very quick as well. And some of the riders are hyping themselves up there a little bit. It looks to be in the dummy grid, in the holding area. And as they make their way out onto circuit, yeah, again, conditions very different from earlier. This could be very interesting.
Could be indeed. And again, it's going to be using, you know, the run to the grid and then the cycle lap to full effect, right? You need to make sure you're getting every little bit of value you can out of that lap, because that's the one, you know, the one no stakes lap that you've got before you get going again, right? That's the time where you can start to eke out, go a little bit slower, take a chance, or maybe even just see how much throttle you can give it off the line, whatever, right? Practice start off the line, whatever it is. There is something that you can learn that is going to benefit you coming into the first race of the weekend for these guys. They need to maximise every chance that they do get, because this is a stacked field of talent, and each and every single one of them want the chance to prove themselves on this stage. And of course, Byron Johnson, after his issues a little bit earlier on, he's going to be looking to get back and fight back and redeem himself.
Absolutely. Some massive, massive names in this class. Let's see how they can do in their opening race of the weekend. It is Byron Johnson that starts from the pole position. Frankie Watson in P2. Bradley Curtis starts in 3 with Matthew Thomas, who's had a rather dreadful few weeks, unfortunately, with the bike being stolen. He's managed to get back out onto P4, so great to see Matthew Thomas here this weekend. Archie Hooper starts P5 alongside Sebastian Kozlowski. Riley Paisley is in P7, Taylor Tomlinson in P8, with Travis Shaw and Harris Watson rounding out our top 10. Daisy Poldham in P11 with Dylan Tureen in P12, and Callum Maxwell on the 111 starts in P13. That is your grid for race 1, and of course both the races tomorrow as well, for the Mini GP 50 powered by King's Two Wheel Centre Championship. Byron Johnson looks imperious in qualifying. A 57.180 was the time to beat. Frankie Watson can only manage a 57.834. They were the only 2 guys in the 57s as well, so very, very close indeed. But again, tricky conditions, obviously racing mindset, it changes the performance. Could be anyone's guess how it's all going to go. As goodness me, that was Matthew Thomas almost getting thrown off the bike there as he was weaving so aggressively coming into his grid stop. But again, right now it's just visor down, get focused, get going.
Yeah, you've got a job to do, right? This is what you know how to do best, otherwise you wouldn't be here. You know what you need to do. Visor down, focus on, use that adrenaline, ride it, don't let it crumble you, don't let the pressure get to you. Diamonds are the ones that are made under pressure, and these guys need to make sure it is them. Of course, we are going to be eagerly anticipating the lights, and let's see if we can have a fantastic first race of the Metrokit Mini GP 50 powered by King's Two Wheel Centre. Eyes on the lights with Byron Johnson and Frankie Watson the front row. We are lights out once more at Ellough Park, and look at that start from the front row from the 14 machine. Beautifully done as Frankie Watson takes the race lead. Bit of carnage at the back end of the field as well as they run their way through turn number 1 towards the long sweeping right-hander here at turn 2. And what a start that was by Frankie Watson.
Great stuff there from Frankie Watson. Into the lead he goes. Byron Johnson has to settle for second place on this opening lap. Meanwhile, they're still fighting, of course. Wet weather tyres for the whole field. Look at the size of the puddles. Wouldn't want to hit those in slicks, would you? As they make their way to the fast, furious S's. And then slowing through this tricky left-hand section. And then through the hair bends onto the final part of the racetrack. All looks very clean at the moment on this opening lap, and there's still lots of battles all the way through the pack. But as it stands, Frankie Watson, a great start. He's not bolted away, but he's can certainly just breathe a little bit more now. The gap looking fairly sizable. And, Byron Johnson has got his work cut out for him for a little bit here. We know what Frankie Watson can do. Of course, a race win in race number 2 last time out at Lid. Second place in race 1 as well. Leads the championship heading into this one. It is very, very interesting. Actually, as I say that, Frankie Watson leads the championship. yeah, it's great stuff from him. Could be very, very interesting to see how it's all going to unfold.
It really is. He's done a fantastic job, as I say. I mean, that pole position that he got last time out at Lid, front row start here at Ellough Park, proving that consistency and riding his way through the season with each stepping stone that comes his way. It's not, you know, a lead he can get comfortable with, but it's one that gives him a little bit of breathing room. He's not focused on looking over his shoulder and defending in the early stage. He's focused on getting that bike as quick as it possibly can be, and that is so important. That is a huge luxury that you can have at the start of a race to bed yourself in quite nicely. And look at that, look at the gap. I mean, he's got a decent, probably 10 bike lengths back to second place. Of course, Matthew Thomas, who's picked his way up, Byron Johnson as well in the mix. 9 laps left to go, and again, it just seems to be the case that as long as the leader stays on the bike and keeps it pointing the right way, he should be fine.
What a performance we're already seeing from Frankie Watson. 2.7. Oh, that is down, I believe. That is who's gone down there. Yeah, that's the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson, who has had it off there. What a real shame there for Taylor Tomlinson. Front of the fairing does not look the happiest. He's had quite a big off there, and frustration for that young man who's been a champion here before, of course, down in the mini moto classes. A very talented young rider, but today hasn't quite gone his way. Back to the action though. Frankie Watson still leads up the front of the pack from Byron Johnson in P2. Where is Byron Johnson? There he is. Yeah, that took quite a long time. Let's have a look at the gap this time. 4.8 seconds. Frankie Watson last time a 56.326, lapping 2 seconds faster than Byron Johnson. Unreal pace from the number 14.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to him yesterday, obviously, just after Friday practice, and he absolutely was so confident with himself. He was like, yeah, bring on the wet weather. I do not care. I will enjoy it, and I will absolutely smash it. He was filled with confidence, and he is delivering on that promise. He's got the fastest lap of the race at 56.326, which, as we said, was over 2 seconds a lap faster than Byron Johnson in P2. Bradley Curtis, though, actually, in fairness to him, is running at a decent pace as well. His quickest lap quicker than that set by Byron Johnson, so maybe we've got a fight for second on our hand. A bit of a train starting to form. That's that fight for second place from Johnson, Curtis, Archie Hooper, and then Matthew Thomas that rounds off the top 5. So Frankie Watson, yeah, fair enough, he's running away for the lead, but we've got a decent podium battle going on here.
We do indeed. What can Bradley Curtis do? Can he find a way through Byron Johnson? At the moment, he's just having to sit in the wake of the number 37, who made just a little bit of a mistake there coming into turn number 2. Had to just bring the bike up ever so slightly. But again, Bradley Curtis, he's just having to sit there, having to wait, see, and maybe if the gap can appear, and if it does appear, does he have the pace, the confidence to go for it in these tricky conditions? Right now, though, he is doing a fantastic job. Lapped a lot faster than Byron Johnson on that last lap, 4 tenths quicker. Another fastest lap for Frankie Watson of 56.240 on the previous tour. He's getting more and more confident with every single lap. Frankie Watson, what a performance we are witnessing here in race 1 of the Mini GP 50s Championship, brought to you by Kings 2 Will Centre. Unreal stuff. Let's see what the gap is when they come to the line. This time, Frankie Watson, another 56 lap time. 8.3 seconds is the gap. And look at that, Matthew Thomas also maybe starting to get involved in this fight for second place. We've got 6 laps left to go here, and still plenty of things that can happen in this race. Who's that that's gone down? An incident further back in the pack. We can't quite see who it is. And is that is the race leader. That is the race leader. Frankie Watson has had an off. Unbelievable. Frankie Watson, from a dominant race lead, has had an incident, and off the bike he has come. The number 14 drama here at Ellough Park. You could not script this. He's back on the bike and able to keep going, but how far back has he? He's certainly lost a few positions. Byron Johnson now leads this race. Unreal.
Goodness me, and that is why consistency above all else. Byron Johnson, was he on the pace? No. Is he consistent and still at the front? Yes. He now reaps the rewards, and the stakes have risen. This race has just been turned on its head. What was once a podium battle has now turned itself into a titanic 3-way battle for the race lead with 5 laps left to go.
Well, it just goes to show, you know, you can be fast, but it's all about consistency. A big shame, of course, for Frankie Watson, but that is a lesson And I think that's a mistake. Whether it was a mistake either pushing too hard or maybe just got it wrong, it's certainly a mistake he's not going to be making again anytime soon, because he may have just thrown away the easiest race win of his life, unless of course he's suddenly got some magical pace. But he's dropped out to P7, and with 5 laps to go, that is a tall order. Bit of lap traffic then for our now race leaders. The 3 locked in a battle for the race lead. Johnson from Curtis, from Thomas, your top 3. Can Byron Johnson hold on? Can Bradley Curtis find a way through? Can Matthew Thomas maybe come in and upset the apple cart? We'll have to wait and see. 4 laps left to run. 3 riders locked in a titanic tussle for the race lead.
Archie Hooper as well in P4, not a million miles away, only 2.1 seconds off the back of Matthew Thomas, which means that depending on how hard these guys battle, we could well have 4 bikes in the running. Oh goodness me, Matthew Thomas has gone down. Oh my word, off the back of the hairpin, I think at turn 4 indeed it is, getting on the power and the slippy curb on the XT, just dropped the bike, down he goes and out of contention. 3 become 2.
Oh, what a shame for Matthew Thomas. Back on the bike, he'll be able to keep going, but again, the dreams of a podium, the dreams of a victory evaporating very, very quickly. A real shame for that young man, but again, still plenty of action for him to participate in this weekend. Still 2 more races to come on Sunday. Now 2-way fight with 3 laps left to run. Johnson versus Bradley Curtis. A bit of a bigger gap between them, but this puts the advantage on Bradley Curtis. He can put the pressure on Byron Johnson, who still doesn't quite look that comfortable on the bike and has now been held up by traffic as well. It's not that he's not fast. It's not that he's, not doing a great job, is Byron Johnson, but there's just these moments, especially when he's turning into corners, you can almost just see a bit of hesitation from the bike, and especially if you watch his legs as well and where he's putting his legs, it just doesn't quite seem. There's a few corners he's not quite happy, and there's just this doubt in the back of his mind which he needs to get rid of. Right now though, holding on to that lead, and it actually looks like he's visually extended the gap, so maybe he's just about got away with it. Of course, the rain has stopped and did stop quite some time ago, so the track getting dry with each and every tour. Wind's still a problem here though, but some clearer skies on the horizon especially. Maybe the rain's done for the day. We'll wait and see. Across the line now, 2 laps left to go. Byron Johnson's just pulled up second on Bradley Curtis. Whether he wasn't confident before, I think he's confident now, and I think he knows, getting late in the race, need to put the hammer down now, need to get myself a nice and safe gap to bring it home.
Yeah, exactly that. And I mean, to be fair, all race long, he's not been the quickest rider, but he definitely has been the smartest. You don't need to be the quickest one out on track to win the race. You just need to be the one in the lead as such. And the leader, 9 times out of 10 actually is not actually the quickest one out on track. They're just the most consistent, the one that's dealt with the race the best. 3 more corners left to go for Byron Johnson, of course, before he then starts his final lap of the race to take home victory for race 1 of the MetroCup Mini GP 50, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. Byron Johnson redeeming himself after falling off a little bit earlier on, and he has not let that faze him whatsoever. 1 more tour of Ellough Park to bring home P1.
Last lap flag is out, of course, on the left of your picture. The yellow flag with the black cross means the 1 more tour of the circuit for the riders. They all know what it means, but it means you've got to stay focused as well. You can't lose that concentration. You can't think, 1 more lap, that's it, I'm home free. You have to hit your marks. You have to stay on it just for 1 more time. As tempting as it is, just to let the concentration fade away and just bring it home. You need to absolutely stay on it. But Byron Johnson, these last few laps, has definitely turned the wick up. He's after a few laps when he was running in second and looked like he may have lost the position. Then he was running in first after we saw Frankie Watson go down, and he was still looking under pressure. Then, over the previous few laps, the pressure lessened, he turned it up, and now he can just, not cruise home, still needs to stay concentrated. But Byron Johnson, 1 more turn to go. It may not be his best performance, but victory still tastes sweet. Byron Johnson takes race 1 here at Ellough Park in the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. Again, not his best performance out there in FAB-Racing history, but one that was enough to get him onto the top step of the podium in race 1. And maybe he won't be absolutely satisfied with it, but a lot to learn from. Shows he's still got the pace this weekend. And again, shake of the head, maybe not too happy, but it's still a big haul of points. 25 in the bag for Byron Johnson.
If you come off of a race having won it and you're still not happy, That says volumes about what type of a rider you are. You're hungry to extract every single thing you can out of a bike. Usually, it doesn't matter how you win as long as you go and do it, but that's exactly what Byron Johnson has just done, ahead, of course, of Bradley Curtis and Archie Hooper that complete the podium. Sebastian Kozlowski actually had quite a quiet race to finish in P4, not bad going at all for Super Seb. Riley Paisley completes the top 5 ahead of Frankie Watson, of course, who had a couple of issues, was leading the race, was dominating the race, still managed to bring home a P6. He'll be starting on the front row tomorrow. Matthew Thomas ahead of Travis Shaw, Harris Watson ahead of Daisy Polden, who completes the top 10. Amazing to see so many talented female riders running inside the top 10 positions in so many different classes as well. Dylan Torian, Callum Maxwell complete those that finished, with Taylor Tomlinson the lone DNF for this race. What a race it was.
Absolutely. Of course, these guys still have 2 more races to come tomorrow. So we'll be seeing them back out on Sunday, hopefully in a little bit better conditions, even with the rain not falling. But that is it for them today. They can now just take a breather and relax. The Mini F1 sidecars getting ready to go racing for the first time this weekend at Ellough Park. Of course, we were speaking to a lot of them this weekend. It's a track they all like. It's a track that, it's a track that always provides excitement in the Mini F1 sidecars, and it's especially exciting when Mr. Mini F1 sidecar himself turns up for the first time this season. Mick Williams, the eternal Mini F1 sidecar champion. He is here this weekend, and it is great to see him back. We saw him out in practice. He is not on your screen at the moment, but he is definitely here. We know he's here because we've seen him, and we're presuming he's racing as well. But yeah, great to see Mick Williams back here this weekend and giving it a good old go once again, and trying to claim yet another Mini F1 sidecar crown. But of course, last time out got all a bit chaotic. You know, we saw the Green Streets putting in some phenomenal performances, but it didn't come easily. There was some chaos along the way at Lid, and it was very, very exciting nonetheless.
Yeah, they had a couple of issues last time out at Lid, but nonetheless were the favourites all throughout the weekend. They were, I think, in race 1, after 9 laps of racing, they were sort of 25 seconds or so ahead. Not, plus or minus a couple of seconds or so, but nonetheless, that is ridiculous pace. However, with the return of Mick Williams, that really spices things up. Of course, was dominant, won the first 9 races of the season. Of course, up until this point in the season, actually, when we head to Ellough Park, that was then when the 2 Green Streets of Jason and Leo were able to step it up a little bit. They took 2 victories ahead of Mick Williams, who then won in race 3. So, plenty of intrigue happening, but some problems on the grid, it must be said.
Yeah, a few issues, and we saw there as well Dave Caves, the passenger on the 457 in a coat. We see a few others as well, but the 457 passenger, because it's bright green, a bit more noticeable. But going for one sighting lap, of course, it is the Green Streets who start on pole position. They're qualifying 2 seconds better than Mick Williams, so it'll be interesting to see how that all unfolds. Jamie Alexander on the number 11 with Isaac Greenstreet in the sidecar. They start in P number 3 with Mark Parker and Ems. They are on P number 4. Chris Impey and Dave Gaze running out our 5 sidecar grid. Of course, wet were the tyres, but the rain no longer falling. The wind still picking up here at Ellough Park, though, in Beckles. So could be very interesting, especially that dynamic at the front of the grid. It's the first time we've seen Mick Williams this year. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting to say the least, see what they've been able to do over the winter and how the Green Streets and their work in the off-season, how they compare as well. Of course, those two were in a furious battle last year, and several times races were decided by the stewards rather than on the trace track, which of course we never want to see, but it just shows, we'll have to wait and see. But again, for the first time ever, Mick Williams starting the season realistically on the back foot. Misses round 1 and round 2 here. Green Streets are on pole position.
In fairness, he's actually quite lucky that they've got called off after 2 rounds, because as opposed to being 75 points behind the season, before his season has even started, he's only 50, thanks to Jason and Leo Greenstreet's 2 victories at Lid. Granted, it's not ideal, he's still 50 points behind, but it could well be a little bit worse. However, he's there on the front row, changeable conditions, and raceability here at Ellough Park. There are plenty of things that can happen. Here we go to the 5 red lights for the first race of the Mini F1 sidecars. Round 2 here at Ellough Park gets underway for FAB-Racing in 2024, and a great start there from Jamie Alexander as they contend for the lead to the outside of turn 1, pushed wide by the 2 green streets, but they contend once more, and the up and under could well be there potentially. Mick Williams, who I think actually has had a couple of issues, the lead is retaken by Jamie Alexander, who's able to hang on to it as they run their way through, and that number 11, but getting very close onto the grass, is the number 90 of the 2 green streets.
Absolutely, very, very close racing. Green Streets now trying to challenge Mick Williams to the inside. They go in front of the reigning champions. And the Green Streets back in the lead. Mick Williams in P2, up into P3. That looks to be the number 26 machine, I believe. So, no, not the number 26 machine, I say. The number 230 of Mark Parker. So great to see from them. But it is the Green Streets in the lead as they come to the end of the opening lap. Mick Williams manages to hold on to P2 at the moment. The 457 holding up the back of the pack at the moment. And it is the 230 in P3 of Mark Parker. And with the number 11 of Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet there in P4. So 1 lap down, 7 laps to go. The Green Streets lead. Mick Williams in P2, and the Green Streets putting a bit of a gap here, Zach.
Yeah, important for them to cement an early lead. Of course, it was absolute carnage off the first couple of corners. Alexander and Green Street able to take the lead. Then, of course, Williams got the up and under and fought their way back through. But now, of course, Green Street's able to bridge the gap. And now everything is settled. We start to see what the pecking order is, who is quick relative to who. And it seems that, to be fair, for the most part, it's fairly equal. The only problem for Mick Williams and Michael Elms is the fact that that gap of 1.2 seconds has already been opened up, which means it's going to be ever harder for them to get themselves back onto the back of the 2 green streets.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, these conditions as well. We know traditionally Mick Williams hasn't always run the best in the wet. That 2-stroke sidecar, for some reason, whenever it rains, it just kind of doesn't quite have the pace that it normally does. And again, not raining here at the moment. We are seeing a lot of dry lines forming, but there is still a lot of standing water around the circuit as well. So this could be playing perfectly into the Green Streets hands. That is P3 at the moment. That's Mark Parker on the 230. Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet. They had a rocketing start, but unfortunately fell down to P4 after turn 1. Can they maybe try and negotiate their way back onto the podium over the remaining 6 laps? And we were talking to them the other day, Zach, and, you know, they've done a lot of work on that sidecar. Of course, these are all custom-built machines. You know, they're made in garages, in factories, in sheds out the back of your house, wherever they are. It's very much, well, obviously DIY isn't a bad word in this instance, but it is very much DIY. These are all custom-built by the riders and the passengers for themselves. And it's such a tight-knit community, the sidecar guys. You know, because as we see, that was Jamie Alexander having a little look to the outside of the 230. And as I was saying, Alexander, they've done a lot of work on that machine. They've really put in a lot of effort, and you can see it now challenging for podiums. You know, that effort's paying off out on track.
Yeah, when we were talking to him yesterday, he literally said, yeah, we've managed to shave off a lot of weight. Come here, try and pick it up. And I tried to pick up the number 90 of Jason and Leo Greenstreet sidecar. And it was light, but it was quite heavy. Then I go over to the number 11, and I can literally pick it up with 2 fingers and get it 2 wheels off the ground. The amount of weight they've managed to save is sensational. Of course, when it comes to turning, it's not ideal because you do rely a lot on that ballast. But when it comes to straight line speed, they are absolutely flying. Probably why they managed to get such a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, if you've got about 40 kilos or whatever less, that's especially when there's 2 people on the sidecar, that is rather significant, to put it mildly. 5 laps left to run though, and they are still chasing down Mark Parker for that final podium position. And well, it's the only battle we've really got out on track at the moment. The Green Streets and Mick Williams both in a bit of no man's land at the moment. So we'll focus on this battle here. You can see the crowd watching along, watching the Mini F1 sidecars. Always raucous racing in this class, always elbows out, always a lot of fun for the guys out there. 4 laps out left to run. The Green Streets 2, nearly 3 seconds ahead of Mick Williams in P2. And then Williams himself a further 6.5 seconds ahead of Mark Parker on the 230 machine. So a bit of a gap there for those guys. Something sounded not particularly healthy there, but I'm not sure what it was. Back to the lead though. There we see the Green Streets have been improving year after year after year. Last year were very much in the championship fight. This year, Mick Williams has turned up. They're showing Mick Williams that they are very much the front runners for this championship in 2024. The 457 looks to go very, very slowly. That is Chris Impey. Yeah, look at that. They're, pulling on the throttle. Something wrong with the drive there on the 457. That's a big shame. They were running P5 as it stands. That could be their race one over.
Yeah, it seems so. They are waving around. Definitely got an issue. I don't think there's actually much, if any, throttle response. You can see they're trying to just get the bike going again. But there are our two race leaders, of course, of Jason and Leo Greenstreet, father-son duo. And what a race they're running at the moment. 3 laps left to go. Honestly, the bravery of those passengers, it's staggering. But there is that 457, of course, talking to each other, maybe just trying to get themselves a game plan as to what to do, trying to stay out of the way. But it has brought out a red flag this race.
Yeah, we got a red flag. Some issues somewhere. What's happened here? Yeah, I think we're all a bit confused whether that's because they've stopped and maybe it's just the safest thing to do. But the red flag is out. So the machines will be making their way back to the pit lane. But yeah, that's well, I can't see anything wrong. Oh, and that's maybe why. That's the 230 of Mark Parker. Dave had a big one coming into the final corner. It was just outside our vision. We didn't catch that. But yeah, so that's why the red flag is out. Mark Parker has had a big off. Hopefully everyone's all right. Of course, we'll get that confirmed for you as soon as we know. But red flag is out with 3 laps left to go. I believe that may be it for race 1 of the Mini F1 sidecars. But yeah, that is never what you want to see. You never want to see an incident like that. Again, we'll get it confirmed that everyone is okay as soon as we know. Can let you know that everyone is now up on their feet, which is great to see. And the sidecar is being swiftly removed. But yeah, hopefully everyone is all okay. But yeah, so again, if you're just joining us, we're just having a brief red flag break here, just a bit of an accident at the end of the first Mini F1 sidecar race of the weekend. That is probably going to be the race result. But yeah, shame to see an accident. Looks like everyone is okay for the time being. But anyways, if you are just joining us, hello and welcome to the second round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at Beccles, Ellough Park, whatever you want to call it. I know a lot of older people like to just refer to it as Beccles, but of course this is Ellough Park. That is going to be it. We have just had a red flag in the Mini F1 sidecars. That has just been confirmed as race result. So the Green Streets do take victory from Mick Williams in P2. Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet round out the podium with Chris Impey in P4. And of course the 230 of Mark Parker unfortunately crashing out, causing that red flag. We can see out of our commentary box window what's going on. Looks like everybody is okay, which is great to see. But you join myself, Ross McIntyre, Zach Sweeney alongside me in the commentary box once again. Zach, we've had a great day of racing so far. We're starting to get into the latter half of it. Still got 5 races left to run, as we can see some of the sidecar guys there talking to each other. You know, Ellough Park, once again, it's provided some fantastic racing, even with the weather that we've had early on.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, I mean, you say even if, I think the weather has definitely helped with some of the drama that we saw, obviously in Moto Team with Harrison O'Keefe and his last lap shenanigans around the final corner. Action like that we've seen of course a plethora and an abundance of action all the way through today, and of course it will continue throughout the rest of today and into tomorrow as well. And that's what we love about changeable conditions, is there's always some form of uncertainty, and uncertainty is a term that's really synonymous with motorsport in general. That's why we love it. You don't turn up to a race weekend because you're absolutely 100% sure that's what's going to happen, because then you get bored. You go into a race weekend, yeah, we're going to be P5, yeah, we're going to win this race, yeah, we're going to be on pole position. Where's the fun in that? The uncertainty, that's what builds tension, that's what builds suspense, and that is why we come here week in, week out.
Race 1 of the Extreme 200 class coming up next. Well, may as well be called the Avali Cup class here at FAB-Racing, given that's what most people are running on nowadays. But of course, the Extreme 200 previously known as the open pit bike class. Now it's very much changed. But you do see things like pit bikes, you do see Metro kits, you get a lot of Harleys in there as well. It is the Anything Glows class here in FAB-Racing, and it is always exciting. You get many riders turning up from championships gone by, and, you know, obviously occasionally you'll get current riders from the British Talent Cup turning up, although it must be said that none of them are actually here competing in the Extreme 200 this weekend, although Lucas Brown is here. Philip Sorowiak was rumoured to be on his way, so maybe we'll be seeing Philip Sorowiak out here tomorrow. Hello, if you are tuning in, Philip. It'd be great to see you here tomorrow if you fancy coming down and getting some track time. You know, practice is always needed. There we see some of the riders and the pair into the background. Hamish McIntosh in the background. You can see Josh Day in there and some other riders as well. Hamish, unfortunately, we lost him from the LS2 helmets. Mini GP70 race one early on. They, of course, do have another race a bit later on. The second race from the opening round, because we're having the second race from the opening round here. So technically race two, not quite race two. Could be quite interesting. But anyway, it's race one of the Extreme 200s. It's always an exciting class, it must be said. And it must be said, the track is getting drier and drier every single lap. There are now some very, very clear dry parts on the circuit, although there's also a lot of standing water in other areas. So, as you can see on your picture just below the fence there, it's very much wet tyres. But at this point, maybe some of the guys who are coming out later, you know, especially the guys who might be racing in the pit bikes a bit later on, or those who are going back out for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 race later on, might be thinking, you know, this is an opportunity for me to scout out if maybe I can gamble on slicks. Yeah, because again, it depends really, because with slicks you are very much limited to the racing line, because you go off that and there's standing water or even just a little bit of moisture on the surface, and you are going to be losing grip. So it's that bet, it's that risk, that reward. Maybe if you're one of those riders that haven't really got much to lose, you're starting at the back, you thought, why not? Let's give it a go for race one, see how we get on. If we don't, then, oh well, we were starting at the back anyway. If we become a hero, then great, we carve our way through the field. It's, again, how much you're willing to risk at this stage in the season. But of course, that's also dependent. Does it stay dry? Does the rain stay away? Looks to be fairly okay for the time being. So who knows what's to come. But yeah, absolutely, the standing water is there. And this is the tricky condition. It's kind of dry, it's kind of wet, different parts of the track are clearing up at different points, and you're constantly having to change your grip. Honestly, you'd rather it be either completely dry or just completely pouring it down, because at least you know what to expect. With this, you go into each corner and it's different. And again, slightly offline as well, it could be very dry and then very, very wet very quickly, and then very, very quickly you find yourself on the floor. So, you know, tricky, changeable conditions here at Ellough Park. No longer raining as it was earlier, rather treacherously, but the wind is at the worst it has been all day long. So could be very interesting to see how it's all going to unfold here in race one of the Extreme 200s. Moments away from getting underway on our sighting lap, just a few delays here, but it is time to get the sighting lap going here at Ellough Park. Wilson Dils starts in the pole position. Austin Johnson starts in P2 with Harrison Day in P3. Harry Payne is 4th with Finley Polehill P5. Harley Baker 6th. Marker Holt in 7th. And Jensen Bishop, he's in P8. Beth Ashby is 9th. And Annabelle McCarthy rounds out our grid of 10 riders here in the Extreme 200s. Looks like are there any pit bike star machines out there? There is one. Go on, Beth Ashby. Beth Ashby's whipped out the pit bike 140. Great to see from her. Up the front, though, it's Metrokits and Harleys, all that I can see. But, of course, if you fancy coming and get involved, if you do have an Harley, you know, if you are maybe racing another series and you fancy coming over to a series that is on the road to MotoGP, of course awarded to that by Dorna back in 2019. Proven route to the RedBull Rookies MotoGP Cup, a proven route to the RNG British Talent Cup, and you know, you fancy giving your Harley a go against some stiff competition, please do come on down. Head over to the FAB-Racing website, go and check it out. Riders then making their way onto the grid. See Josh Day, former BSB rider, off to the right there, having a chat with his son Harrison, and you got to wonder what is going through the riders' heads at this moment. What's the game plan? What's going ahead? What's the conditions like? All of these things. It is going to be very, very interesting to be certain. But it is time to get the opening race of the weekend in the Extreme 200s class underway. It is all eyes to the red lights. It is lights out. We are underway. Great start there from Wilson Dils. And it looks like it wasn't the best getaway there for... that was Austin Johnson. So Harrison Day, or not Harrison Day, should I say, it will be pole sitter who leads the way here. Wilson Dils in the lead. Further back, action absolutely everywhere. It looks like Austin Johnson's managed to hold on to second despite a disappointing getaway. Harrison Day, he'll maintain P3 as well. As it stands, it is all where they started. We're coming down now to the back section of the track, the first part where it gets really, really wet. A lot slower through this portion of the racetrack. It will be Dils that leads from Johnson in P2, Harrison Day in P3, Harry Payne is P4, Finley Polehill wraps up the top 5 at the moment. But yeah, very, very lucky there for Austin Johnson. A very disappointing start. Again, he shot up a lot over the winter, as we see there. Giving it a go is the 199, should I say, of Finley Polehill. That was on Marco Holt, I believe it was on. Indeed, it was the 58, the reigning back-to-back Mini GP 50 and 70 champion. But as I was saying that, Austin Johnson, very, very lucky. Of course, he shot up a lot over the winter. He's now got a very, very big frame compared to a lot of the other riders. So the getaway, not particularly quick. But he's lucky to hold on to P2, now pushing Wilson Dils for the lead.
Yeah, putting that pressure on as best as he can and moving his way forward quite nicely. Let's see how that pressure develops as the race goes on. Of course, changing conditions, but of course the bigger stats you are, the more of an air brake you become as soon as you sit up, and that is an absolutely huge lunge, nearly looking to the inside of the hairpin, and that of course is going to be filling Johnson with confidence. He knows where he's strong. These changeable conditions, you're constantly unsure as to where to brake, and this could well be it. The fight for the lead, looking to the inside of turn 1, but no way through for the 27 machine, who is slightly earlier on the power. Is it a matter of if? Is it a matter of when? How competent is Wilson Dils going to be in order to try and defend from the looming threat of the 27 machine? Is he going to try again into the heavy braking zone sort of section of the circuit, that final run through into the hairpin turn chicane, or into that final hairpin in of itself? Not quite close enough going through the sweepers, but his confidence on the brakes is incredible. He's very late. I think maybe Dils is starting to learn that he can push the boundaries a little bit more into the hairpin once again, and he is going to have a look, the closing gap that there is, but again, it's not enough, and there's no way through for now. Another lap sat behind for Austin Johnson, as goodness me, he's lost it on the apex of the penultimate corner, and a chance for the lead is thrown out of the window. He's able to get immediately back onto the bike, waiting to rejoin the circuit, but I think the damage might well be done. Wilson Dils able to maintain that consistency, able to stay ahead. Harrison Day inherits P2, and what has been a sensational run of form for him, winning in the LS Dualmas Mini GP 70 race a little bit earlier on, and he is conquering in all categories here today, the Extreme 200 class, and he's up into P2. What a run that is. Of course, must well be the new livery. Looks fantastic. The pink helmet as well, bringing him some good luck. And he is looking absolutely sensational. 7 laps to go. And, Wilson Dils in control of the lead.
He is indeed. Great stuff there from Wilson Dils. But let's see what anybody else can do. As we continue to follow around Harrison Day, currently P2. On that number 15 machine, just unable to really make that gap disappear as it stands. 6 laps to go. Crash, that looks like the 24. I believe that's Marco Holt, actually, who's got. Is it not? No, that's Harley Baker, apologies, who's gone down. Looks very similar to Marco Holt, or previous Marco Holt in a white helmet anyway, with that suit. But Harley Baker has had an off and has had a crash. That is a real shame for him. Hopefully he'll be able to get back on and keep it going. But again, at this point, it's very much tricky conditions. You don't know how hard you can push it. You don't know where you can push it. It is, just tough racing out there for these riders. Many of them have been out today already as well. Obviously not just in qualifying, but in other races, as we've seen races in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70, we've seen 50s races. So a lot of these guys have been out already once today. Some of them are coming out a second time as well. Some of them even a third time. So it's, tricky for them. But as it stands, Dils still leads from Day. Your top two at the line last time, separated by 3.5 seconds. Right now, Harrison Day needs to really start to try and find some pace if he wants to catch Dils for the race win.
Yeah, he does. Of course, his pace is there. I mean, that last time by was actually quicker than Wilson Dils by about a tenth or so of a second, but when you've got a 3.5 second lead, you're going to need 35 laps to go and catch that gap. You don't have that in the sprint race format, so he is going to either need a mistake from Dils or just to find something, which, to be fair, in conditions like this, where it's constantly changing and you're trying to find new avenues to find that pace, everything is building up that confidence in the full wet. It's all about caution and slowly building into it. In this, where the track is getting faster as opposed to getting slower and less grippy, you're finding new grip, you're finding new lines. Where is the grip? And very quickly, Harrison Day could flick a switch and like that set the fastest lap of the race.
He could do indeed. 55.518. What a great lap there from Harrison Day. But again, looking at the laps to go, looking at the time left, it is not going to be fast enough for the number 15. But time will tell. We'll wait and see what happens. Still quite some time away from the lap record. The conditions still not ideal. But number 15 of Harrison Day, still a absolutely great performance from him so far. Good to see the number 24 Harley Baker back on his bike after that incident earlier as well, and continuing to go around again. One of the great things about these riders, especially some of the younger riders who we're seeing quite a lot of here today actually in the Extreme 200. Normally it is a good mix of junior and older riders, but mainly junior so far this season. A lot of them, they'll go down, they'll have enough, and they'll be straight back on their feet straight away, picking up the bike and going around again. Was that someone else that's gone down there? That looked like someone else had a bit of an incident at the back of the picture. Hope everybody is okay, but not sure entirely where that is. But yeah, it looked like there was another incident there. Just looking to see, oh my goodness me, I think that may have been the race leader. Looking at our live timing, I think our race leader may have had an off, because according to our timing, Harrison Day is now in the lead of the race. We'll wait and see, but I think Dils managed to get going again. That's I'm shocked if that is what happened. We'll wait to see where they come through. That's the 83 coming through there. Was that the 85? I'm very, very confused. I can see Harrison Day now. Yeah, Wilson Dils, I believe, has had a very, very big issue and has come off the bike. Indeed he has. 2 laps left to go. We have drama in the Extreme 200s. Dils has gone down. Harrison Day leads this race.
Is he going to go for 2 races and 2 wins? Surely not. Surely not. What a race this could well be. And that is Austin Johnson, who was showcasing some good pace early on. He's gone down on the exit, I think, of turn 1. Indeed it is, just after that first initial apex. He's gone down. But this man right here, Harrison Day, he's smashing it today. He's not the quickest rider on track in this race, but he's been the most consistent. Touch wood again. A lap and a couple of corners to go, but it's looking good. He is going to be enthralled with confidence. He's got 1 more race left to go today as well, with the MotoGP Mini GP 70 race powered, of course, by LS2 helmets, and then, of course, 3 races tomorrow. He's going to be elated.
I guess you could say that it's Harrison's day. I'll show myself out of the commentary box now.
Do.
1 lap left to go for this young man who has been on top form today. And, well, Harrison Day, he's just been superb, hasn't he? Of course, in this race, Wilson Dils, very much the faster rider, but as we've seen time and time again today, it's not necessarily about being fast. It's about being consistent and hitting your marks, because one little mistake, and again, a few times today, race leader's gone down, and this man is coming to reap the rewards. Harrison Day, half a lap left to run for the number 15. And what a performance it has been as the track dries up. He has looked ferocious. He has looked fanatically fast. And as he rounds the final few corners, he will revel in his 2nd race win of the day. Unbelievable performance from Harrison Day, who wins race 1 in the Extreme 200 class. What a ride from that young man. Fist to the air in jubilation. Further back, still fighting for lots of positions. Who's going to come home in second place? We will wait and see. But it is Harrison Day who takes a great victory. Marco Holt managed to slide into P2 with Harry Payne in P3. I believe Finley Polehill may have had an off on the last lap or made a mistake somewhere, because he's now bringing it in very, very slowly, possibly shoved out wide somewhere and left out to hang. But Harrison Day takes the second of victory today. What a performance from him. Marco Holt, he was in P2 with Harry Payne rounding out the podium. Wilson Dilks managed to get up to 4th place with Austin Johnson in 5th. Finley Polehill dropped to 6th on the last lap. A shame for him, with Jensen Bishop in P7. Annabelle McCarthy in P8, Harley Baker in P9. Unfortunately, we did lose Beth Ashby, but that is it for the Extreme 200s. What a race, what drama that Ellough Park has presented us with once again. And again, they've got 2 races to come tomorrow as well.
They do indeed. What a day that we've been treated to here at Ellough Park. I mean, this is what we expect from FAB-Racing in 2024. If you are new here, I hope you're going to be sticking around not only for the rest of today's action, but also into tomorrow. That is what the Extreme 200s can bring. And coming up, we've got the last couple of mini moto races. The seniors now head their way out on to track to be the 4th last race of the day. And, well, let's see what we've got in store for us for these guys here today. Of course, these big people on some very, very little bikes are the seniors. And, well, the action definitely comes in bucket loads. Off the back of a double victory for Matt Birkin last time out at Lid, was absolutely smashing it after taking pole position as well. But it was hotly contested with Rhys Gentry and Will Howarth as well on the podium. These guys, they bring the heat, they bring the action, and well, let's see what the mini motors can bring here at Ellough Park.
Well, I think one thing is safe to say they're going to bring is absolute madness. And maybe there's someone who is nowhere... Well, the person who is perhaps the maddest of all is Matt Birkin, the championship leader, and a champion before in this class as well, who's, the Birkin boys. We know what they're capable of, we know what they can do, and, well, we'll have to wait and see how it is all going to unfold. But, yeah, the riders waiting to make their way out onto the circuit. The senior mini motos, always a laugh, always entertaining, always fantastic racing. Making their way out of the holding area now and onto the grid. If you're going to see any crashes this weekend, it's going to be in this one, I'll say that much, because these guys, they don't really mind health and safety. Risk doesn't really come into it. They will happily throw themselves on the floor if it means, maybe gaining an extra position in the long run or something along those lines. It's always entertaining. It is always brilliant.
We've got the race director stood behind us. Don't be saying that, all right? These guys, they're perfectly safe. They go out there and they're absolutely fine.
Yeah, this is the cleanest racing you will ever see. But it's a lot of fun anyway.
They get off the bike in the paddock. Let's put it that way. They walk the bike through the paddock. It's fine. They follow the rules, ladies and gents. But no, they are going to be keeping it within the confines of the regulations, we hope. But anything they can do wrong, they can just blame on the treachery conditions, hopefully. But they are out there on their side lap, and well, let's see what they can bring. Of course, they need to be able to get some valuable experience from this, because again, last time they were on track, it was pouring with rain.
It was indeed. So this is going to be very, very interesting for the senior mini motos and how it's all going to get together. Josh Birkin looks like starts on the pole position. With Matt Birkin, his brother, alongside Rhys Gentry in P3 with Callum White in P4. David Meyer in P5 with Chris Yeomans in P6. Nick Bennett is in 7th with George Rennicks in 8th. Luke Allen 9th. Gary Eldridge 10th. Jerome Richards is 11th. Rob Gentry is 12th. And Isaac Greenstreet starts in P13. But it's going to be interesting to see how it's all going to unfold here at Ellough Park. We are moments away from getting racing here in the Senior Mini Moto Race 1.
Yeah, they're going to be rounding their way the final part of their little formation lap, again just to sight the conditions before they form themselves up on the grid, ready to go. And it'll be, of course, ice the lights, 5 on, 5 off, and racing for their first one of their weekends. This is Mini Moto GP, of course. Big people very little bikes. It might look comical, but the racing is far from it. It is going to be absolutely intense. If you are just joining us, you've joined us probably at the perfect time here for FAB-Racing round number 2 here at Ellough Park.
The Birkin boys on the front row. We know what they can do, and it may involve crashing into each other. I can say that now because the race director's left the commentary box. It's all eyes to the red lights. Let's go racing, shall we? Senior Mini Motos is go! Great start from pole position from the black with the number 1 plate on. Your reigning champion, Josh Birkin. Matt Birkin manages to hold on to second place, but as it stands, it is champion as it stands. Coming down into turn number 2, very, very tight there as they work their way through. But it will still be Josh Birkin leading the way from Matt Birkin in P2. Great to see both of the Birkin brothers on track for the first time that's happened since the start of 2023, so great to see. And as they're going to pressure each other, can any of the guys behind them do anything? Can they maybe try and force a way through? As it stands though, it's Birkin 1 and 2.
Yeah, looking very, very good, trying to sort of just get a foothold in this race, get a nice little grip going in, of course both literally and of course metaphorically, that they can get that advantage, hang on to it. Of course some nice hand signals being put on there by the spectators just to cheer them on also, but they round through the first lap completed here for race 1 at Ellough Park. Rhys Gentry completes the podium then of course between the two Birkin boys. In fact, actually no, he's P4, that's the 711, that's Nick Bennett up there in P3. First lap completed then, and well, let's see what these guys can bring. We've got 8 laps left to go. They've completed 1 and 9 lap race, 8 to go, and well, so far so good for the two Birkins.
It's almost a shame it's not raining like it was earlier, because that would have, if anything was going to make the Senior Mini Motos more exciting, it will be that. But it's still, there's still standing water about, and it's still very, very tight between Josh and Matt Birkin up the front, and this is going to end one of 2 ways. We either end, well, it could end one of 3 ways actually. We have a brilliant race all race long. One of them ends up in the wall, or 2 of them ends up in the wall. Got a crash there at the back of the pack, someone dropping down the order, but they were able to get going again, which is great to see as the Birkins glide their way into the hairpin at the bottom end of the circuit and then into the final few corners. Of course, Josh with the number 1 plate on, the slightly darker overalls. Matt behind, current championship leader after 2 race wins at Lid. He is in the orange and blue overalls. And, well, currently a little bit of a gap separating the pair of them, with Nick Bennett in P3 and the 711, and Rhys Gentry keeping him honest on the number 100 machine in P4. Those 4, at the moment, the class of the field. Luca Allen, though, had a great start. He's managed to work his way up through the field, so he could be someone to watch out for later on. With 7 laps left to go, it's still a Birkin 1-2 with a Bennett in P3.
Yep, podium fight is on then, and if anything happens between the two Birkins, Bennett is going to be there to pick up the pieces. 7 laps left to go then. We're only 2 of the way through. There's the fight a little bit further back. That's Isaac Greenstreet with Steve Johns and Jerome Richards just in behind, but we'll follow our leaders. There's the 711 of Nick Bennett. He completes the podium, but under fierce contention, actually. I think he's been able to put some pressure onto some of the Bennetts. In fact, actually, no, that's Rhys Gentry that's been able to close a sensational gap. So there's the 100 machine looking to go the long way around, get a good run onto the straight towards T1.
Can he get the move done? Here goes Rhys Gentry. No, not quite. Nick Bennett just able to hold on in that instance. But my oh my, Rhys Gentry looking rapid as it stands. This is Senior Mini Motos at its absolute best, and a bit of a mistake there from Nick Bennett maybe opens the door for Rhys Gentry. No, not on this particular occasion. Oh, that is Matt Birkin. Matt Birkin's gone down. Knew that was going to happen. Did I not say one of them was going to end up on the floor? Matt Birkin's had an off. Oh, and that actually could be a bit of a problem. Oh, chain snapped. Oh, dear, Matt Birkin. Chain snap there. That's a real heartbreaker for him. Oh, what a shame for Matt Birkin. A shake of the head. That is not how you want your race to end. And very bizarre. Normally the mini moto bikes really mechanically sound. You see there, Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, finding this to be the funniest thing that's happened all day, because of course it is. It's Matt Birkin. It's hilarious. But yeah, what a real shame there for Matt Birkin, down and out of the race with 5 laps left to go. That leaves Josh Birkin, reigning champion. He'll be able to just cruise home easily. But there's still a battle on for P2. Rhys Gentry has got through on Nick Bennett on the previous tour, so the 100 up into second. The 711 of Nick Bennett. As there we see Josh Birkin laughing at his brother as he goes through. And again, that's the great thing about the Birkins. they don't take things too seriously. I mean, obviously they race hard, but they play hard as well.
Josh Birkin definitely got his priorities straight. He's leading the race, but he still has time to go and laugh at his brother, which I absolutely love, between the pair of them. And because of course you would. It's sibling rivalry. Of course they were 1 and 2. We'll put the emphasis on were after obviously Matt Birkin and his chain decided to not chain. Well, he's going to be out of this race. Very unfortunate, suboptimal to say the least. Great news, however, for Rhys Gentry. 2 P2s last time out at Lid sees him only 10 points behind in the championship, 20 points for P2. And with Matt Birkin not scoring any points this race, it's going to be a new championship leader.
There will be indeed. I mean, again, as we've been saying all day, we're only 2 races into the season, really, aren't we? Because of the unfortunate cutting short of the action at Lid. And it's still very early doors. But, new championship leader, that's exciting. I think, as well, that'll be the first time Rhys Gentry has actually ever led the Senior Mini Motors Championship. So, massive congratulations to Rhys if that is the case. Meanwhile, Josh Birkin, though, up the front, doing his things. But, looking at that gap, I think Rhys Gentry might be running a little bit faster on this occasion. The last laps, they were very, very close on the last laps. Both about a tenth in it, a 58.8 for Josh Birkin, a 58.9 for Rhys Gentry. That gap does look like it's shortened up on this occasion, though. So wait and see what happens when they come to line up. There'll be 3 laps to go on this occasion. Here comes Rhys Gentry now. And actually this time it has opened up, so maybe a bit of a mistake in the final corner, unfortunately, for Rhys Gentry. 3 laps left on. It's Birkin from Gentry from Bennett, your top 3. Luke Allen has worked his way up into 4th place, so great performance from the number 28. David Meyer in P5 as it stands. In P5 as it stands. Unfortunately, Matt Birkin, the only casualty of this race so far.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to say it. I mean, the consolation is he's got the fastest lap still, 57.6, which is narrowly ahead of his brother's quickest time of a 57.7. Less than a tenth in it, actually, because it's a 7.41 for Josh, a 6.59 for Matt, so very close. There is Luca Allen, currently running P4. He's got 2 seconds behind him to David Meyer and 6 seconds up to the podium, so it seems like P4 is going to be his ceiling, but as long as he can keep it nice and on the track, he should be absolutely fine to hang on to 4th place. On to the penultimate lap of this race then, and Josh Birkin has got a 4-second hold ahead of Rhys Gentry.
He does indeed. It's been a great performance from the reigning champion, who we thought wasn't really ever going to come back ever again. We thought Josh Birkin had kind of done his piece and that was his FAB-Racing career over, but he's here now. And it's great to see Josh Birkin out there. Of course, brother Matt Birkin does have the fastest lap, but he is out of the race. So Josh Birkin essentially has the fastest lap, as Zach was just saying. But with 1.5 laps left to go, Josh Birkin, it's like he never left, isn't it? He's just running so sublimely. And it is fantastic to see. It gives a little bit of a finger wag as well to the crowd. 1 lap to go for Josh Birkin when he reaches the line in just a few moments' time. Says the number 2 plate because that's what his transponder has registered on it, even though he's got the number 1 plate because he's got to update his transponder. But there you go, last lap flag is out, and quite frankly, it's looked easy.
I mean, yeah, as far as races goes, it's not been too bad for him, to be fair. Was able to just hang on to the bike, stay on it, good start, good rhythm, good consistency, and then, of course, a good laugh when he saw his brother without a chain there. But who's that's now just come off? It might well be either David Meyer or Luca Allen. I think it might be Luca Allen that potentially has had an issue, but there is, of course, going to be our race leader coming through. There he is, Josh Birkin. He's got about half a lap left to go before he runs his way to victory here for the first race of the Senior Mini Motos for round 2 at Ellough.
Yeah, what a performance it has been from Josh Birkin on his return to FAB-Racing. A few corners separating him from glory. Brilliant stuff, even if the battle with brother Matt was cut short. Josh Birkin rounds the final few bends and takes a well-deserved victory here at race 1 of the Senior Mini Motos. Shoots a conspicuous finger, which I shall not name which one it was, over to Flag Marshal Lee Clowes and his brother down there as well. It was definitely the index P1 finger, and definitely not the finger next to it, which may or may not be rather rude. But Josh Birkin, take a bow. Great ride from the reigning champion. Well, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. It's the Josh Birkin style. You go out, you have a massive battle with your brother, and here we go. Matt coming back out onto the circuit now. having a laugh, the pair of them. And then they'll be making their way back to the pit lane. Rhys Gentry and Nick Bennett round out the podium with David Myatt in P4, Chris Yeomans in P5, Luca Allen unfortunately dropping down into 6th place late on.
He's going to end a lift.
Yeah,
nice.
Matt gets a lift from Josh there. Again, it's all left on the racetrack. It's all fun and games between these pair. And yeah, he's actually changed his mind. He's not giving a lift anymore. Yeah, he's got, you know what? I gave you about 100 yards. You've had enough now. You can push yourself back. You need the exercise anyway. Race result though, Josh Birkin takes a great win with Rhys Gentry in P2. Nick Bennett rounds out our podium. David Myatt gets to 4th with Chris Yeomans in P5. Luca Allen is 6th with Callum White in 7th. Gary Eldridge is 8th. George Rennick's 9th. Steve Johns rounds out the top 10 with Isaac Greenstreet 11th. Jerome Richard in 12th. Rob Gentry 13th. And Matt Birkin, unfortunately, our only DNF. Of course, still a couple of races left to go. So make sure you stay tuned. And of course, make sure you tune in tomorrow when you see the Senior Mini Motos Race 2 and Race 3.
Well, we're going to be rounding off our mini-moto action here today with race 1 of the AC40 Pro class as the third last race of the day. Qualifying has already taken place. These guys are getting raring to go to conclude our mini-moto action for Saturday of round 2 of FAB Racing in 2024 here at the fantastic Ellough Park Raceway in Beccles. They'll run their way to the grid, do one sighter lap in what is a very changeable circuit. The rain has been stopped for quite some time. We've had a few races go by. Standing water in certain places, dry lines in other. And, well, these pros, they've graduated from the rookies. They've got a little bit of experience under their belts, but definitely is going to still be a new experience and a learning curve for them nonetheless.
It absolutely will be. Ellough is a fast track as well. That's something we have to remember. It's a very popular track with all of the riders, but it is a fast track anyway. But yeah, it could be interesting. Again, it's getting to that point where maybe you're thinking slicks. We might have a bit of information that's just come into our commentary box that we'll tell you about a bit later on in another race. But for these guys, of course, the mini-motos, they run on either semi-slicks or full wet. Can't quite tell what they're on right now, but could very well be semi-slicks at this point of the race. Again, there's still a lot of standing water in some parts of the circuit, but in other parts, I mean, we're looking at the final corner out of the commentary box window. It's essentially bone dry on the racing line. As we get going on our sighting lap, should I say, Mason Frederick is on pole with Rex Austin in P2. Kaylin Ratliff starts third with Preston Baker in P4. Kai Hawkin is 5th with Tommy Keats in 6th. Danny Longhurst 7th, Henry Brody is P8, Max Johnson 9th, Arthur Richard P10, Oliver Wilson is 11th, and William Round, he rounds out our grid. So, a 12-bike grid to look forward to here then. Could be very interesting. Of course, the last mini-motor action we've got to look forward to today, so I'm sure they're going to give it their absolutely everything.
Took me a second to get what you said about William Round at the back end of the field, but that's fine. But yeah, more importantly, great to see Mason Frederick doing okay, and back on the bike for his next race. Of course, a little bit earlier on where we saw him in the LC40 Elite race with a big off, and he's back on pole position and looking to go for a victory. Of course, we'll bring him onto the grid. 5 lights, 5 off, and 9 laps of racing action. Luca Allen has only just come off of a bike, and he's out there on the grid looking to help out, which is sensational stuff, and just goes to show the absolute brotherhood that it is when it comes to the marshalling group and the communal aspect of FAB Racing. Everyone wants to give a hand where they can and add to what is a fairly substantial workload.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, everybody here at FAB Racing loves to help out, and it's great to see. Luke Allen literally came into the pits, dumped the bike, gave it to someone else, and then ran back out. So great to see everybody helping out here. But it is time to go racing. It is time to focus on those 5 red lights. We all know what they mean. We all love the lights coming on. There we see Roger Keys, race director in the background, getting ready to turn them on, which he does now. We're underway in the opening race of the AC40 Pros. Great start there from Frederick, but to the inside goes Preston Baker to the lead down in turn 1. Brilliant stuff from the number 93 to get up the inside at the opening corner further back. Oh, goodness me! That was close between Kai Hawkin and Kaylin Ratliff. I don't think Kaylin Ratliff saw Kai Hawkin up the inside there. and had to really get out of the way. Meanwhile, it is Mason Frederick holding on to Peter at the moment, trying to get back to the lead of the race. But Preston Baker with a lightning start. Oh, and down goes Kai Hawkin. Second time this weekend, Kai Hawkin has gone down, and a big one this time. But once again, straight back up on his feet. Fantastic to see that from Kai Hawkin. And that is the 74 that looks like it's gone down. Oh, the what's that gone down there? 141 even of Max Johnson has gone down. Oh, we got another crash there. Oh, we've got a big one. Multiple riders down this time.
Frederick.
That was Mason Frederick who looked like he'd gone down. That's the 93. And Preston Baker, the leaders have crashed. The leaders have crashed. I do not believe it. That's coming in to the S's section, I believe. But the leaders have had a coming together. I'm almost lost for word, but I believe that means that is that who's that in the lead? So it's it's the 991 of Rex Austin who's taken the lead of the race.
What a chaotic start to this race. Mini-moto action at its finest, ladies and gentlemen, for the AC40 Pro Race 1 of this weekend. The lead, though, while yes, slightly different riders at the front, is still going to be hotly contested all the way through. Danny Longhurst doing a brilliant job representing the Female Riders Award, of course, the House of Moto. She's doing a fantastic job moving her way up through the field. Let's track her progress as the race develops. But with a couple of laps into this race, it's Rex Austin from Henry Brody. Danny Longhurst completes the podium, and a look there from Brody, and that's a move that you can eye up quite often because of the way it's one right-hand hairpin into a left-hand hairpin. If you just keep the throttle open as you run your way around the apex, you get a good run, some good speed, and a potential look up the inside.
Yeah, but potential is the key word, because obviously your opponents are going to be doing the same thing as well up the front of the pack. So when you're at the front and you're all, at the very edge of the performance and what's possible, it's all about just the micro gains and what you can gain maybe a little bit here or there. And as we see the front two starting to break away from Danny Longhurst and Kaylin Ratliff in P3 and 4. Rex Austin holding on to his lead though. Oh, great run there from Henry Brody, but unable to make the way through there. We see Danny Longhurst once again, as we said earlier, of course, the highest achieving Female Racer Award leader at the moment. Of course, FAB-Racing in collaboration with House of Moto, as that was the number 96 of Kaylin Ratliff, having a look to the inside of Danny Longhurst. Trying for P3, trying once again, down into the hairpin, trying even more, but going a little bit deep. Has to settle for P4 once again, but Kaylin Ratliff, oh goodness me, what a save from Kaylin Ratliff. Almost launched into a high side. It's going to cost him time, but he's still in the race, and that is what matters. Just needs to now rest, regroup, and get back on him. And as I say that, already all over the back of Danny Longhurst, Kaylin Ratliff really wants to get into this podium place.
Yeah, he's fighting for it, looking to the outside of the long run through turn 2, but again, it's just too long. The bike washes out too much, but eyeing it up, looking to sell the dummy to the inside of turn 3, and Kaylin Ratliff takes the podium place from Danny Longhurst in sensational fashion. The 26 is not done, though. She fights back to the inside of turn 4. No way through yet, as Kaylin Ratliff, that was hard work, but it got there in the end.
That was indeed hard work. You could see just how hard he was pushing. Finally got through. Danny Longhurst, though, still on his tail, still looking for a way through. Again, they very nearly came together as Longhurst had a look just half a lap ago. But what can Longhurst do on this occasion? Gets a really strong run out of the penultimate corner, and maybe looking for a challenge down into turn 1. Rex Austin and Henry Brody separated by 7/10 of a second on the previous lap as they came to the line, and it's still Kaylin Ratliff that holds on to P3 on this occasion with 4 laps left to go. Danny Longhurst still pushing very hard. These guys not separated by realistically anything at all. You put one in front and the other one's just going to go on the attack and try and overtake, because it was Kaylin Ratliff attacking and all over the back of Danny Longhurst just moments ago. Now it's Danny Longhurst on the back of Kaylin Ratliff and attacking all over. That was really wide there from Kaylin Ratliff. That could maybe open the door for an up and under from Danny Longhurst. Unfortunately, just not quite close enough on this occasion. And actually, look at that in the background. Mason Frederick suddenly getting involved. Hello, where's the number 5 come from? This is suddenly a 3-way fight for 3rd place.
Yeah, it could well be. I mean, Mason Frederick is lining up and does go for that move. Looks to the inside of the penultimate corner. Longhurst sees it coming, though, and thwarts the attack. Frederick, though, is not giving up, and he could well be looking. The 26 goes defensive towards T1. I think it is going to be in vain. This is going to allow Mason Frederick to potentially set up that up and under. The sweeping nature of turn 1 allows for a double apex line to be taken, but Mason Frederick can't find a way through as of yet. This does alleviate the pressure, at least momentarily, from Kaylin Ratliff. Is going to be hoping that these two continue to battle.
Yeah, I mean, Danny Longhurst, surely you'd be thinking as they're through does go Mason Frederick. So as I was just about to say, Danny Longhurst, I think, did exactly that. Just let Frederick go through. Frederick clearly has the pace again, qualified at the front of the grid, had that incident earlier. He's now fighting his way back to the pack. Longhurst realised this is not her race. Just let Frederick go through. Hope he fights with Ratliff, and then that can maybe give her a bit of time to try and get through and try and get on the attack, as there does go Frederick. And that is exactly what Danny Longhurst needed. Just needed Ratliff to get shoved out there because he was trying to fight Mason Frederick. And now Ratliff all over the back of Ratliff once again. Here we see P1 and 2 once again, penultimate lap of the race. Austin and Brody separated by just 2/10 at the line. Very, very close between this pair. And it looks like Henry Brody potentially thinking about a move as we're getting late in this race.
Yeah, of course, we could well have this race decided on the final lap. The 23 of Henry Brody has been chewing at this gap. Rex Austin definitely hasn't had an easy run of things, and a potential look here actually as Brody goes for the move. Austin sees it coming, but he's put offline through the sweepers, and this is all about momentum. We've got a lap and 3 corners left to go for the first race of the AC40 Pro, and Henry Brody is not giving up, but Mason Frederick is closing in. He's within 3 seconds of the 2 leaders, and if anything goes wrong, Frederick could still well win this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very tight between the pair of them. It is anybody's guess as to who's going to be on the top step of the podium as they come round to start the final lap. Here we go. One more tour to decide who takes victory in race 1 of the AC40 Pro class. Frederick is coming. Is he coming fast enough? Only time will tell. Austin and Brody still very, very close at the front. Frederick, look at the pace from him. Does he have enough time left? Is time run out? Does he need one more lap? It is anybody's guess. It is anybody's game. It could be anyone on the top step. Can Brody find a way through on Austin? Not this time. Can Frederick maybe find a way through? Because he's closing in rapidly as they head down to the far end of the circuit. Frederick goes through. Second place for number 5. Does he have enough time? Oh! Brody down. Brody with a big crash. He's down and out of the race. What about Austin and him? What about Austin and Frederick though? The race leaders. Who's going to get through? There's traffic. There's traffic, and that's going to hold Frederick up. Rex Austin is going to take the victory in this race. Rex Austin wins. Frederick is second. My oh my, one more lap and surely Frederick would have had that. But as Kaylin Ratliff comes home in third, Rex Austin held on to an absolute thriller.
Goodness me, what a race, and take a bow, Mason Frederick. That was a race ridden with such maturity. He used the off as motivation to fight his way back through, and to be within half a second of the race victory is sensational. But Rex Austin, you cannot take anything away from him. The pressure he dealt with all race long, it takes a lot to stand on top of that.
It does indeed. What a performance from Frederick. What a ride from Austin as well, even with Frederick's performances there. But it's been absolutely great to see, nonetheless. There we do see Rex Austin takes victory in the AC40 Pros here. Frederick second, Ratliff third, Longhurst in fourth, Keaton fifth, Brody sixth, Hawkin seventh, Richard eighth, Wilson ninth, and Baker in P10. Max Johnson and William Round do finish up our grid in P11 and P12. So a great performance there. We see some of the riders who unfortunately were unable to finish that race. But yeah, great stuff from them. And it was absolutely an exciting race the whole way through. Of course, we'll be seeing more of the AC40 Pros out next tomorrow, should I even say. On Sunday, they've got race 2 and race 3 to look forward to. But still, absolutely phenomenal stuff from them. And those young riders putting on a display. Pit Bike 140 Race 1 coming your way next, and the conditions are a lot drier than they were in qualifying. So maybe, just maybe, it could be an interesting race, shall we say. Lucas Brown, here you're starting on pole. Jamie King alongside. Of course, this is Jamie King's home circuit, but in the dry, we don't know what the pace is going to be. We don't know who's going to be where, so time will tell. On a disappointingly small pit bar grid, only 9 riders here this weekend, unfortunately. Of course, Jamie King, last time out at Ellough Park, well, wasn't here, should I say. Lucas Brown took all 3 race wins. Again, King, although it's his home circuit, it's not a track that's always been kind to him. He's missed races here, he's had big accidents and had to put time away due to injury. So it's not been the nicest to him, but maybe today's the day he gets back onto the top step of the podium for the first time in a long time in front of his home crowd. But he's got to get through Lucas Brown first.
Different conditions as well compared to what we saw a little bit earlier on. So what is that going to do when it comes to affecting the running order of things? The 2 at the front were the class of the field in qualifying. Between the pair of them, well, narrow stuff that separated them. I think only a quarter of a second or so when it came to the end of things. But now it's dried up. Now, of course, the rain has subsided and the track has begun to dry. What can happen? Has anyone gambled for slicks potentially? Has anyone still on the wet weather tyres? What is the situation out there, and how is it going to affect the direction that this race takes? Lucas Brown off the back of 2 sensational victories, thwarting off reigning champion Chris Wells last time out at Lid, and now he's absolutely smashing it, not only in FAB but also in the British Talent Cup.
But as we talk about Lucas Brown, the man who's supposed to be next to him, Jamie King, is not. Jamie King is not there. Very, very interesting. Where is Jamie King? Yeah, we're just wondering where Jamie King is. Well, we're going out on the formation lap, so Jamie King, that could be it, unfortunately. Oh, I can actually just see him out of the commentary box window. He's late, so he's going to have to start from the back of the grid. He's running over to the grid now. Oh, Jamie King. What a big shame. Lucas Brown starts on pole. Jamie King's supposed to start second, but he's late to the holding area, so he's going to have to start from the back. Charlie Eagling in P3, Alfie Garrett in P4, Rory Jones is 5th with Thomas Dudson in 6th, Sean Whittaker 7th, Sam Sadler in P8, and Michael Collis rounds out our iBike grid. Jamie King, you had one job and it was to not be late, and you turned up late. I mean,
good content.
Yeah, great content for us here, and great content for his YouTube channel over at Pit Bike Sonic as well. But he's going to have to start from the back of the grid, if not potentially even the holding area. Looks like it's actually a mechanical issue because he's actually off the bike now. He was struggling to get it started. He's just talking to someone there. Is that maybe Jamie King encountering issues? So maybe it wasn't his fault. Maybe the bike's broke.
Potentially so. Hopefully he does manage to get to the grid, but he's not got long. They are lining up now for the actual race start. He's not even on the bike yet, which is a big shame. Hopefully those issues can be sorted for tomorrow, but that gives Lucas Brown a fantastic chance. But Charlie Eagling now, he's going to be looking quite eager to potentially challenge going into T1.
Yeah, well, has he got the eagle eye to try and find his way to the front of the pack? Only time will tell. Jamie King isn't going to be able to make this one, so it's Lucas Brown alone on the front row. It is lights out. Oh, that was definitely a jump start there from Thomas Didson. Come on, that doesn't get any more blatant than that. It will be Lucas Brown who leads the way down into turn 1. Thomas Didson on the 22. He's in P2. I believe Charlie Eagling in P3 as well. Guess he didn't have that eagle eye. But it will be Lucas Brown who is already setting sail up the front of the pack. Further back, there's some action there. We see that is the 7. Well, it's actually the 01 of Sean Whittaker. I think he's got his transponder from the 22 confirmed jump start. I don't think we really needed a confirmation from race control for that one, to be honest. I'm sorry, Thomas Dudson. That was as blatant gets. At least you committed to the bit and went for it. But I was just going to say, Sean Whittaker on the number 7, not the 07. The 07 is Lucas Brown. The number 7 is Sean Whittaker, but he's using the same transponder that he's using. Oh, that was a bit close, wasn't it? he's using the same transponder that he's using in his Moto Team bike, which has the number 01 on it. So it says 01 on your screens and on our timing. He's the number 7 you see there. Lucas Brown at the front of the pack is the 07. Trying to get confused. Jamie King's out on circuit now, but I believe he's a lap down already. So this is basically a glorified test session. Chaos at the start of the pit bike 140s.
Yeah, well, what did we expect really after what we saw last time out at Lid? These guys do deliver, and with changeable conditions as well. Sean Whittaker under pressure as they run their way through. That's the 20 of Alfie Garrett that he's fighting with. Also Charlie Eagling, I think, getting involved on the 373 just in behind. So a three-way fight here, it must be said, I believe, for third place. Indeed it is there. Of course, fighting their way towards the back end of the circuit, the little rise up and then dip back down as you increase the speed onto the brakes for the hairpin. Turned into a kind of a chicane as well. It does get a little bit tight and twisty. Then into the penultimate corner. Differing lines being taken there, we saw from Sean Whittaker. Sort of in the middle of the track, actually trying to carry the speed through the corner. And there goes Eagling trying to dance the bike around the outside.
Yeah, this could be a great move from Eagling, but unable to make it through on Alfie Garrett. It's not been a great race so far for Charlie Eagling, unfortunately for him. Just a disappointing start, and has just been going further and further backwards, as or challenging to the inside there on Alfie Garrett, but just unable to make it work on this occasion. Lucas Brown, meanwhile, previous lap time, 3 seconds quicker than anyone else, as you do, casually. Guess that's what happens, you know, when you're a esteemed British Talent Cup rider and champion in everything you ever touch, essentially. Lucas Brown, yeah, it's quite good, turns out. There, oh no! As I say that, high side commentator's curse strikes again, manages to land on his feet. That's awesome, to be fair. That means, well, Thomas Judson's now leading, but he's got a penalty, so goodness knows where he's going to end up. Can I stop doing commentators? Zach, can you just take over for the rest of the day? Because everything I say goes wrong.
Maybe because I don't believe in the commentator's curse, then it'll stop happening. I think I prefer to call it the commentator's coincidence. I think there's no such thing.
I like that.
It's bad. You know, there's two ways it can go. Right? It's either bad riding or bad luck. Usually a combination of both, but 9 times out of 10 it's a bit of a skill issue. Not anything to do with us having some hocus pocus powers, but you know, they can blame it on us if they like. If it makes it easier, they're allowed to. But he's back onto the bike. I'm sure he's completely concerned about what we're chatting about him in the commentary booth, but he's out there trying to recover, and well, let's see if the British Talent Cup rider's still got some talent left in him.
What Lucas Brown doesn't know is actually got a voodoo doll under the desk that I'm playing with, and you know, making his day go from bad to worse. But yeah, Lucas Brown back on the bike, already back onto the back of Dudson, so he'll be back in the lead very, very quickly, I'm sure. I mean, it was an impressive save, to be fair. Went over the handlebars,
style points,
and then landed on his feet. Well, I say save. He saved himself from smashing his face into the floor as he goes back into the lead of the race. Great catch of himself as he flew over the handlebars, landing on his feet. Reminds me of Mark Marquez a few years ago at Malaysia, except he was travelling at 100 miles an hour and then did smash his face in the floor immediately afterwards. But Lucas Brown gets the style points for that one, and back into the lead of the race as well. You know, crash it and then smash it back into first place, I guess, is the order of the day for the number 7 rider on that AMR pit bike machine. Great stuff from him. 5 laps left to go in this opening pit bike 140 race of the weekend. Unfortunately, we have lost Sean Whittaker by the looks of things. Jamie King has managed to unlap himself amongst all that drama, I think. So he's the last of our runners down in Payne, and he's actually very quickly catching the like of Michael Collis, and he's actually the only rider who's on a similar pace to Lucas Brown. So shows us what mechanical issues we presume prior to the race have robbed us of a King versus Brown battle, but also gets us excited for the 2 races we've got tomorrow as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the pace is there for Jamie King. As long as everything can hook up, we are in for a monstrous battle between the pair of them. So, Lucas Brown, I mean, to be fair, he's had a fair scary moments. There's Charlie Eagling looking to the inside of turn 2. He has had a couple of brown pants moments this race, it must be said. He's not exactly had an easy running as the number 7 machine. I think tomorrow it is going to take that extra step up. Is that Sean Whittaker still on circuit fighting with Charlie Eagling?
It is, actually. So maybe a transponder issue there for Sean Whittaker or something along those lines. But, well, very interesting. So it looks like he's fighting for P4, but according to our timing, he is down order. But he's still out on track, apparently, so hopefully everything's okay for Sean Whittaker and Charlie Eagling, who we've just been following around for the last half a lap. But anyway, focusing back on the action, Lucas Brown leads from Dudson in second. Again, Dudson does have a penalty. That'll be applied post-race. Oh, Charlie Eagling, big wobble as he got into the power band there on that 3-2-3 machine, or 3-7-3 machine, should I say. 3 laps left to run in this race. And again, you've just got to think about, what a shame Jamie King wasn't able to make the race start. He's up into P7 now, ahead of Michael Collis. If he continues at this pace, well, he's going to stay in P7 because he's not going to have the time to catch Sam Sadler. But his home race, once again, disappointment for Jamie King. But you never know. You never know. Race 2, race 3, looks like he's got the pace. These guys, though, putting on a show for us right now, Sean Whittaker and Charlie Eagling. Wow, what a move from Eagling. Sweeps around the outside. And, well, like a hawk stalking its prey, managed to get in there and get up into P4.
Yeah, nicely done. Beautiful stuff. Took a lot of confidence to do that. Of course, just the trust that Whittaker wasn't going to just chuck it back down the inside through the sweepers. Takes a lot of bravery to do that. Sensational move, nonetheless. Moving his way up into 4th. And with 2 laps left to run, what's the gap? Up to Rory Jones, who in fact actually he's just technically overtaken, so not entirely sure what's happening there. We'll of course update you with that, whether Ealing's going for P4 or P3. Either way, it's going to be a fantastic result for him nonetheless after that 3rd place start. 2 laps left to go. There's the race leader, Lucas Brown. He's been through all this race.
Yeah, I mean, you know, leading to crashing to leading again. It's not something you see every day. But you know, it's what he's done today, and he's 1.5 laps away from potentially the easiest victory in his bike racing career, full stop. He's had no competition, even with Jamie King pulling in similar lap times, because King missed the race start as a result of that mechanical issue. He doesn't even look like he's pushing. He's just cruising around there at the front. Final lap, little bit of a wave to Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, because he knows he's basically just got to keep it on the bike, which, to be fair, he hasn't been able to do for the entirety of this race because he has crashed.
Don't get too confident.
Yeah, you know, don't start celebrating just yet, Lucas. It's not over just yet. But yeah, I mean, it's easy, chill, nice and simple Saturday afternoon ride with a bit of a crash in it as well. But apart from that, Lucas Brown has been showing us, you know, why he's one of the highest rated young British prospects in bike racing. He's just looks, again, aside from the crash, rather imperious out there. And of course, previous champion in the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70 British Championship, and other FAB-Racing classes as well. And he wants to be champion here in the Extreme 200 as well. And that's one way to stake your claim. He's been it and win it for Lucas Brown. Race 1 of the pit bike 140s goes his way. The number 7 takes the victory after crashing. What a performance from him in a field of his own. No one could even touch him.
Nah, he did exactly what he needed to do that race. I mean, he goes from building up a gap from pole position to crashing, to then building up an 8.5 second leading margin ahead of Charlie Eagling, who brings it home in P2. What a race. Typical carnage like we were to expect from the PB140s. Even before the race had even started, the big superstar name of Pit Bike Sonic, of course, Jamie King on the 76. In the end, fair enough, that showed great determination to still get out onto circuit, to still ride the bike and bring home some good points. Because if he does want any chance in the championship, he's at P3 at the moment after taking 2 podiums at Lid. These are the points that matter, limiting the damage even when the race seems hopeless. Going out there and just taking the checkered flag can mean so much in a championship like this.
It absolutely can. It absolutely can, and especially around where you've not got many riders turning up. You know, quite frankly, you know, Jamie
Easy
King,
points.
He's finished 7th here. That's still strong points, even with missing the start of the race. Lucas Brown takes victory with Charlie Eagling in P2. Thomas Dudson, believe, finishes P3. I think his penalty has now been applied, with Rory Jones in P4. Alfie Garrett 5th, Sam Sadler 6th. Jamie King could recover to 7th, so that's still a decent amount of points for him, with Michael Collis at P8. Unfortunately, it says we did lose Sean Whittaker, but he did finish on the road, so I think he may have had a transponder issue there. We'll get that clarified with you with the race crew. That is it for Saturday's action officially. We've done our race 1, but we do still have one more race to go. But officially for Saturday's action, we're done. Of course, race 2 and race 3 is to come tomorrow. But right now, we have one more race.
The LS2 Mini GP 70 Championship then, ladies and gentlemen. To clear up any confusion, this is race 2 back from Lid. Of course, they lost that after the red flag period. And what a battle we saw earlier on. Harrison Day taking victory in the torrential conditions that we had a few hours ago. It's cleared up though, so potentially there is some intrigue on the horizon. Archie O'Brien, we've been involved. I sent him a quick message just to say, you guys, last race of the day, you're going to go on slicks? And he was like, it's still a little bit wet, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to give it a go. His dry running on Friday practice, even on some older tyres, was quickest of the bunch. He loves Ellough Park in the dry conditions, and he wants to do everything in his power to go and secure a race victory.
Absolutely, and I hate to break you, I have just seen he just went offshore, but he was actually on wets there, so I think he might have just lied to you there. But
what's that about?
Yeah, I know, shocking behaviour from Archie.
If he wasn't 12, I'd have a word with him.
But still, Archie O'Brien, he thought about going slicks. It's one of those we can look out the window of our commentary box and make one call. Obviously, it's very different out on track. There are dry lines visible from here, but there's still some standing water in areas as well. And if you go off track, there's still rivers, quite frankly, in some places. Still, I think it's very much the safe bet to go onto the wet weather tyres. There we can see, it looks like Marco Holt there. Great to see the reigning champion stepping in and saying hello to some of his friends. Of course, he's out there this weekend racing in the Extreme 200s class. So, pleasure to see Marco here, as always. You can see him there. Marco Holt, number 58, the white, pink and black jacket. That's a very fancy jacket, it must be said. Marco, of course, ruthlessly fast, the champion of this category last year, and the 50s as well, the only double champion, barring Casey O'Gorman, in FAB-Racing history. Joining an elite club there, we all know what Casey O'Gorman's gone on to do. So maybe Marco Holt put a fiver on him to go and do some big things in the future as well. But we're just waiting for the riders to make their way over to the dummy grid for, again, what is the race 2 from Lid. So this is not race 2 here for round 2. This is race 2 of round 1 is just being run here after we lost race 2 and also race 3 due to the red flag and the cancellation of running later on Sunday at Lid from round 1. Race number 3 from Lid will be hailed later on in the season, so there will be actually 2 rounds this year where we get 4 lots of Mini GP 70 racing, which, if you ask me, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, no complaints from me whatsoever when it comes to these guys. These are the pinnacle, really, of grassroots racing. They particularly in FAB, this is the one you want to win, right? You want to win all of them, but when you're on that ladder and your aim is to get as high up that motorcycle racing ladder as possible, this is the place you want to be. This is the championship you want to be contending in, and the competition is riveting. So high. Wilson Dils, Archie O'Brien on that front row with some changeable conditions. The tension is here, and, let's see what these guys can bring for their third race, actually, of the season.
Yeah, time will tell. Third race, technically second race of the season. Oh, who knows? It's race 2 from round number 1. Let's just leave it at that. It's definitely a race 2. We know that much. But it's here at Ellough instead of Lid. Again, wet tyres, but the track a lot drier, so we're expecting quicker performances once again. Wilson Dils and Archie O'Brien landing at the front row. Time for our starting lap. It is Dils on pole. Archie O'Brien starts in P2. The Finley Polehill in P3. Harry Payne starts in 4th. Jensen Bishop is 5th. Sam Gardner in 6th. Harrison Day in 7th. Byron Johnson in P8. And Hamish McIntosh 9th. Beth Ashby in 10th. And George Ackerman in 11th. Although actually, just looking at where they are, I'm wondering if maybe they're using the grid from the previous round, because there's a few riders that look to be in very much the wrong place.
It is,
yeah, it is in fact the grid from the previous round. So it's actually Dils, O'Brien, Polehill, Payne, Bishop, Gardner, Day, Johnson, McIntosh, Ashby, and Ackerman. Oh no, that is right. No, I'm just getting confused by myself. But that's the grid anyway. Final race of the day, race number 2 for the LS2 helmets, Mini GP 70 British Championship. And we saw a great battle in race 1, but it's a lot drier now, Zach. Let's see what happens in race 2.
Yeah, let's do that, exactly. 9 laps to round off what has been so far an intense day of racing on Saturday. We started off with uncertainty whether it was going to be wet. We woke up and it was pouring. It's been on, it's been off, it's been all over the place, but the track now beginning to dry and will continue to do so throughout the duration of the next 9 laps. Wilson Dils, Archie O'Brien, the front row. A grid stacked with talent. Harrison Day off the back of 2 victories so far today in the GP70s and the Extreme 200s. It's eyes to the lights for the final race of the day here at Ellough Park Raceway in Beccles. Wilson Dils leads us from pole position. Archie O'Brien gets a decent start. There's the 37 of Byron Johnson as well, looking to the inside, picks his way up into 3rd place. Couple of looks in the background as well as Byron Johnson eyes up Archie O'Brien through the inside of turn 2. No way through, and Wilson Dils holds the lead.
Once again, great launch from Dils, great launch from Johnson, great launch from Harrison Day, the 3 that impressed us the most in race 1. Once again showing what they're made of. Dils already trying to pull a bit of a gap though, early doors. Already you can see visually the gap reaching up to more than a few bike lengths as O'Brien under big pressure from Byron Johnson there, but he's managed to close the door as they make their way through that awkward and tight and twisty section at the back end of the circuit. Now coming through the hairpin slightly wide there. That was from Jensen Bishop, I believe, just in front of Harrison Day. Further behind them as well. Actually, no, it wasn't Jensen Bishop, it was Harry Payne even, who had a bit of a moment. Finley Polehill, meanwhile, he's up into P4. Great start from him, and you can see there, look at the visual gap that Wilson Dils has already. O'Brien having to put big chase. Of course, we spoke to him earlier, seemed fairly confident, seemed like he had a lot to learn, but the conditions very, very different in this race from what they were in the race earlier on, and they could still be very different tomorrow as well. It could rain overnight, it could rain tomorrow morning. It is anybody's guess what the racing gods are going to throw our way. Right now though, it is Archie O'Brien holding on to P2, Byron Johnson falling back a little bit on this occasion. O'Brien maybe just turning the wick up, starting to push a bit more, starting to close in on Dils in front.
The gap is small though. Any small mistake from Dils could well bring O'Brien into contention. He's not under pressure in the physical sense, but that mental, psychological pressure is going to be there from Dils, knowing that O'Brien is not too far away, knowing that even the slightest of mistakes is going to exponentially increase the pressure he's on. He has to be so careful around this circuit. Thankfully, it's not as wet to worry about. It's constantly slipping and sliding, but still, Ellough Park is a difficult enough circuit in the most ideal of scenarios. So you have got to be careful. The 199, of course, Finley Polehill looking to move past Byron Johnson. That's the battle for the podium. Right now, it seems to be quite a stalemate, but it's a short fuse, and all they need is a small spark.
Yeah, absolutely. All it takes is a little mistake. Someone misses the braking zone, runs a little bit wide, gets a bit squirrely on the throttle out of the corner, and suddenly, well, bang, there's an opportunity for you to make a move. But as you said, Zach, right now it's a bit of a stalemate. Everyone's just sitting, waiting. There's still shortly going to be 8 laps left to run, so still plenty of time left to go. But as it stands, there is action. So watching 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 in the front of the pack. Dils, O'Brien, Johnson, Polehill and Harrison Day. These guys all managing to hold their own. Again, just waiting, putting the pressure on, seeing if they can maybe try and force a move somewhere in there. But as it stands, as we're looking at this fight for the 3rd place, as the front 2 start to pull away with 8 laps left to go, Johnson is the one under real pressure at the moment, with Polehill and Harrison Day behind him. Archie O'Brien set the fastest lap of the race last time out, a 54.551. So he's got the pace as it stands. Only it was about half a tenth quicker than Wilson Dils, so it wasn't massively eating into the gap to the leader. But Wilson Dils still maintaining the lead. Lap record, meanwhile, still quite some way off, 47.326. Again, on the wet tyres, and that's Jensen Bishop, who's gone down. Jensen Bishop's had an issue, gets going on the 911, but the rear of the fairing looks damaged. We've already lost Beth Ashby and Sam Garner. Hamish McIntosh, I believe, also had an incident somewhere else as well. 7 laps left to go. It's still chaos here at Ellough Park.
Yeah, of course, they're about 7 seconds off the lap record or so. Of course, those times are going to come down, but they're still on grooved, wet tyres, which means the contact patch of the rubber, the bit that actually grips the road, isn't as optimal. And of course, it's going to be a slightly harder compound as well, are the wets, compared to obviously the slicks that you get. So they are going to be significantly slower. But nonetheless, the pace relative to the conditions looking very, very good indeed. So I think Marco Holt's double lap record is safe for the time being. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Though, of course, Archie O'Brien versus Wilson Dils. That's the gap at the front, and O'Brien is the man with the pace. 3 tenths quicker that last time by.
Yeah, O'Brien really starting to push and really starting to reel in Wilson Dils. 54.361 was the lap last time out. This time who's a little bit slower, but Dils also ups the pace, but the gap still drops. Only 0.6 of a second at the line this time. Dils has acknowledged the pressure and is responding. But does he have enough in his locker? Does he have enough to give to try and keep in front of Dils? But then again, you've got to remember as well, if Archie O'Brien does catch Dils, it's one thing to get up to the back of another rider, a whole different story to get through them, especially as someone who's as good as defending as Wilson Dils. That man knows exactly where to put the bike, as we saw in race 1 earlier on today. Although maybe the pace wasn't quite there, he was just putting the bike in the middle of the road and keeping people behind him.
Don't forget as well, it's another thing entirely to stay in front once you've actually got the job done. The difficult bit, well, it's all difficult. The easy bit is closing. The difficult bit is getting in front. The even more difficult bit is actually keeping the deal done once you are ahead. Wilson Dils is not just going to allow Archie O'Brien through and say, fair enough, you got through. Well, cool, you're going to go win the race now. Of course not. He's going to be fighting back. However, he responds in terms of lap time at 54.187. Wilson Dils is just set, and he is ramping up the pace. He knows the job at hand. Here's the battle, by the way. Harrison Day versus Finley Polehill. That's the fight. Of course, for 4th place, Harrison Day has won 2 races so far today, and this race is on course for a top 5. He's had a sensational Saturday.
He has indeed, has Harrison Day. It's been brilliant for that young man, but looking elsewhere at the moment, here we see once again front of the pack, number 58 or 85 should I say, Wilson Dils leading Archie O'Brien. Previous lap, Wilson Dils fastest lap 54.187. What's it going to be this time as they come to the line? Gap looks to have extended a little bit more. Wilson Dils into the 53s. Gap extends by half a second. 53.916. He is really turning it up now. Is the race leader. And now he is starting to extend that gap over O'Brien. Once again, Byron Johnson's managed to pull away a little bit from Harrison Day, who's managed to slide into P4 ahead of Finley Polehill meanwhile. So the guys up the front all starting to kind of just separate out a little bit, kind of just stretching the gaps with 4 laps left to run, and just kind of ending up in their own little no man's land. No one to attack, no one to defend, just out there riding, keeping it on the black stuff. As there we do see Byron Johnson as he runs a little bit over the curbs there. Of course, the younger of the Johnson brothers, his brother Austin, a champion all throughout Fab. So is Byron, to be fair. A very, very quiet young man who's just very emotional, it must be said as well, and that likes to hide away and kind of sit to himself. But my oh my, has he got a passion for racing, and he just loves to get out there, and when he is out there, he's brilliant.
It's crazy to see actually the duality in personalities when they've got the helmet off versus when the helmet's on. You have to remember, these are just kids at the end of the day, you know, sort of as young as 6, and probably the oldest they're going to get in the junior classes is sort of 15 or so. They are just kids, and they've still got such shy sort of, I suppose some of them are a little bit more outgoing. Archie O'Brien loves to come and talk to us, of course, a number of times. Spoke to him a little bit earlier on, but a lot of them are still quite enclosed. They put the helmet on, the visor comes down, they get on the bike, and they just unleash a monster, and they absolutely chuck it down the inside. So it's amazing to see, of course, these young talents proving themselves and doing the talking out on track.
On the subject of Archie O'Brien, previous lap he closed in by 3/10. Is he going to close in anymore this time? He will indeed. Fastest lap, Archie O'Brien, 53.795. With only 2 laps left to go. Has he pulled the pin too late? Can Dils respond? Can O'Brien go even faster? 2 laps of racing on this Saturday here in the second round of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship at Ellough Park. And man, oh man, oh man, it is very, very close at the top, and it is tense. Has Archie O'Brien left it too late, though? I think he may have done.
Yeah, maybe so. Is it going to be too little, too late? Or is this backwards momentum exactly what he needs? Maybe before he sort of stalled behind Dils, he's dropped back, he's picked up the pace. Maybe he can ride onto the back of Dils and then launch a last lap attack. Of course, the last lap flag will be thrown. We are on the penultimate lap, but as they run their way through the final corner for the penultimate time, 1 to go. Dils knows that. Archie O'Brien knows that. This is the lap to decide the race.
Faster once again from Archie O'Brien. 53.9 versus 53.7. But with only realistically a few hundred metres to go, he may have just left it ever so slightly late. Of course, he missed out on second earlier on in race number 1 after a mistake in the timings. The last lap flag was flown when the checkered flag should have been flown. and that ultimately cost him second place. He technically got to second when the race was already over. But into the final section we go. Is O'Brien close enough? I don't think he will be. Wilson Dils has a few corners to negotiate, a bit of traffic ahead, but it should not fault them. And Wilson Dils, in race 2 of the first round technically, takes victory here in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. But man, oh man, oh man, did he have to work for that one. O'Brien with a few more laps, very much may have got through. The two competitors share a fist bump, share respect and share a wave to the camera. But my, brilliant racing from the pair of them, tense racing, respectful racing. You got to think Archie O'Brien with a few more laps, Zach Sweeney, may have just about squeezed through.
But you can't live like that. You can't live in the shoulda, the coulda, the woulda. It's the absolutes. It's the 9 laps that you've got of racing. That is the chance that you've got to strike. Sure, yeah, maybe one more lap he could have given it a go, but he didn't have one more lap. He had the checkered flag. He needed to capitalise when he had the opportunity to. Wilson Dils held on with maturity, pops a little bit of a wheelie before bringing it in to the pit lane. What a race it was. What a way to round off this day of racing for round 2 of FAB-Racing in 2024. Tomorrow, of course, though, we get race 2 and the big highlight spectacle of race 3s.
We do indeed. What a performance there from Wilson Dils. Sucks over by the race winners boards that we have nowadays. Of course, looking very professional over there, it must be said. But that is it then for race number 2 from the previous round of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. Wilson Dils takes a hard-fought victory. Archie O'Brien can only manage second with Byron Johnson in P3. Harrison Day was 4th with Finley Polehill in P5. Harry Payne 6th, Jensen Bishop in 7th, George Ackerman in 8th. Unfortunately, we did lose Hamish McIntosh, Sam Gardner and Beth Ash. That is it then for today's racing. Not just from the 70s, but overall we are done. 11 races done and dusted as the riders get a quick photo in front of the boards. But again, it has been a great race there for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, and again, enjoyable the whole way through. Well, that's it then for Saturday's action here at the second round of the 2024 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship from Ellough Park. Zach Sweeney, a great day of racing, of course, with changeable conditions. Started off in horrendous rain. It's now maybe not a dry track, but it's certainly nicer outside, to say the least. We're not too sure what the weather's going to do tomorrow, but it could once again be changeable conditions, and with 20 races to come as well. After today's action, you've got to be feeling excited.
Oh, I cannot wait. I am elated. I mean, I knew I was going to be coming into this weekend off the back of obviously my first time at Fab at Lid. I enjoyed every second of being in Kent. Coming into Ellough Park, of course, a circuit that's quite close to me as well, I was enthralled, ready to get racing again, and these guys have delivered. It's been absolutely sensational from start to finish. The respect that has been given on circuit, the carnage that's ensued at times, the adaptability these young riders have had to show. Don't miss tomorrow.
Absolutely do not miss tomorrow. Of course, we will be on air here at Motorsport Radio going into tomorrow morning, so we can't wait to see you for all of our race 2s and race 3s from Ellough Park.